Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live coverage on Hurricane Milton and
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
the reason
is on
why
the
we are
ground.
live
Seek
much
shelter
earlier than I
immediately.
anticipated is because we actually have a tornado on the ground. You can see it live at the bottom right of your screen. This is going to be just off to the west of Fort Lauderdale. All right, so we're going to go in full cam. This tornado that is currently in progress right side of your screen. This is happening live. In the middle of a field right now, but we do have a tornado that was actually large at one point that is starting to become a little bit smaller, but it is on the ground currently just to the west of Fort Lauderdale, very rural areas north of I-75. If you are in any of these tornado warnings, we got one for Broward and Palm Beach County, and it's an observed tornado, and then we also have one back near Hendry, Broward, Palm Beach, and Collier counties that is also a radar indicated tornado warning. You can see that tornado is starting to go off your screen. This is a traffic cam. I'm not sure if it's going to keep going to the right. They've been moving it quite a bit, and now they are. Okay, so now they're moving it. Again, you can see that tornado currently in progress right now back over in Palm Beach and Broward counties in Florida. It is moving to the north right now, and this isn't a day where we're going to probably have several tornado warnings today. We are expecting a very active day when it comes to tornadoes. I think we are going to have several today. I mean, we already have this one that's on the ground actively, but I think we're going to have more than just this as we go throughout the daytime today. So today is a day that you want to be taking seriously when it comes to the tornado threat. So make sure if you are in any tornado warnings today that you do seek shelter. This is live again in Florida. I literally just woke up, by the way, so we're gonna have to set some stuff up while this live stream is happening, but we are gonna be live here for the next several hours. Looks like you just rolled out of bed, because I did. I also just had munchkins, which have now messed up my throat. All right, this is on the ground right now. I'll go back to radar in a second. Why is my room always a different color? I had to change the light changes when there's a tornado warning. This one's observed right now. We have to actually go to observed. It looks like that tornado right now is starting to lift. It's on the left side of your screen. It's gonna be coming more into the shot here over the next couple of minutes. This is now a PDS tornado. They've just upgraded it to a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So this is now in a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Actually, this is a different one, I think. We got a new update. Okay, so we now have a new PDS tornado warning. That is going to be for this storm, which is back over in Hendry, Broward, and Palm Beach counties in Florida. So if you are in this warning here, you need to be underground. That is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. That means that this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is happening just to the north of 833. And again, this is currently moving northbound. This is the one that we've been talking about that is on the bottom right of your screen that looks like it might be roping out. That is north of Interstate 75. That's the one that has been on the ground. So, again, now a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that only is issued when we have large and extremely dangerous tornadoes. This has been observed by radar as of about 2 minutes ago. So again, if you are in this warning, you've got to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building, as there is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress just to the east of 833. Also, I do want to point out we have outer bands right now from Hurricane Milton that are going to be coming ashore over the next few hours, moving towards areas like Cape Coral, Interstate 75, etc. Those outer bands are going to be capable of tornadoes as well. So the ones that we're seeing right now, they're there, but we also are expecting more than just this. And I also want to point out, if you didn't watch today's video, we do actually have now a 10% hatched tornado risk, which isn't even where we have tornadoes happening right now, but there is a potential for strong tornadoes today in this yellow hatched area. That is for Palm Bay, back just north of Cape Coral. So there will be a potential for a few strong tornadoes throughout the daytime hours today. So, Again, we are expecting probably at least several tornadoes today here across central and southern Florida, and we already have had two. We've had tornado warnings ongoing for the last several hours. Again, I am just waking up, obviously, but this is going to be a very long day with, obviously, Hurricane Milton making landfall eventually, and then, obviously, the tornado threat that is becoming pretty apparent right now here in the state of Florida. I'm going to see if we have any sort of live shot of this other tornado. Does anybody know if we have another live shot of this northern tornado? I'm not sure if we have one on one of those traffic cams, so I'm going to see if we do. The one that we were just looking at, it looks like it has fully occluded. We can go back to a full live shot, but that one, I believe, at this point has just occluded. See if we have any other view of anything, though. The PDS tornado is a little bit further to the north, so this one might be out of range of being able to be visible by live cameras. Not seeing anything clear right now. All right, let me give a quick update on Hurricane Milton while we're at it. Again, we're going to be talking all about Hurricane Milton, obviously, in this stream, and, you know, the tornado threat is part of that. I do want to mention that Hurricane Milton is no longer a Category 5 hurricane, but it is still a very powerful Category 4 hurricane. They just released a 10 a.m. update on Hurricane Milton, and this is a special update from the National Hurricane Center at 10 a.m. All right. So the new update that they just released, actually, let me real quickly, let's go to, before we do that, what is this camera looking at right now? That looks like a large lowering on the right, on the bottom left of your screen. I think it is. Look at this. This is part of this tornado warning cell right now. Got a large lowering in the middle of your screen. That could drop a big tornado. This is just to the west of, again, this is the tornado warning for Broward and Palm Beach counties. So this is, again, rural areas, but just west of Palm Beach. All right, so what I was going to say, the special update from the National Hurricane Center. Now is the time to rush to complete all preparations to protect life and property in accordance with your emergency plan. Ensure you are in a safe location before onset of strong winds or possible flooding, and ensure you have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. The next update will be at 11 a.m. from the National Hurricane Center. The latest information is that this is at 155 mile per hour maximum sustained wind, so it's a very high-end Category 4 hurricane, and pressure's at 919 millibars. Also, while we speak, it looks like this is about to drop a tornado. It looks like we are starting to see maybe a funnel coming down right now over this field. So it looks like we have another tornado dropping as we speak. This is the one that's not PDS, by the way. The other one that's PDS, I don't think we have a live view of. But from what I am hearing, it is a large tornado. Like, it is a relatively... It's a huge tornado from what I've been seeing. .155 miles per hour is not a Cat 5 hurricane. It is a Cat 4. Cat 5 is 157 miles per hour and above. So this is not a Cat 5 anymore. It is still a very intense, obviously, Category 4. It's like the highest spectrum. It looks like we still have a wall here. Still lowering on this storm. PDS means particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. It's only issued when we have strong and large tornadoes. The one that we're looking at right now, again, is the eastern tornado warning. It is observed. It's not PDS. The one that's in Hendry, Broward, and Palm Beach counties, the one that's further west, that one's the one that's PDS. They are moving the camera right now. It still looks like we have a dangling wall cloud right now. We might have another tornado dropping here. It's harder to see now because of the rain. We will keep this on the bottom right of your screen. We'll go back full cam in a moment. I do want to show you, this was moments ago of the tornado that we did just see. Okay, I'm going to show you guys what we just saw for the tornado. So a lot of people are wondering what we literally just saw. This is the tornado that we just had a few minutes ago. And again, this was at the 2750 Cat Toll Plaza. So relatively large tornado here that crossed over, I believe, I-75. I could be mistaken. I'm not sure if it 100% crossed. I'm pretty sure it did cross over I-75. We went live when it was just crossing it. This is the other view. So this was when it was crossing it. So this did cross I-75 a few minutes ago. Obviously, you don't see that happening, but it was about a few miles up the road here. Let's see, one of the FDOT cameras, 2750 Cat Toll Plaza. So this just happened moments ago. Pretty crazy. And bottom right of your screen is the live shot. Yeah, that's pretty crazy stuff. There are several videos that we'll be retweeting about this on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But here are the 2 tornado warnings that we currently have. Again, we got one this is the one that we've been looking at, west of Coral Springs, Florida, very rural area going towards 27. And then we have our PDS tornado warning, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that is ongoing north of 833. That is going to be going to the north, and it's east of 835, and it's eventually going to go towards Clewiston. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to your interior room of your home or building if you're in either tornado warning. Send me video imagery? Okay. Well, again, if you see any photos or videos on any of this, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I will check them out for sure. All right, back to real quickly, just an update on Hurricane Milton. Again, we're going to be talking a lot about Hurricane Milton. There's a tornado threat that's going to go along with this today, so we are going to be covering a lot of different things. It is going to be a very busy day, so buckle up. Basically, that's all I'm saying. It's going to be a very long afternoon when it comes to coverage. We'll be here for the next several hours, and we're going to have to split this up no matter what into 2 live streams, because this live stream would be over 12 hours long otherwise. So, but we'll be here for several hours talking about Hurricane Milton. This is what Hurricane Milton looks like this morning. Again, it is currently a Category 4 hurricane. It's on the higher side of things when it comes to a Category 4. This is actually imagery from last night. Let's try to get something more recent. There you go. So this is what we're looking at right now in terms of Hurricane Milton. Again, notice the eye is no longer really there, but that doesn't mean it's not an intense hurricane, all right? This is still a Category 4 hurricane. All right, so this is still a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. It is still a very intense hurricane, and the outer bands of Hurricane Milton are beginning to reach the west coast of Florida, and the reason why that's concerning is because that is where this tornado threat is going to start to ramp up. It's going to really start to ramp up near Cape Coral and Northport over the next 30 minutes to 60 minutes. So if you're near the west coast of Florida, I know you're probably mostly concerned about the hurricane and its damage, but we also got to keep in mind the tornado threat that is going to be ramping up today. So if you are in areas like Cape Coral, Florida, near Sarasota, Bradenton, Englewood, I do anticipate the tornado threat to begin to increase over the next hour or so. So again, we're going to be watching for that. We're going to be watching for the storm surge to begin to be a problem. And
a new tornado warning has been issued.
And also, we have a new tornado warning, as I was just talking about. Again, new tornado warning in the Florida Everglades back over near I-75. We are going to have a live shot of this. We have several live cameras on I-75, but we are watching this area here, another new supercell that has just formed that is now moving to the north that is going to be capable of producing a tornado. I know a lot of you are probably, some of you may be evacuating right now on I-75, and so that's why this is a little bit more of a concern. That we are going to be having the potential here for tornadoes that may end up crossing Interstate 4, or Interstate 75, excuse me. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We are going to go ahead and find a live shot of that. And also, I do want to point out, we have 3 live cameras right now at the bottom right of your screen. We will have...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We will have several throughout the day today. I can't get a word off without warnings going off, but we will have several throughout the day today, other than just these. We're going to have dozens, so these are just the 3, though, that we have currently. And again, we still have that wall cloud lowering on the bottom left of your screen on I-75 on this tornado warning back over west of Fort Lauderdale. We're going to check out this one, though, here, see if we can find anything. There is a new tornado warning. It is radar indicated going towards Clewiston, Florida. So if you are in Clewiston, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. All right, so that is a brand new tornado warning for Clewiston, Florida. That is going to be for Hendry and Collier counties in Florida. And not the entire county in that warning, but it does include Montura, Clewiston, near Lake Okeechobee, south of Moore Haven. That is, again, moving right now to the north. It is capable of producing a tornado. And actually, if we go to the live shot, this is again the live shot. We're gonna just go full cam again. This is the furthest eastern tornado warning. Again, you'll notice we still have a little bowl lowering to this thing, so it is still capable of producing a tornado. It is obviously hard to see because of the rain that is falling, but if you look closely, you'll kind of see that lowering there that's been in place for a little over 20 minutes now, I feel like. We've been live for 15. It's been going for a while. Again, this was on the ground when we started the stream. So, all right, we're going to start checking in on this further western tornado warning as well. We'll probably end up having a live shot of that. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. I know that we are going to have some storm chasers that are going to be following this tornado threat throughout the day today. I know Connor Croft will be out there in a little bit, so we'll be keeping close tabs on him because he is probably going to find a tornado, I think, today. I think with how active it already is, I would not be surprised if we have several tornadoes in this area today. If you guys do know, maybe you might be watching along on different traffic cams. If you guys end up seeing any traffic cams that do have a visual of a tornado, just mention me in chat or something. There will be a chance that I miss it. There are several out there. We'll be keeping a close eye on all of them, but yeah, there was a tornado that crossed the road. Again, if you missed it, I'll show you guys again. Again, I know many of you are just tuning in, and this is why we went live when we went live. This was a few minutes ago on one of the F-dot cameras. Again, just a large tornado moving just to the, really it was moving across, but then moved across I-75. And bottom right of your screen is still a live shot of that storm that has a lowering. But we did have a large tornado not even 20 minutes ago. I mean, this is literally within the last 15 minutes we had a large tornado on the ground. So, you know, it was surprise. It didn't really surprise me, but it came very early in the day. This came a little bit earlier than I anticipated for inland supercells, so. It looked more photogenic on the other video, but nonetheless. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'll be live throughout the day today, so if you are new, definitely recommend you subscribe. Click the bell icon also so you're notified with the latest updates. We do have strong rotation on this northern tornado warning, so we're probably going to have a tornado dropping as that heads towards Clewiston in Florida, going towards 835. Strong rotation right now, moving north and north-northwest. And you need to be in your safe place if you are anywhere in this pink polygon going towards Clewiston and Montura in Florida. And this is a graphic that James Pettis just made. I do agree with this. Tornado outbreak likely here over the next several hours. Will continue into the nighttime hours tonight. This is going to be an all-day threat anywhere in the pink. So Orlando, Tampa, Miami, anywhere in between like, you know, like Okeechobee. Any of those areas, you're going to be under the gun here today for the potential for several tornadoes. We no longer have a PDS tornado warning. We do still have ongoing active other tornado warnings. The observed tornado warning does still continue. We're going to go ahead and put that on in case this is still actually actively on the ground. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Stay safe. And also, we are beginning to see that eye offshore on the radar sites. So you can actually see the northern side of the eye wall. That is where the worst of the wind and rain is going to be located today. And so we are going to have a pretty clear view now from here on out on radar of the eye of Hurricane Milton as it approaches shore. It is, right now, the eye itself is about 170 miles away from landfall. We are getting closer and closer to a devastating hurricane making landfall in the state of Florida, which is again expected tonight. Right now, landfall is expected to be right around midnight or so. So, unfortunately, we are expecting, you know, a pretty significant situation here when it comes to storm surge and a lot of other things. We have several live cameras on the Radar Omega app with the Project Mesovorts that we are going to be watching along very closely with during the day today. And again, if you're a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you'll be able to check these out. The link to download this app is the top link in the description. Again, this is what it looks like right now on Venice Beach, Florida. Look how fast the clouds are moving right now. This is live. Clouds are actually moving very fast. Gives you an idea of how fast the winds are aloft. So that is very fast moving clouds. And then back over further to the north, we also have a camera in Siesta Key, Florida. Wind is starting to pick up here. You'll notice, again, the ground is already very saturated, and it's already puddling here on the road. So that's only going to become more and more common. Look at all that debris. Again, all the debris that you see on your screen, that is all from Hurricane Helene that happened a couple of weeks ago. So they really still have yet to clean up from that. Further up to the north, we also got a camera back over in Anna Marie Island, Florida. We'll have this one frequently on our stream throughout the day today. Again, water, in terms of the waves, they're still not very high yet, but they're going to really increase as we go later into today. But it is currently raining there. It's starting to get windy as well. Wind is starting to pick up here across the coast here of Florida, and then Mitchell Beach, Florida is also starting to see slightly higher wave heights, but it should increase more throughout the day today. All right, let's go ahead and check out and see if we have anything new on these any of these tornado warnings. Again, we still have that observed tornado warning back over north of I-75. The camera at the bottom right of your screen has been looking at that the entire time. I'm not seeing anything definitive, though, anymore that this is still actively on the ground, at least from observation. We also have a tornado warning, again, going towards Clewiston in Florida. This one was PDS, which was a particularly dangerous situation. That area of rotation that's, again, moving north very easily could produce a tornado, and this one has the most concern because it's going towards a much more populated area, a population of about 14,000. But, again, this was what the first tornado, again, looked like. If you were maybe just tuning in, waking up like I just did 25-30 minutes ago, this is the tornado that we had back over on the Cat Toll Plaza. Just over to the west there of Palm Beach. This is the furthest eastern tornado warning that we currently have from Broward and Palm Beach County. That was what it looked like about 30 minutes ago or so now, or not 30 minutes, sorry, actually about 20 minutes ago or so. So this is what we're expecting today, though. I do think we're going to have several different tornadoes, and probably many of them will look just like this. So, or like just like that, I should say. We will have a new update from the National Hurricane Center in 25 minutes, by the way, so we should get some new information very soon in terms of the cone of uncertainty and probably some other stuff. I think, could be wrong, but I think this camera is looking at that tornado warning, the furthest western tornado warning. I could be wrong. I don't know if it is, but I'm going to try to show you guys what I'm looking at. Top of your screen, it looks like there's like a little lowering. You can see it there, right there. That looks like just a large base. I think this is the storm that we're talking about. See if there's a better live shot, though, of that. I also need to fix my time settings, because apparently my computer is not in the right time. Shout out to Justin with the $25 super chat. Is there a tutorial for Radar Omega? If you look it up on like Google or even on YouTube, there are. Thank you, S'mores, for becoming a member, and also thank you, Kat, for becoming a member. Yeah, I did not expect to start this early. I was expecting to go live around like 11, but we have obviously several tornado warnings, and we had a tornado to start the live stream, so you know, it's gonna be a crazy day. That's all I gotta say. We are gonna have a better live shot of this rotation here in just a moment as it crosses I-75. So we are gonna have that live shot in a moment. It is starting to pour buckets right now, though, on this tornado warning cell. This is what it looks like right now. It is, again, pouring buckets right on I-75, visibility very low. Again, all these people right now are inside of a tornado warning, so a lot of people driving into this. All these people are people that are evacuating, too. This is all eastbound traffic. Most of these people, at least, are evacuating as we speak. But we are going to have that lowering coming into a clearer live shot here over the next few minutes, so we're going to keep, again, close tabs on that. Actually, it looks like it's about to come into the live shot. Very top of your screen, guys. That's what we're looking at. Very top of your screen. That right there is the lowering that is approaching the interstate. Stretches back. It's a huge cloud base, but that's the lowering that we're looking at on this tornado warning. So if something drops, we'll be able to see it on one of these traffic cameras. Let me go ahead and swap out that bottom right camera for this one. get rid of this. Let's go back over to the west. And let's do this. Not look like it wants to go into the live shot. Never mind. All right, we'll stay here for a second. And very top of your screen, though, is that lowering that we're looking at. That might drop a tornado. Not sure if anybody... I mean, there's somebody that controls these cameras, so they might change the angle they're looking at on the camera. Is a possibility. I don't know why, but for some reason it's not letting me enlarge this. Huh. Alright, well. That's not good. I cannot fix that. That lowering is currently crossing the interstate as of right now. I'm just gonna go back to the other camera for now, because for some reason that one's not working. Alright, we'll stay there for now. Alright. Thank you also, Doug, for the super chat. I hope she stays safe. Appreciate your generosity. Traffic isn't bad. It's not bad. No, the traffic's actually pretty good this morning. This is way better than yesterday, but obviously this is a last-second evacuation if anybody's evacuating right now, which there are people actively doing so. Very top of your screen, again, that is a lowering that we have on this tornado-warned cell that's crossing I-75. This is, again, for those... This particular tornado warning, again, if we go back to the map here, this is the one we're looking at. So rotation's going to be crossing right over the interstate. And again, it's currently moving due north. So if you are anywhere in these tornado warnings, again, make sure that you're in your safe place. We still have strong rotation on the furthest northern warning going towards Clewiston in Florida. And then we are still waiting to see when these storms end up coming inland, because the ones back over here in the outer bands of Hurricane Milton, those ones, in my opinion, are, again, more concerning. We are expecting several tornadoes today, and that'll be an area to watch for as well, with tornadic activity being possible. But we also have to watch all of these storms right now firing off near I-75. They are all in a very favorable environment. And again, we are likely to see several different tornadoes today out of these storms that are developing as we speak. So there's a lot of stuff happening in terms of supercells forming, and all these supercells are going to be capable of producing a tornado. Oh, all right, here we go. This is a live shot. That's a live shot of the lowering right there. We're going to go and put that on the bottom right of your screen as well. That is the live shot of this lowering on this storm that we've been talking about here for the last several minutes on I-75. That is definitely looking like it's going to drop a tornado. I'll put a different view on the bottom right for you. So two different views of this tornado warning cell right now. Thank you, Rock, for the $15 super chat. Appreciate that. This is definitely rotating too. See it rotating as we speak. It is rotating. How did I sleep? I slept fine. I woke up at 10. I actually got mentioned on Discord about a PDS or something. I was like, all right, I guess I'm gonna rush to get going for going live, and that's now how we're here. Huge shout out to Zero to Pass for the $100 super chat. In Tampa, got my battery packs, emergency lights, water, and peanut butter and bread. That's a W. Appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for Zero to Pass. Appreciate the generosity. Yeah, this is live right now on I-75. Got another lowering right now. Also, we are going to talk about the new storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center in just a moment. After we might. I don't know when we'll get to it. But we do have a new update. We do have a new storm surge forecast that we'll get to after we're done talking about this. Again, this is a pretty definitive lowering, though, right now that we have. Wall cloud and everything that is actively rotating. Looks like it's going to drop here in a few minutes, to be honest. It's going to be near I-75. This is mile marker 65, just for reference. East of Naples, Florida. It's the furthest west tornado warning that we currently have. Thank you, Catherine, for the super chat. Appreciate that. And again, you can see it rotating right here. That's where it's rotating, that lifting activity as well. It is spinning actively. Thank you, Sarah, for the $10 super chat. Stay safe. Cape Coral, stay safe.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we do have a new confirmed tornado warning. That is, I think, this one right here. This is going to be for Hendry, Palm Beach, and Glades County, Florida. I don't think it's... What is it? Gotta fix the camera here. Well... All right, it's this one. All right, so we have a new tornado that is on the ground. This is going to be on the storm near Clewiston and Montura. So if you are in the pink polygon here, make sure that you are seeking shelter. You're going to away from windows on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. This has been observed by weather spotters. And this is moving towards a more populated part of Florida in terms of at least central Florida. It's going towards Clewiston, just east of Montura, moving again northbound. You need to make sure that you are in your safe place. Rotation still remains strong, and there is a tornado that is in progress as that is, again, currently moving off to the north. Bottom right of your screen is that lowering on this tornado warning cell, which does not look impressive at all, but it is actually, it has a wall cloud and has been rotating. So this one's just now north of I-75, and it's going to be moving towards, looks like a couple of roadways, but not really too many people hopefully up there. But again, that's moving north. The tornado warning back over that has been ongoing west of Coral Springs, that has now expired. They will probably issue a new tornado warning on this if I had to guess. That rotation doesn't look crazy, but there's still a very strong, there's a pretty impressive hook echo still on this. So, and then this is back over to this storm, which I think they're going to change the camera view. Yeah, so this is the storm, the other tornado warning back over in Hendry and Collier County. This is the lowering that we've been looking at. Just all that scud activity here. I don't know if they're going to go back to the left a little bit, but that's the rotation that we've been looking. That's the wall cloud and rotation that we've been looking at here. Thank you, Amanda, for the $10 Venmo. Let me check out. See if we have new information here. All right, what I want to talk about, we do have a new storm surge forecast. This is from earlier. We're going to get another update in like 10 minutes on this, but this is the latest on storm surge. There are some changes to this, but nothing major, just some changes. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge expected in Tampa Bay. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge expected between Anna Marie Island and the Boca Grande area. And so that is a change. Tampa Bay was originally in the 10 to 15 foot storm surge forecast. It's gone down a little bit, so slightly better news for Tampa Bay, but still very significant and life-threatening. Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge still expected there. Aside from, that change, everything else still remains the same. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge expected up and down the east coast of Florida. And then, again, elsewhere, we're still talking about life-threatening storm surge really anywhere on the west coast of Florida and even parts of the east coast of Florida. We are going to have a National Hurricane Center update here in the next, 10 minutes. So once that happens, we'll let you know, and we'll give you the latest update on Hurricane Milton. I think we're getting updates like every hour right now. So that will be basically coming in every hour. We're getting tornadoes in Broward County, 2 touchdown. Yeah, this storm right here produced already... at least 1 tornado. We've had at least 1, I think maybe 2 though. And that one's no longer tornado warned, and then this is the other one that we've been talking about. Which we go back to the live shot of this one. That's what it looks like. Still have a lowering on it. Mile marker 66 on this live camera. I'll try to keep updating the mile marker. I have to manually do it. Still have a lowering on this storm despite it looking really ugly on radar. Tornadoes are probably the worst part of a hurricane. I have to disagree with that. They're usually not even... there's usually a tornado threat, but they're usually not the worst part of a tornado. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with Hurricane Milton coverage throughout the day today. We are going to be live again for several hours, and we'll also be live, for landfall and whatnot as well. It's going to be a very busy day today. This tornado warning is still radar indicated as of right now. So this warning continues. It is still a radar indicated tornado warning. And we still have a pretty defined lowering right here. This is the lowering that we're looking at just north of I-75 now at mile marker 65. And bottom right of your screen's another view of that. The camera keeps going around. That's the view though right there. We're gonna have an update from the National Hurricane Center again in about 10 minutes. And that'll be the bigger update. Again, our next big update will be 5 p.m. in terms of like the cone of uncertainty changing, storm surge forecast, all that sort of stuff. So it's a relatively large update. You can see Hurricane Milton right now spinning offshore. It's only about 170 miles away from making landfall in Florida. We are getting closer and closer to landfall here in the state of Florida. We go back over to satellite imagery. This is again what Hurricane Milton looks like right now. Tons of rain moving towards Florida. But again, obviously the story is you can't really see the eye of this hurricane anymore, despite this being a Category 4 hurricane. I know it might surprise you, but that's the situation that we're dealing with. We have a very high-end Category 4 hurricane that does not have a clear-cut eye. That happens, by the way. It is something that does happen, but I mean, again, the intensity of this hurricane is quite remarkable for not really having a clear eye. There are hurricane hunters flying through the hurricane right now. They are picking up wind speeds around 120 knots, and the pressure they're measuring is at about 930 millibars, 925, 930. So hurricane hunters are actively flying through they just flew through the eye of the hurricane, and they are picking up still very intense winds, but definitely not nearly as strong as what it was yesterday. And then there's another Hurricane Hunter aircraft that has measured 923 millibars of pressure recently. And the wind speeds that they're really peaking at right now, it seems to be, is 115 knots or so, which would be about 130, 135 for maximum sustained winds. So we'll see what they end up doing here on this update at 11 a.m., which is, again, in about 10 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, Princess, for the $10 donation. Appreciate that. Rain-wrapped eye. That's one way to describe it. One way to describe it. Appreciate the super chat. All right. Let's see if we have anything new yet. We are beginning to get flash flood warnings. Our first one of the day, or first couple of the day, are back up in Flagler County, Florida. The green polygon here on your screen. It's a little bit light, but that's the area. That's near the St. Johns River, south of St. Augustine, north of Palm Coast. There looks like we already have some sort of flooding report. St. Johns County Emergency Management relayed a picture of flooding along Alvin Street in Hastings, Florida. So flooding has already begun to be a problem. And you'll see why. There's a lot of rain already falling in Florida. Well ahead of Hurricane Milton. Tons of rain already falling. We got plenty of rain also heading off to the north here near Melbourne. So, plenty of rain currently falling across much of central.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In northern Florida. They have issued a new tornado warning on the storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes in Palm Beach County, Florida. That is east of South Bay and west of Boynton Beach and Delray Beach. This is moving to the north. It'll eventually be going towards Route 98. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that is currently east of 27. This is your rotation. Not nearly as strong as earlier, but we very easily could still see a tornado out of this storm as that continues to move off to the north. Again, that's going to eventually go towards Route 98. And bottom right of your screen is still a live shot of that lowering on this storm near 75. We got several little cells that have been developing, and all of these right now are rotating. So we're going to have to watch all of them very closely. Basically, every one of those storms is rotating. we're looking at right now. Does this channel use donations to help victims? We are part of the Y'all Squad, and we will be making a donation ourselves after the hurricane's all said and done with. But if you want to contribute to that fundraiser, there is a link in the description. It's the Y'all Squad. Again, we're partnered with the Y'all Squad for raising money for Hurricane Milton relief efforts, and we are expecting that is going to be needed after this hurricane, unfortunately, because of how much damage is going to be dealt across, especially the west coast of Florida, but really all across Florida. We're expecting some major, impacts tonight into tomorrow. So if you want to make a donation yourself, you can. There is a link in the description. It is a non-profit 501c. We are using Radar Omega. If you want to download it, it's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. How many screens do I have? I have like 8. We only have 4 on right now. When we have Storm Chasers later today, we'll have more than 4 on. We are eventually going to have like 12 monitors. Like, we're going to go crazy at some point. But for now, we only have... I say only, but we only have like 8. Has the storm shifted north? No, not really. It's still on the same path that we kind of expect it to make. Right now, the cone of uncertainty for where this will make landfall still ranges from about Clearwater, Florida, back through just south of Englewood. So that's where we expect landfall out of Hurricane Milton. There is still a chance that we still have worst case scenario. I think it's a low chance, but there's still a chance that this does try to drive north of Tampa, and that would bring catastrophic impacts into Tampa Bay. But I think right now, I really think that this is going to probably make landfall near Bradenton and Sarasota, Florida, which would absolutely hammer the west coast of Florida near Englewood and Sarasota with major storm surge. Thank you, Tim, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. This one's radar indicated for Clewiston, Florida, Moorhaven, going towards 78. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm's moving north, and this also has a history of producing tornadoes. And brand new tornado warning here. Moving to the north. Actually, this might be a debris signature. That might be a debris signature right now near south. It's gonna be approaching South Clewiston. That might actually be a tornadic debris signature. We're kind of in between radar sites, so not clear, but that might be one. If there is a tornado, that's where it would be. Also, the Englewood Beach camera is now back up here in Florida. This is going to be one of the first places today that we see significant storm surge. And this is, again, on the Radar Omega Mesovorts. If you want to check these out, you need to be a subscriber on the app. Top link in the description below to download the app. And again, so we are looking at this right now. Wind is picking up. It's coming out of the east. But obviously later today, it'll be coming out of the west. And that's going to produce major storm surge along the coastline later today. The Cape Coral camera at the bottom right of your screen is also starting to get a little windy. Water's also been... The waves have at least been a little bit higher as well. That'll continue throughout the day today. Thank you, Lily, for the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you. All right, we have a new National Hurricane Center update that is coming out. Just has come out. All right, this is their latest update, and this is the title of their update, which is interesting. Tornadic supercells from Milton beginning to sweep across southern Florida peninsula. The time to prepare, including evacuate if told to do so, is quickly coming to an end across the Florida west coast. Okay? It is time. If you are going to evacuate, you have no more time pretty much in like 2 hours. So if you have any doubt about where you're at right now and you don't think you're safe, you should be evacuating. You should not be staying where you're at. The good news so far from what I've been seeing today is the traffic has been relatively light across Florida. The bad news is that gas is out in a lot of areas, so you might not be able to get very far anyways. But so that's their warning. Again, tornadic supercells from Milton beginning to sweep across southern Florida peninsula. Again, the time to prepare, including to evacuate if told to do so, is quickly coming to an end across the Florida west coast. The hurricane has continued to weaken. So again, we've been talking about this for the last 3 or 4 days, that this would be weakening to some extent. All right, and it is still a category 4 hurricane. We did not expect this to make landfall as a cat 5 due to the vertical wind shear, but this is now down to a category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 145 miles per hour. It is still a very powerful and intense hurricane, but it has obviously become at least a little bit weaker here over the last 24 hours, or I would say more than anything over the last 12 hours. It was still pretty strong last night. The minimum central pressure is now at 931 millibars. That means it is continuing to increase. That means the intensity...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The intensity is also decreasing. New tornado warning for Hendry and Collier County, Florida. We'll go back to the update in a second. This is going to be just north of I-75. This is near 846. The storm has actually been at the bottom right of your screen, but it has had a lowering. It is moving north. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building as that moves off to the north. I kind of take the traffic thing. I'm going to show you guys a live shot at the bottom right here in a second. The traffic is actually, I mean, it's not horrible, but there is still definitely traffic. It's actually, the traffic's not horrible. There's a lot of cars on the roadway, but the traffic isn't actually that bad. There's a good amount of cars still. I mean, again, if you look at the bottom right, all those cars moving on I-75, this is eastbound on I-75 down here. And that's where all the tornadic activity's been so far. Those are all people evacuating. There's barely anybody going westbound towards, like, Cape Coral. So, just for the record. All right, let's talk more about this National Hurricane Center update. So, again, this is the latest. We're going to go back and talk more about this. Again, it is back down to now it's still a category 4 hurricane, but maximum sustained winds are at 145 miles per hour. So it has weakened a little bit further as it continues to move towards the state of Florida. But again, tornadic supercells from Milton are beginning to sweep across southern Florida peninsula. The time to prepare, including to evacuate if told to do so, is quickly coming to an end across the west coast of Florida. We've already talked about that, but again, that's their latest wording. Pressure at 931 millibars. All right, here's the latest discussion. Milton's structure has begun to change due to the onset of strong southwesterly shear, which is being analyzed to be around 30 to 35 knots, which is actually very strong shear. The cloud canopy has become more asymmetric, with dry air infiltrating on the western side of the circulation, and the eye has also become cloud-filled. The NOAA and Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters have observed that the eye is open to the south, and has a very recent drop sound indicates that the pressure is now at 931 millibars. So that is why Milton's intensity is now at still category 4 intensity, but at 125 knots. Deep layer shear is expected to increase further today and this evening, and continued weakening is anticipated. However, Milton has only another 12 hours over water, so it is expected to still be a major hurricane when it makes landfall tonight. The National Hurricane Center intensity forecast between the statistical and dynamical models and the consensus aids at the 12-hour mark, meaning that Milton is likely to be a Category 3 or 4 hurricane at landfall. A slow decay in the winds is expected after landfall, but Milton is anticipated to move off the east coast of Florida Thursday, still as a hurricane. So this will remain a hurricane throughout all of Florida. Milton is expected to begin interacting with a front later this evening, which will likely cause the wind field to expand on the hurricane's northwestern side. This will likely cause very strong gusty winds to occur even to the north of where Milton makes landfall. Milton is quickly moving to the northeast at 15 knots, which is about 18 miles per hour. The track models insist that the hurricane will continue to move northeastward, but slow down through the rest of the day, with a turn towards the east occurring overnight, which will eventually be when we see landfall tomorrow. And by the way, this cone of uncertainty has not updated yet, so we'll have the new cone of uncertainty in the intensity guidance in a second. All right, and then few other things we would like to this is from the National Hurricane Center, their wording. We would like to emphasize that Milton's exact landfall location is not possible to predict even at this time, particularly if the hurricane wobbles during the day and into the evening. Even at 12 to 24 hours, the National Hurricane Center track forecast can be off by an average of 20 to 30 nautical miles, which that's a big deal, by the way. You know, if the landfall ends up being 20 miles further north or 30 miles further north of the center of this, line that we have, it could make landfall up in Tampa, and that would be way worse case scenario for Tampa. That's why this is such a hard thing to predict. We have vertical wind shear, we have a lot of things happening, a lot of variables that are going into this forecast for the eye of where it will make landfall. So that's why this is a difficult forecast right now. And then also, let me go back through this. Since storm surge forecasts are highly sensitive to the exact track, this means that the realized storm surge heights across the Tampa Bay region and south may vary widely. So they could be higher or lower than what your forecast is. So it's a very fluid situation. And there will be likely a noticeable gradient of storm surge heights to the north of landfall location. However, the risk of devastating storm surge still exists across much of western, central, and southwestern coast of Florida, given the size of this storm and the uncertainties exactly where landfall will happen. Finally, damaging winds, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfall will extend well outside of the forecast cone. This is a very serious situation, and residents in Florida should closely follow orders from their local emergency management officials. Evacuations and other preparations should be complete over the next couple of hours. All right, so again, this is the latest data. I have it up on your screen now, but again, 145 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, and then pressure is at 931 millibars. So that's the latest details there. Let's go ahead and check in on the new cone of uncertainty and also the new intensity guidance of Hurricane Milton. The first thing I'll point out is that they do have this at landfall as a high-end Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. So that there has not really changed. Their intensity forecast has remained either basically borderline Cat 4 this entire, at least the last 24 hours. They've had it at, Cat 4 intensity. This is their cone of uncertainty, and it'll update on the map in a second so you can see it better. But again, that major hurricane, that symbol right there, that is where this is still going to be a Cat 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 125 miles per hour. I don't want you to get caught up, though, in the category of a hurricane, because Category 3 versus 4 hurricane in this scenario is a very minimal difference. We are still talking about major concerns, major impacts, catastrophic storm surge, and many other things. So this right here, this is not something that's like, again, you should not be paying attention to the category of this hurricane at this point, because it's still going to be a major 3 or 4 hurricane, which is, again, significant. That's significant enough, and that's obviously a big deal. And it will still be a hurricane even through Florida Thursday morning, and as it moves into the Atlantic Ocean, it'll still be at least be a Category 1 hurricane, but could even be a Category 2 hurricane. The storm surge forecast is pretty much the same. This is their latest update on the storm surge forecast. It is still expected to be 10 to 15 feet between Anna Marie Island and Boca Grande. It is 8 to 12 feet between areas in Tampa Bay, so like Anclote River and Anna Marie Island. This is, again, a very fluid situation, though. If the eye does make landfall further north, it would increase for Tampa Bay substantially. If it makes further landfall to the south, Tampa Bay would actually probably see less than this. So it's a very fluid situation. We don't exactly know where it's going to make landfall yet. So this is still a, again, fluid situation when it comes to these storm surge numbers. But we are expecting life-threatening, perhaps catastrophic storm surge across the west coast of Florida. East Coast, we're also going to be dealing with storm surge. Nothing's changed to that forecast. St. John's River, 2 to 4 feet. Sebastian Inlet back through the Altamaha Sound, still expecting anywhere from 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. So again, significant storm surge is still in the forecast for today. And then this...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The other thing we'll be talking about, obviously, is the tornado outbreak. But this, again, still is not updated yet. It will update in a moment. Or has it? No, it has not. All right, the intensity guidance has not updated. However, our cone of uncertainty has updated. So this is the latest cone of uncertainty. This is where the National Hurricane Center expects this to be making landfall today. So anywhere in this red area here, that's just around Englewood, Florida, back through St. Petersburg, anywhere in that area is where we expect landfall of this hurricane today. That means that the eye of the hurricane will make landfall in this area. So they've condensed it further, which is expected at the 11 a.m. update. But now they have landfall anywhere between about St. Petersburg, Florida, back through Englewood, Florida, with the highest likelihood still being in Sarasota. What storm is that? There's a storm with a deep CC drop. What storm are we looking at? Oh, I don't think it's updated. That's why I don't see it. Or is it the other one? It's this one up here, isn't it? All right, we likely have a large tornado on the ground near Clewiston. It looks like we have CC drop there. Yeah, near Clewiston, Florida, we have a CC drop there right now. Our eastern one? Clewiston looks like it's... That Clewiston tornado looks like it's on the ground. See, I'm not seeing anything on this storm for a tornado on the ground. This one looks like it just dropped near Clewiston, Florida. We do have a little CC drop there. And then this was a few minutes ago. Okay, that's probably what we're talking about. Yeah, right here. All right, so we missed this, but when we were talking about the National Hurricane Center update, there was actually, it looks like a tornado, a pretty deep CC drop east of 27. Again, this is in, what county is this? I think this is Palm Beach County, so just west of like Boynton Beach. That CC drop right there is actually the tornado that we did have. It looks like it's now occluded, but we did have a tornado that's approaching like the Browns Farm area and eventually going towards the 6 Mile Bend. So it's again moving to the north. Thank you, Colin, also for the Venmo. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you also, Greg, for the $20 super chat. You're gonna need a week of sleep after this is all over. I'm telling you, dude. I'm going to Tahiti after this. Going on vacation. I'll be seeing you guys in like 5 weeks after this. No, not actually, but I wish. All right. Yeah, we got, it looks like a big time tornado right now near Clewiston, Florida. This might go PDS. That's a big CC drop right now near Clewiston. This is a populated area. It's just missing, it looks like, the downtown area of Clewiston, but near Route 27, relatively large tornado by the looks of it, moving north, and this is far away from the radar site. Thank you, Angie, for the gifting 5 members. Thank you also, Brandon, I think it was, for the $50 super chat and 5 gifts members. Appreciate the generosity. I don't know if there's any cameras up here. I don't think we do. This is almost definitely on the ground. I mean, that CC drop is huge. Again, correlation coefficient is a radar that basically can depict different things that are being like lifted up in the atmosphere, like let's just say like a shed, a tree, whatever it is. Basically depicts things that are not rain that are being picked up by radar. And in this case, very strong rotation here. And we also have blue showing up, and there you go.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is now officially a PDS tornado. What that means is that this is a particularly dangerous situation for those in Hendry County and Glades County, Florida. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. If you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Large tornado right now just crossed Route 27 and will be approaching Benbow, Liberty Point, and eventually going towards Moore Haven. So again, this is currently moving north. You need to be in your safe place, get underground if you can, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a large tornado. We have a large amount of debris that's being lifted up, whether that's trees, buildings, homes, we don't really know, but there's a lot of stuff being lifted up by this tornado right now as it moves off to the northwest. If we had a closer up radar site, this would probably look even crazier. We're still watching that eastern tornado warning as well, and we still got several storms all rotating just north of I-75 right now, so any of those we'll be keeping a close eye on. And then we're still watching, too, the outer bands here that are approaching the southwest part of Florida. All this activity here, as it moves ashore, we could even see a few more tornadoes in southwest Florida. But yeah, if you're all just tuning in, this is a particularly dangerous situation near Clewiston, Moore Haven, going towards 78. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Again, large and extremely dangerous tornado near Shawnee, Florida. Moving to the northwest. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be having live updates, and obviously we'll be live pretty much all day today, covering Hurricane Milton. As this is, again, a Category 4 hurricane, we'll be about a Category 3 or either a high-end Cat 3 or low-end Cat 4 on landfall tonight in Florida. We'll have several storm chasers out there later today. We already have a lot of live cameras. We'll be keeping a close eye on all of those. And we're also covering the tornado threat that's actively happening. Again, we have a tornado outbreak that's happening now, and it's going to be happening throughout the day today, especially in central and southern Florida. But this is only beginning right now. It's only beginning near I-75 and northbound, and it's going to continue to be a problem as this moves to the north. Here's the latest CC radar scan. Not seeing as deep of a tornado debris signature, but it does look like we at least still have something in progress moving towards Benbow, and it will eventually be approaching Moore Haven, by the way. Moore Haven is a very populated area here in Florida. But Moore Haven, you need to be underground if you can. You probably can't, but if you can, get underground. There aren't many basements in Florida. Get to your safe place, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows if you are in this warning. Put some W's in the chat for JKC for the $100 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Yeah, there aren't really any basements in Florida. I mean, if you got a storm shelter, then, you know, that's the way to go. And I think we actually have a new SPC mesoscale discussion. We do. We'll go to that here in a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Palm Beach County, Florida. That is going to be back over on the tornado warning cell that has been, it's been tornado warned several times, but it now has a new warning east of South Bay, going towards 98. Going towards Pahokee eventually. This will be a new tornado warning when you see it pop up, and there you go. So Pahokee, Runyon, east of South Bay are now all included in a brand new tornado warning. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's going towards Bella Glade, and Lake Okeechobee also kind of in the path of this. Lake Okeechobee is getting a lot of tornadic activity right now, so stay vigilant if you're in those areas. This is the latest SPC mesoscale discussion. Tornado threat will increase along the southwestern coast of Florida over the next 1 to 2 hours. So that is near areas like Cape Coral, Florida, Charlotte Harbor, you know, that sort of area, Naples, Florida. And if you're in those areas, we are going to expect at least a tornado or two to be possible here over the next couple of hours. Thought you were getting on at 5 p.m. You know, I mentioned last night that there was a chance I'd go live this morning, and I think with how much tornadic activity we have right now, that really warranted the live stream. I originally was on the fence about actually going live this morning, but I woke up, and immediately when I woke up, there was a tornado on the ground. I'm like, all right, we're going live. And we, again, we have video of that tornado from earlier. I'll quickly show you guys in case you're just tuning in. This is when we first went live. This is on the F.dot camera. This is the tornado earlier. Again, this is not live, but this was earlier. And this is the capability of today's environment, is something like this happening. And this was at the Cat Toll Plaza, 7250. Pretty large tornado. So, if you go back to the very beginning of the stream, you'll also see a different POV of when that was happening, but thank you, Tom, for becoming a member. Thank you also. We're back. I don't know why that happens. Whenever we get so many viewers, for some reason that happens. I don't know why. Yes, we are back. Yeah, just refresh. I mean, you can't hear me if I'm saying that, but... Alright, let's go back to the PDS tornado warning. Again, this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Clewiston, Florida. Near Benbro and Moorhaven, again, moving northwest. If you are in this warning, again, seek shelter. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, for some reason, this happened on our stream when we did this. We did Hurricane Barrel live coverage. We hit like a peak concurrent viewership that we've never hit before, and then our stream started cutting out. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing or it's something else, but it only happens when we like hit something wild. It's weird. It's very strange. Test. All right. If your mic, or if you're hearing audio cut out, you got to refresh. It's on your end. It's not mine. But it should be fixed either way. Sanibel has cams up in the causeway leading to the island on the city's website. Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, they have cameras, I know for sure, in that area. Let me, actually, I have, let me see. Here's the latest scan on this. PDS tornado warning again near Benbow. Can I add a landfall timer? I'm not even sure where I'd put that. I mean, for the record, like, we are currently... We're about 14 hours from landfall, so... But impacts will be felt, I mean, right now, but our storm surge and stuff like that's really going to ramp up in just a few hours, so... It's all going to start to really ramp up. Guys, if you are having audio issues, you've got to refresh. It is not on my end. It is on your end. I've literally... I have my stream up on another thing. The audio is not... doesn't have any issues. Please just refresh. Hey, Peter, for the super chat. Hey, I hope your car stays all right. All right, everybody's saying the audio is good. All right. As a reminder, today's tornado threat is elevated. We do have a 10% hatch tornado risk across much of Florida. Strong tornadoes will be possible, especially in the orange shaded area. That is where there's enhanced risk today for severe weather. And that is where we are expecting the chance for several tornadoes throughout the day today. So if you're in any of the orange shaded area, make sure that you are, I mean, anywhere in the green, yellow, or orange, you should have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts. But this entire area currently is under the gun here for several tornadoes today. Again, we've already had several, and we are expecting more to come. So if you're anywhere here in central or southern Florida, have a tornado action plan in place and have multiple ways to receive alerts. The Tornado Watch does have the warning, several tornadoes are likely today. So please make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Okay. Let's go ahead and do a quick loop of Hurricane Milton. We haven't really done one of these. Forgot you actually, you can see Hurricane Milton now on satellite imagery. I forgot about that. Let's go to IR though. This is what the last about 5 hours or so have looked like with Hurricane Milton. I'm gonna go a little bit further back in time though. I just want to show you guys from last night because I know a lot of you were sleeping when this happened, but this is what Hurricane Milton looked like last night. And now this is what it looks like over time. So you can see how it's been weakening over time. Whoever's using my feed on TikTok, you better get rid of it. Otherwise, I'm gonna get you banned. There's people that are ripping me off on TikTok. Please stop it. You're gonna get banned. I'm on max velocity on YouTube. I am not live on TikTok. Whoever's streaming this on TikTok is stealing it. Thank you, Golf, the $100 super chat. Will there be tornadoes on Miami Beach? There could be tornadoes again anywhere in central or southern Florida today. The odds of you seeing a tornado vary, but I think the greatest chance will be overland, around and just north of I-75 there, east of Naples. What about fair use? It's not fair use. He's literally just using my live stream without any added value. By the way, thank you, Chris. Appreciate you. Let me know. It was happening yesterday too, actually. It wasn't just today, but it was happening yesterday. I guess it's free exposure, I guess, for more people, but still, I mean, if you're gonna watch it on here on YouTube. Problem is, there are people that like use it and like they say it's their stuff. You know, that's the problem. People use my stream on TikTok and will say it's their stuff. It's not. Like that's where the problem comes in. I don't care if they stream it and just like, you know, I guess at least get this out to more people, but you know. Hey, Chris, for the $20 super chat. Does the wind shear increase the odds of tornadoes in their scale? Well, we have a lot of wind shear today, and that will help. But the wind shear in general today here, especially in central and southern Florida, is very ripe for several tornadoes, and that's why we have an enhanced risk for severe weather. With 65,000 people watching live, we could fill up Hard Rock Stadium in Miami capacity. One thing that could make a killing setting is a cheese card up there, bro. All right, let me go back to the PDS tornado warning. We haven't talked about this in a minute. Let's see what it looks like on radar. This warning does expire in 4 minutes. The rotation has not been as strong. That's why we haven't really been talking about it. I don't see any debris signature as of right now. If there is still a tornado on the ground with this, it's going to be near Moorhaven, Florida. Yeah, it's moving towards Monkey Box, Lakeport. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your armor building as that's moving north-northwest. There's still a PDS tornado warning. Again, near Moorhaven, Florida, moving north-northwest. East to South Bay, we still have strong rotation on that storm. This one could drop a tornado as it moves towards Route 98. Pahokee will also be in the track of it. We also have rotation near 833 that's moving northwest. They're going to be setting up another camera in Port Charlotte here pretty soon, so we'll be having an eye on that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Salma, also for the super chat. Thank you, Lisa, as well, for the super chat. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. That is going to be east of La Belle, near Montura, with a supercell approaching Montura, moving northwest. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is right now moving to the northwest, going towards Montura. Don't at me on Discord if you see photos. At me on Twitter. It's easier. We now have 4 tornado warnings, though, across parts of southern Florida. They just canceled the other tornado warning. The PDS tornado warning does go for 2 more minutes. They'll probably just issue a new warning on that. We're still on a PDS. This is not PDS. The new tornado warning is just radar indicated. I will be retweeting photos and videos of the tornado that was happening in Clewiston, Florida on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Want to check that out. Again, my Twitter is linked in the description. Same thing with Facebook. That person ended their live on TikTok. Bruh. Go figure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning. That is going to be going up in the direction of just north of Moorhaven. That's going to be eventually going towards 78 and 721. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's for Glades County, Florida, moving northwest at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So it's still a very fast-moving storm. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. We have another video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX of that tornado that happened in Clewiston, Florida. I'm going to see if we can show it on stream as well, so give me a few minutes for that. Thank you, Dan, for the super chat. Appreciate it. This is no longer a PDS tornado warning cell, by the way. We are back down to now every storm being radar indicated here in southern Florida. All of them moving north and northwest. Oh, is Brandon Kopic live? We'll have him up on our stream if he is doing anything. PDS would mean particularly dangerous situation. That only gets issued when we have a large and strong tornado on the ground. Can't really see, again, we're looking at live radar. You can't really see the west side of the eye, but there is a possibility that dry air is just filtering into this right now. The north and east side is where the worst of the wind and rain is right now. So, and the National Hurricane Center was mentioning that dry air is kind of filtering into this right now, which will help it to weaken a little bit before landfall, but I don't think it'll be enough. Thank you, Shelly, for the 5 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Empress with the 50 gifted members. Got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Empress and Shelly in the chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, James, also for the $20 super chat. I don't do TikTok. My wife won't let me. I don't do TikTok either. I post on there. I just like re-upload our videos, but that's about it. This is from Cam the Yam 64 on Twitter in Clewiston, Florida, moments ago. This is the tornado that we had. That was PDFs in Clewiston, Florida. Pretty crazy stuff. You can see it rotating at the base, too. You can see it. I'm gonna pause this. You actually see it rotating here at the base. That's the tornado. If you want to check out the full video, I mean, I just showed you the full video, but if you want to check it out, it is on our Twitter page as well, at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Kevin, for the Venmo. I'm fixing that now, Dakota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a brand new tornado warning for Lee and Charlotte County, Florida, the first of probably many to come for those counties today. You'll see it pop up here in a second. Lee and Charlotte County, Florida, now included in a new tornado warning. That is near Cape Coral, west of Fort Myers. Got a lot of rotation going to be coming ashore here over the next several minutes near Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Pine Island. We'll be in the track of this west of Fort Myers. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is for Cape Coral, Florida. It includes Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and Sanibel, Florida are all included in this new tornado warning. So again, seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. We actually have live cameras here. We got this, but we got the Cape Coral camera bottom right of your screen on this tornado warning. It will, I think, fully load here in a second. Unless power got cut. Hey, Weasel for the super chat. Huh. I think that camera might be down. We do have a couple of other live cameras that are not being shown from Cape Weather that are in this area, but I think that camera might be currently down. It'll be I think it'll be back up here soon. We'll pull up any other live cameras if we have any view of anything. Thank you, Andrew and Buford, also for the Venmos. Appreciate it, guys. Any chance that this becomes a Category 5 again? I don't think so. No, I honestly, like, I'm being real. I don't think there's any chance this does become a Cat 5 again. Like, it's so unlikely. If it happens, I'd be shocked. Like, we're looking at a lot. There's a lot of vertical wind shear already in this area. There's also a lot of dry air. The hurricane's not doing great for where it's at right now when it comes to being able to try to wrap back up again. But the biggest thing that I want to point out here is that, you know, it doesn't really matter what happens from here. I think it's going to still be an intense major hurricane upon landfall in Florida, basically no matter what.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have yet again another particularly dangerous situation. Another large and strong tornado is in progress, and that is why. There is a large and strong tornado that has just dropped near Monkey Box. It's going to be approaching Sarasota Colony. There are homes that are in the track of this near Lakeport. This is on the west side of Lake Okeechobee. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving north right now towards 721 and will be moving also towards Route 70. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is again another large and extremely dangerous tornado. Big debris signature right now over Monkey Box. And there are homes in the track of this near Loop Road. Sarasota Colony and Lakeport are all going to be in the track of this tornado. This storm has already had a history of producing a large tornado. And this was just moments ago, just to give you an idea of what we just had. This was from, again, Cam the Yam 64 on Twitter. This was in Clewiston, which this is where this tornado happened about 20 minutes ago. That was what it looked like. It was a relatively large tornado, and it's probably going to look the same right now. So, you need to be in your safe place if you are anywhere in this tornado warning. It's probably a very similar looking tornado. We have a big debris signature again that is moving towards the Sarasota Colony. Again, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warnings only get issued when we have large and extremely dangerous tornadoes. So this is a pretty rare situation, especially for Florida. but this is a pretty rare situation here. We will have another radar scan in a moment. That dark blue here, that's your tornado. Did you hit 500k subs last night? We did. Hey, TV42 for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. This actually, I mean, tornadoes are pretty common with hurricanes in general. Like, they are usually pretty common, especially, like, the day of landfall. There's a lot of wind shear, usually, so. But we also have a tornado warning again for Cape Coral, Florida. We're keeping a close eye on this one. It's still offshore, but rotation we're watching will be moving inland here over the next 15 minutes or so. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be in your safe place, by the way. You should be there right now. We got a crazy presentation as well on this storm near Runyon, Florida. Look at this hook echo. This one could drop a tornado still, going towards Miracle Park, Florida, and Pahokee. Don't see a debris signature on that one. Should have a new radar scan on this other storm in a moment. There are 4 tornado warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That timing's crazy. There are now 5 tornado warnings. Somebody asked if there's 4 tornado warnings. There are 5 tornado warnings, actually. There's one that's confirmed on the ground. New tornado warning for Naples, Florida. That's near Naples, Pelican Marsh. A new tornado warning going towards Naples and Pelican Marsh and Interstate 75. If you are in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. It's going towards I-75. We also have some cameras on this, so we'll keep a close eye on it. Here's the latest radar scan on that PDS tornado. It is still on the ground, large and strong tornado, heading towards Lakeport and Sarasota Colony in, again, Florida, near Lake Okeechobee. So still a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now, heading towards Route 78 near Lakeport and Sarasota Colony, moving to the north-northwest. If you know any friends or family in this warning, please give them a call or text. Make sure that they are in their safe place. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now that is heading off to the north-northwest. Gotta be in your safe place if you're in any of these tornado warnings. We got 5 right now across the board. That stretches anywhere from Palm Beach County all the way back through Cape Coral and Naples, Florida. You have a storm shelter. You've got a basement, a closet, a bathroom. You know, that's where you got to be right now. Whatever is the safest place to be for you and your family, you need to be there right now if you're in any of these 5 different pink polygons, which again are all tornado warnings. We have a full-blown tornado outbreak right now happening here in Florida, and this is going to continue all morning and all afternoon. Do not think this is going to let up really much today. It's only starting. I mean, this is, again, very early stages right now of this tornado outbreak. We're having issues with the all right, we're trying to get the Cape Coral camera back up on the right of your screen, because that one currently has at least a view here of that tornado warning cell. So it's not really a view, but it's looking inside of that tornado warning cell, bottom right of your screen. We got it back up and running now on the Cape Coral weather camera.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. That's going to be Palm Beach County, Florida. That is going to be on the west side of Palm Beach County, moving north at 20 miles per hour. That's near Pahokee, near 700, near Miracle Park, moving northbound. If you are anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. I know I say basement, guys. I know there's no basements in Florida. It's just something I repeat whenever we have a tornado warning. I'm used to other states, guys. I know I live in Florida. I know there's no basements, but I just, if I say that basement, you know what I mean. Just whatever the safest place is, all right? Sorry, I do say basement a lot, even in Florida. But whatever the safest place is, you got a storm shelter or a closet or a bathroom, get in there if you're in any of these now 6 tornado warnings that we have stretching across the state. It's going to be a busy day. It already is a busy day. Let me check in on that PDS tornado warning as well. I'm not seeing a debris signature on the latest scan near Lakeport and Sarasota Colony. But this has already had a history of producing now 2 different large tornadoes. So you need to take this seriously if you're in the PDS tornado warning here. Let me just zoom back out so you can see it. Again, this is just on the west side and northwest side of Lake Okeechobee. Here's a live shot on the Cape Weather camera back over in Malacha Bridge. This is near Cape Coral. Again, it is windy. It's raining right now. The wave heights are starting to also increase. We're going to see significant storm surge here later today. There's also a tornado warning here. I'm not sure if we're going to see a tornado because I don't even know what direction we're looking, to be honest. Oh, this is looking east. So this is looking eastbound. So we might see something, but this is the other tornado warning in Cape Coral. They moved the white, yeah, they moved that white car from 2 weeks ago from Helene.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. That's going to be an extension of the PDS tornado warning, going towards Lake Placid Lakes as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For Martin County, Florida. If you are in Indiantown, you need to also seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is another extension to a tornado warning that we have. So we're now up to 7 tornado warnings. One in Indiantown, Florida. Going towards 76, again, moving to the north. This storm has had a hook echo for quite a while. It has been also has a history of producing tornadoes. And this could very easily produce another tornado as it moves towards Indiantown, Florida. And this will eventually be on track as it continues to make its northerly path. It will eventually be going towards like St. Lucie County if it's able to stay alive long enough, which that would be probably for the west side of St. Lucie County. Let's go back over to Cape Coral. I mean, we have so many all in different places right now. Strongest rotation's actually crossing Sanibel right now. What is that live camera looking at this? Let's go back to this screen. I don't know if that camera's looking at this. It's not loading right now. Oh, now it is. I don't know where, like, where's Malacha Bridge? Let me look this up. It's this right here. Okay. So the rotation that we have right now is going to be crossing over near Sanibel, Florida. And so we will probably have a live shot of something as this moves northwest. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that camera. And by close eye, I'm probably going to put it bottom right. I just got to figure out what button it is. Yeah, this is the tornado warning for Cape Coral. There we go. It's bottom right of your screen. So we'll keep it there. That way we can stay zoomed out. Born and raised in Sarasota 40 years ago and never evacuated until this one. That's kind of crazy. I'm still not seeing a debris signature on this PDS tornado warning cell. But again, there could still be a tornado at any time. If you're in Sarasota Colony or Lakeport near Lake Okeechobee, you need to again be in that safe place right now. The wind is really starting to pick up bottom right of your screen too. It's definitely increasing from that storm activity. Stay zoomed out here. If you are in Cape Coral, Florida, or in Fort Myers Beach, anywhere in this tornado warning, again, you got to be in your safe place. I know many of you are probably prepared, if you are staying here, to go to a higher floor. But during a tornado warning, you need to try to be at the lowest point that you can be possibly at. So if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, I would recommend being in that lowest point, whether that's a bathroom, a basement, whatever it is. Again, there's no basements, but bathroom, closet, storm shelter, you need to be there if you are in this pink polygon. Because there is a very strong possibility that we at least have a water spout right now, if not a potential water spout trying to make landfall as a tornado as this approaches St. James City, Flamingo Bay, Pine Island Center, and the Matlacha area. Which, the bottom right of your screen, that's the camera at Matlacha Bridge. So we'll go full screen to that once the rotation gets a bit closer. This is also another view on that same bridge. You can see the wind picking up right now. Conditions are quickly deteriorating here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Lee County, Florida. Brand new tornado warning. That is going to be for those now in Fort Myers, Shadow Wood, Murrow Lakes, and Arborwood are all included now in this tornado warning. And that's also an extension on top of the Naples tornado warning. So if you're anywhere, basically this entire area here in southwestern Florida, you're all in tornado warnings. It's pretty much the most populated area here in the Cape Coral area. We got Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples, Florida, all included now in different tornado warnings. If you're in any of these, you need to be in your safe place right now, as all this activity continues to move to the north and northwest. We have a potential for water spouts that move inland as tornadoes, and that's the big concern as of right now. It's harder to see these other storms down here to the south because the radar vantage point that we have is not as great, but the rotation appears to be near the Pelican Marsh area moving inland. We're in a little bit of a radar hole here in this part of Florida. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be live here throughout most of the day, today and tonight, for landfall coverage of Hurricane Milton. Like the stream as well, it does help get this out to more people that are in the track. Both the tornado warning cells and obviously Hurricane Milton here in Florida. There really shouldn't be any people, still here in most of the Cape Coral area, but there probably are. There probably are some. Our rotation, again, is going to be quickly approaching Pine Island Center and the west side of Cape Coral. We also have another pocket of rotation right behind that approaching Fort Myers Beach that could also drop a tornado. Yeah, we got several areas of rotation. We got tornado warnings again in West Palm, or Palm Beach County, Florida, near Pahokee, going towards Indiantown, which is back over in Martin County. And we also got tornado warnings ongoing on the west side of Lake Okeechobee. This is, again, the PDS tornado warning, which, again, means particularly dangerous situation. That rotation, again, currently moving to the northwest, will eventually be going towards Lake Placid, Placid Lakes, and on long-term track will be Sebring, Florida. And then we also have the one north of Montura. That's moving also to the northwest towards 27. Then everything in the Fort Myers area, a lot of these are water spouts or possible water spouts that'll be moving inland as tornadoes. We are going to go back to this live cam. And this is looking west at Matlacha Bridge. We might end up seeing something here in the next couple of minutes, so we'll keep close tabs on this. Thank you, Brittany, for the super chat. Out of curiosity, where's everybody from that's watching right now? You can just say the state, you don't have to say the location, but just curious. Where's everybody watching from today? Got somebody from Germany in here. We got Germany, Texas, Michigan. Got a lot of Floridas, Texas, Alabama, Wisconsin. We actually got a lot of people not in Florida that are watching the stream. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. Vermont? Colorado? Okay, there's a surprising amount of people not in Florida that are watching the stream. All right, I'm putting a poll in the chat. I do want to see if you're either in Florida or not in Florida. Just curious. Thank you, Noah, for the super chat. And also Chase. Rainfall totals for Orlando will probably be between 8 and 12 inches of rain when this is all said and done. Wind continues to remain strong here. Again, if we have a tornado or a water spout, it'll be off to our left. I'm going to go back to radar in a second just to see. Over 80% of you that are watching right now are not in Florida. Wow, that's actually kind of mind-blowing. Our rotation is right here. So again, that's west of the Shell Point Retirement Community and west of Cape Coral. It is going up 767, going to be approaching the Matlacha area. We're about a minute or two from probably seeing this on that camera, so we're going to go back to it. So we got rotation here, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. That'll be moving inland. Still got other tornado warnings as well across the state. Again, we still have that PDS tornado warning that is still in progress. And whoa. We may have a large tornado on the ground again. That looks like a huge debris signature. The other radar site doesn't really show it. That is a really big blow up if that is a tornado. If that is a tornado, that is huge. I can't really tell fully. There's a little bit of contamination right there. This is, again, northwest of Sarasota Colony. It's moving northwest. It's over a lot of fields, I think, but it will be approaching really the Lake Placid and Placid Lakes area are the ones that we need to be most concerned about right now. If you know any friends or family there, make sure that they're aware of this. Potentially a tornado heading that direction. This is still a particularly dangerous situation, which means that there is a large and strong tornado. That would be it if there is still one on the ground. I'll have another radar scan in a minute. We'll see if that matches up. The supercell could be a long tracker. This one's already produced 2 different large tornadoes. This might be the 3rd one. First one started back over in Clewiston, Florida.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Now observed.
Seek shelter immediately.
So we do have a tornado on the ground for Glades County, Florida. They have issued a new observed tornado warning, not a PDS. Nonetheless, there is a tornado that is in progress near 721. If you are, again, in the warning, you got to get to your safe place now. This tornado is currently moving off to the northwest at about 30 miles per hour. That big dark blue area, that is your tornado. That is a big debris signature. That should be just to the west of 721. But anywhere in this pink polygon, you gotta be in your safe place in case the tornado changes directions. All right. All right, let's go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm on. New tornado warning for Hendry and Glades County, Florida as well. I believe it's going to be in this area here. We'll see it pop up in a moment. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. That's what it stands for. There it is. New tornado warning west of Moorhaven, near 27, east of LaBelle. If you are anywhere in this pink polygon, get to your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Back over to Cape Coral. We have a tornado warning here. Rotation is approaching the Matlacha Bridge. And that's one of the cameras we have on the bottom right. I'm going to go full screen to the westbound camera because this is about to approach that area. We might end up seeing something. There might be, again, a water spout or even maybe some sort of lowering or tornado that's trying to drop in between this bay here as it moves in the direction of the west side of Cape Coral and, again, near Pine Island, Florida. Let's go and full screen this for a moment and see if we can see anything. And, again, this is the Cape Weather cameras.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they just did issue a new tornado warning. That is also going to include Lee County and also Charlotte County. So if you're in that warning again, seek shelter. That's pretty much where we're at right now. Thank you, Charlotte, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. All right, we're gonna keep a close eye here on this camera. The wind's picking up a little bit right now. If we have a water spout or a tornado, it would be on the left side of your screen. And the bottom right is the eastbound camera. So we have an eastbound and westbound. If there was a southbound camera, that would be very helpful. There is a fire truck right there. Huh. Why does that keep happening? It's so weird. Oh, I know why. Okay, never mind. Not seeing anything yet. It's been pretty calm and tame here for the moment. Camera's been shaking, but nothing yet. Rotation's gonna move right over this camera here in a second. This is the rotation. I mean, there's still definitely rotation. It's gonna be moving right over that bridge. Alright, we're gonna go back to this. It's west of Cape Coral again on the Matlacha Bridge looking westbound. No problem, Justin. Thank you, Nicholas, for the Venmo. Still got people out here on the island, too. This is an area that we're expecting 8 to 12 feet of storm surge today. And there are people still out here on this island leaving or, you know, last-second preparations right now. This is an area that's very prone to storm surge. We're gonna, as long as these cameras stay online later this evening, we are gonna see a lot of surge here later.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, we still haven't really seen anything here. We do have a new confirmed tornado warning in Highland, or a new confirmed tornado in Highlands County, Florida. There's now another confirmed tornado on the ground in Highlands County, Florida. If you are in that tornado warning, again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. That is going to be back over... It's going to be on this tornado warning. Alright, so the Highlands County, Florida. This is the tornado that we do have on the ground right now. We've had a debris signature on this one. It's that right there. It's moving towards 70. So this is a very nasty looking storm. It has a hook echo and everything. Moving to the northwest. It'll eventually go towards Lake Placid and Placid Lakes. It is on track again for Route 70. That's just to the northwest of Lake Okeechobee for reference. Is this on the ground? Why is there such a long... Is that a CC drop? We're just seeing that? It might be a tornado, and it hasn't gotten upgraded yet. That is a tornado. That is a large tornado. It's been going on, I think, for several scans now. Approaching Route 27. It's a big debris signature right near 27 and 78. Moving right up that highway going towards Palmdale and Hall City. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning too. This is radar indicated as of right now. I would assume that's going to get upgraded. Looks like it's been on the ground for like several minutes. This began back at about 10 minutes ago. It's again moving off to the northwest. Make sure you're in your safe place if you're in that warning. That's Hendry County and Glades County. Near Moorhaven. You can see the debris signature on the other radar sites pretty well. I mean, you got the one here west of Moorhaven. You got the one off to the northwest of the Sarasota Colony, northwest of Lake Okeechobee. And then we obviously got stuff going on here in the Cape Coral area, but that rotation is going, it has just gone over the Malacha Bridge, and we didn't really see anything. But there could still be a tornado out there. It's very heavy. There's still a lot of heavy rain all around this area, so it's pretty hard to tell. Oh, this is the live view there now in Cape Coral. The wind has picked up immensely. Look at that. All right, so we might have something here. It's hard to tell, but the wind has now really begun to pick up. You can see the palm trees there in the background. See the water skirting across the rain skirting across the ocean water there with the wind. We might actually have something in progress. There might be a water spout or a tornado right now. The wind is very strong, and there's a truck crossing the bridge right now. There might be a tornado or a water spout. This wind is very strong. And this is again live. Bottom right of your screen is the other view. This is again live on the Cape Weather camera in Cape Coral, Florida on the Malacha Bridge, where there might be a tornado and the wind is still whipping. There is more than likely at least a lowering, but perhaps a water spout or tornado in progress. Wow. Yeah, look at the camera shaking up and down. That wind is very intense. Near Pine Island, Florida. You can't see anything. Oh, power flash. We got a tornado. There's a power flash right there. There has to be at least very high winds or a tornado. That thing's gonna blow over. This is possibly a large tornado if it's on the ground. The bridge crossing, and there's also, I just saw debris, but that bridge crossing thing there, it's going backwards. Holy cow. Another power flash there. You just saw it. Another power flash here near Pine Island, Florida. There is almost definitely a tornado on the ground. It is still very strong winds. Either that was a tornado or just a massive RFD surge. And I almost believe, I almost guarantee you that was a tornado. That was crazy. I did not expect that one. Went back to the live camera. And it is still very windy. There were cars crossing the bridge when that happened. We don't have a north or southbound camera on this bridge, so it's hard to tell what's actually happening outside of that, but wow. If you go back to radar again, this is what we're talking about.
This is an
observed
alert.
tornado. It has gotten upgraded to observed.
Seek shelter immediately.
So what we just saw was a tornado or water spout, but probably a tornado. I mean, that's right here. That's where it was. It literally went right across that bridge in Malacha. So this is where the cameras on Cape Weather are. It literally just went over that, and it's going right up the bay basically right now. It's going to eventually go towards Port Charlotte, Florida, and Grove City. And there's also a camera being set up as we speak on the Project Mesovorts on Radar Omega. We might get a live view up here too in like a few minutes. If you're anywhere in this large warning, if you're anywhere in this warning, you gotta seek shelter. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Not seeing any debris signature on these other storms anymore, but we still have a hook echo, strong rotation, heading towards Lake Placid, Florida, and Placid Lakes. It is still this warning is still observed as well as a confirmed tornado, and then radar indicated west of Moorhaven, moving to the northwest towards Route 27. Still have a couple of tornado warnings as well, all the way back over in Pahokee and Indiantown near Martin County. Rotation's moving over Lake Okeechobee, but if you're in Indiantown, continue to stay in your safe place. I think we have more live cameras coming up here. I'm trying to get the map pulled up. The website's slow, so we'll probably be able to see this in a moment. But again, that tornado or water spout that we have currently is, again, just to the northwest of Cape Coral. It's this right here, moving through the bay. It's more than likely right now a water spout, but it could also be on the ground, like inland, as a actual tornado, as that moves north. We also have more rotation down to the south near Fort Myers, so again, that's why we have a tornado warning there, near Fort Myers Beach, Florida. And all these storms, for the most part, are moving north. This is gone pretty crazy here over the last several minutes. Let's go back to that Karamalacha Bridge. It is currently both loading. Oh, there we go. This is what it looks like on the other side. We have had it at the bottom right of your screen, but this is where that water spout just went through, or tornado. Oh, there are 2 more cameras coming up. I'm gonna try to pull one of them up. At the Bakelia fishing pier, got a couple cameras there. I'm gonna try to pull them up. That's what it looks like though behind what we just saw. Again, waves have increased obviously because of all the wind that we just had in that short amount of time. Not seeing any major damage or anything like that on this part of the bridge, but it's hard to tell exactly what happened on this side. We have very low visibility still at the very top of your screen. Yeah, the police also left the bridge here. There were 2 police officers here, and they left the bridge because of this. So I don't know when they left. I'm guessing they left in the middle of this, but they literally left the bridge. Still very windy here. It doesn't look like the Bakelia camera is up. We do have some coming up in Charlotte Harbor, though, so we're going to keep a close eye on them. Okay. All right. We don't have any debris signature, which is good news. It at least indicates that no measurable debris has been picked up by radar. But with that said, you know, this could still produce damage and be a tornado on land. I think that was a water spout or maybe a brief tornado that moved over land, but that thing was huge when that happened. It was crazy. We're probably going to see another tornado drop, if we haven't already, going towards Lake Placid, Florida. That hook gecko in that supercell is really organized. So if you're in this tornado warning at all, you know, you've got to make sure that you are seeking this or taking this seriously. Sounds good, Brandon. Are you live, Brandon? I don't have any Storm Chaser feeds pulled up. I went live literally like 10 minutes after waking up. Like, that's literally what happened. Try to pull up the streams. Wind is still very strong here. I'm gonna keep it on this camera so I can load up the Storm Chaser feeds. We're gonna have Storm Chasers out there as well. Thank you, Karen, for becoming a member. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified with the latest live updates on Milton. I got Brandon up on here. Where are those cars going? They may or may not just be evacuating. Might just be what's happening. It's like my only guess, though. Alright. Thank you, Bear, for the super chat. Thank you, Carmine, also for becoming a member. Alright, let's go back to live radar. Let's check in on these storms again. Again, refresh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Lee County and Charlotte County, Florida. So, brand new tornado warning for Lee County and Charlotte County, Florida. That is, again, this new pink polygon. Near Fort Myers. That's the rotation right there, moving north-northwest, going in the direction of Fort Myers and Suncoast Estates. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. So this is also strong rotation, and we could have a tornado dropping as it moves towards Cape Coral, Florida. This is a dangerous situation, guys. If you are in Cape Coral or Fort Myers, you've got to make sure that you are in your safe place. This is a strong couplet of rotation right now, moving off to the north-northwest. It's definitely a dangerous situation. Very populated area in Cape Coral, Florida. We have a camera. Rubicon Canal is the next camera up. See what we're looking at there. The tornado warning for Highlands County, Florida, that was just downgraded to radar indicated. So this is no longer on the ground, at least for now, but it could drop again at any time as it moves to the northwest towards Lake Placid. And if you are anywhere in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Again, we still have 6 tornado warnings ongoing across Florida. We got one in Martin County. We got one in, we got 2 back over in Lee and Charlotte counties. And then we got one in Highlands County, and then we got a couple there in Glades County. So we still have several tornado warnings currently across Florida. And we're going to try to get that live camera up as quick as possible for the one that's going towards Cape Coral, because we got strong rotation right now over Forest Island Park, and it's going to be moving through a very populated area here on the east side of Cape Coral, and eventually going into Cape Coral. I know many of you have probably been in your storm shelter or wherever you've been for your safe place for, a long time now, but this is a dangerous situation with what we're currently looking at. The rotation, again, is relatively strong right now, and it is currently moving to the northwest, going in the direction of Fort Myers and Cape Coral. So you want to make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in this warning. This is a live shot on the camera in Cape Coral. We'll go to it once it loads. Once it loads, I'll show you guys. Thank you, Perry, for the Venmo, and also Lisa. So the rotation is going to be moving over this camera here in a few minutes. It's loading, but we are going to go to this camera once this gets a little bit closer. Still loading. That camera, we're going to keep close tabs on that one, because this rotation is going to be basically moving right over that. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're going to have live coverage again throughout the day today on Hurricane Milton. So if you subscribe, you'll be able to keep updated with the latest information. All right. How many warnings have we had today now? We've at least had a couple dozen. I don't know how many exactly we've had, but we have 6 right now. We've probably at least had 2 dozen. By the way, huge shout out to Autumn with the $200 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Autumn. My family evacuated from Cape Coral, but my dad is CCPD, so he had to stay behind. I live in Austin, Texas, and we're playing this at the office. Appreciate that. Thank you for the live streams. And can you shout out our office manager Andy and Shift RX for letting us have this on? Shout out to both of them. Appreciate you guys having it on. Also, W in the chat for Autumn for another $100 super chat. Sorry, I've not really been looking at chat here for the last like half an hour. So, but I do appreciate the generosity and thank you for now the $300 of super chats. Really appreciate it. It's a live shot also in Port Charlotte, Florida, right on the beach. The water spout that we've been keeping a close eye on. Again, this might be on track for this camera, so we're going to keep a close eye on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. That is for Highlands County, Florida.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And we have a new confirmed tornado warning. That is for Martin County, Florida. So this is now a confirmed tornado that is on either a tornado or water spout. Let me see the details. It's a public confirmed tornado near Canal Point. So near Bessemer and Port Mayaca, right along Lake Okeechobee. Again, in western Martin County. So if you are in this pink polygon, you got to get to your safe place. Our new tornado warning is back over in Lake Placid and Placid Lakes, Florida. That is going to be, again, radar indicated rotation. Very strong rotation still exists as that continues to move off to the northwest. And then we also have rotation currently near Route 70. That's moving to the northwest. That supercell will be on track eventually for Sebring and Avon Park in Florida. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in any of these 7 different tornado warnings. All of them are dangerous in their own regards. Again, the ones that have been over here in Cape Coral are obviously the most concerning because it's a very populated area. And we literally moments ago just had a water spout or a tornado that was huge that went across that camera on the Malacha Bridge. So in Cape Coral, Florida, we still got rotation as well, moving to the north. I'm glad we're able to help so many people out. Apparently, we peaked at 95,000 or 96,000 people watching this stream. We've never had that happen before, but thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully, you're enjoying this weather coverage thus far. Again, it's been obviously a crazy morning already with all the tornadoes that we've been having. We've had several appear on live stream. We've at least caught 2 different ones on stream in the first 2 hours. We're probably going to have more of that, especially as we have storm chasers that are now making their way out there for the tornado threat and then eventual landfall of Hurricane Milton, which is still a Category 4 hurricane. So, it is still a Category 4. Somebody just asked. It is a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 145 right now. Or 150, sorry. Or is it 150? No, it's 145. That point hasn't updated. We are at 145 mile per hour maximum sustained winds on Hurricane Milton. Still got rotation right now west of Huron's Glen Golf and Country Club. That is again going to be approaching Port Charlotte. We also got one moving inland near Rotonda West. I would expect that there will be tornado warning, a new tornado extension or warning, maybe for Englewood, Rotonda West, and Port Charlotte, Florida. So if you're in any of those areas, just stay vigilant. We might get a new tornado warning up there. Still have rotation over the Cape Coral area. The live cam, unfortunately, is not loading, but that area moving to the north still has the potential for a tornado. And that appears like it's another tornado on this storm. Yeah, I think we have a new tornado on the ground near 27, moving north-northwest. So more than likely a new tornado in progress near Route 27, moving north-northwest. If you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. Very strong possibility right now that we have a tornado, another tornado on the ground. That it looks like another debris signature moving towards Venice in Florida. Here's the latest scan. Still looks like we have a debris signature. This storm's also at least produced one tornado, but that is definitely a large debris signature moving towards Venice. Or Venus. The Venus Project, if you're familiar with this area. It's, man, this is Highlands County, Florida. I think Glades County as well. It's going to eventually go towards Lake Placid and Placid Lakes. It could be a wedge. We had a wedge earlier, or I would say it was a wedge. This is from Cam the Yam 64 on Twitter. This was earlier, but in Clewiston, Florida, in case you missed it. This is one of the large tornadoes that we did see happen here in southern Florida, just to the west of Lake Okeechobee for reference. Let's see how monstrous that tornado is.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new tornado warning for Okeechobee, Martin, and St. Lucie counties in Florida. This is an observed tornado. So a tornado is on the ground moving north. They'll be approaching 714, and it will eventually be going into southwestern St. Lucie County. It's in western Martin County and eastern Okeechobee County, moving north at 25 miles per hour. This is a confirmed tornado. We actually have very tight rotation on radar. So this is on the ground west of Indiantown, approaching Xana and Marcy near 710, and it will eventually be going towards 714. So if you're in any of those locations, seek shelter immediately. This is a tornado that is in progress right now. That is, again, currently moving northbound. And that is your rotation. Moving northbound, it's going to be approaching 714 and 710. We're going to probably have a debris signature whenever we get that next radar scan. That definitely looks like it's on the ground. And we still have a debris signature on the one near 27. The tornado warning for Highlands County expires in 4 minutes, and then this will also, again, this is going to be moving towards Lake Placid and Placid Lakes, which again is a more populated area. Any threat of tornadoes in Naples? There is still a threat. We had a tornado warning like an hour ago. Not even. So there is still a threat of tornadoes, especially if we get some of those outer bands that penetrate into the west coast of Florida. I do expect that to continue to be an issue here. And we have tightening rotation right over Fort Myers. It's going to be crossing into Cape Coral over the next few minutes. So potential for a tornado maybe going to drop here in a few minutes on the north side of Cape Coral, near Fort Myers. Still have strong rotation as well over the Charlotte Harbor, moving north-northwest. Could have a water spout or even a tornado trying to move inland. Thank you, Classically, for the 5 Get to members. Appreciate that. Thank you, Plain, for the $20 super chat. No problem at all. Thank you, Cab, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Cab. Can you do a review of Orlando? I think Orlando is going to be mostly hurricane force winds tonight, and then the potential for 8 to 12 inches of rain is the main concerns.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let me take off the cone of uncertainty here. We have yet again another tornado warning. This is a supercell that has a history of producing tornadoes that have been large at times. This is going to be for Highlands County, Florida. East of Lake Placid, moving towards Route 98 and 621. So if you're in this pink polygon, get to your safe place. We are now up to 9 tornado warnings in Florida. 9. There's a total of 9 different tornado warnings ongoing in Florida. Thank you, Autumn, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, the Hook Echo is crazy. I mean, this storm's had a history of producing tornadoes, and I wouldn't be surprised if it produces another one. It's been a very organized storm. No problem, Flipper. Appreciate the generosity. The SPC has just issued, or has come out with a new SPC discussion for today in terms of the severe weather threat here in Florida. Here is our latest risk. They have expanded the hatched risk, which means strong tornadoes are possible anywhere in that hatched risk. That is near Fort Myers, Florida. It includes Sarasota, Florida, Okeechobee, Melbourne, Cape Canaveral, and Fort Pierce are all included now in that hatched tornado risk. That means that strong tornadoes will be a possibility anywhere in that area. We could still see tornadoes outside of that, for the record. There's still a large chunk of Florida under the gun today for several tornadoes. So if you're anywhere in this area today, please make sure that you are taking this seriously. Have a tornado action plan in place. And we still have very strong rotation in Martin County right now with this tornado warning cell. Trying to see if we have any live shots of this one. Let's see any right now. Naples Pier camera. Let me see if I can find that. The tornado warning that was observed for like Cape Coral has now expired. They may issue a new tornado warning. I don't see any rotation though that looks definitively strong right now. The only ones that I've been seeing is really near Fort Myers, Florida. Thank you, Simpacto, for the super chat as well. People surfing in Naples. There are going to be people doing some crazy stuff out there today. It's pretty typical. Whenever we have a hurricane coming, people are always doing weird stuff. We always got people, you know, doing some crazy, funky stuff. I'm trying to get a camera on the beach. I know we have a few. I'm just trying to load one up. Bottom of your screen's a bunch of the different live cameras that we have. We should have, I think, Connor Croft storm chasing with us here shortly, and I think Storm Intermedia. So we'll have more storm chasers momentarily. But for now, we just have our live cameras. Alright, I think we do have a live camera on the beach. I'm going to pull it up. Taking a second to load. Alright, we are finally back down to 3 tornado warnings for the first time in, like, forever. We have 3 tornado warnings, all of them on your screen here. West of Port St. Lucie, southeast of Sebring are where all these tornado warnings are currently located. And we still have strong rotation right now, east of Lake Placid, moving to the northwest. This is a live shot on one of the beaches. This is Pink Shell Beach. Go full cam to this. This is the beach right now. Wave heights are starting to increase. Nobody's on this beach, though. As of right now. Nobody on the beach as of right now. That might change, though. You never know. Traffic is not bad. Again, if you are doing any sort of last-second evacuations, the traffic has not been horrible. I-75 eastbound on the bottom left of your screen. It is, obviously, there's still a lot of cars, but traffic's not as bad as yesterday. It's not like bumper to bumper right now, at least from what I'm seeing. Alright. Hey, Roadkill for the super chat. The shaky Cape Coral Bridge cam is back. I know, it's back. If you were here 25, 30 minutes ago, actually, there was literally a water spout crossing over the live camera. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, if you guys want to go back in the stream like 25 minutes, it got really crazy there for a few minutes on that camera. Watching the water slowly rise on the camera is crazy. Yeah, it's rising, and it's gonna keep rising. Again, storm surge is no joke. It's going to be upwards of 8 to 12 feet today, and I do think we are going to easily get to that point where we have 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. In this part of Florida, at least near Cape Coral. I have to wait for this camera to come back. You zoom out again. Yeah, this is Hurricane Milton as of right now on the live radar. Again, we got Milton offshore. It's still about 150 miles away from Florida. For some reason, our camera is currently broken. I think Storm Intermediate is about to be live. Why is this not working? Dude, these cameras have been hit or miss today. I think we've put a lot of website traffic onto the Cape Weather website, and it's making the cameras not load. Back to here until it loads again. Is Orlando okay right now? You're okay for now. Again, it's going to ramp up tonight, though, when Milton gets closer to landfall. These are going to really get rampant in the Orlando area. How many tornadoes have touched down so far? We've seen several on our stream so far. So at least seen 2, but there's been more than just 2 tornadoes. I think there's been at least 7 or 8 so far this morning, and now we're going into the afternoon hours. Alright, camera's loading back up again. Thank you, Tough, for the super chat. Already seeing water in the road in Sanibel, Florida. Street cam swell is starting. Actually, let me look and see if we have live cameras there in that part of Florida. Might be some cameras right along that beach. We got some in Englewood, Florida. We can also look at the Radar Omega mesovorts. Let's go back to those. Start with Port Charlotte, Florida. And again, if you want to download the Radar Omega app, it is the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. Definitely recommend picking it up. You need an app to stay ahead of Hurricane Milton. If you want to access these cameras, you have to become a subscriber inside the app, but it is definitely worth it. This is what it looks like right now in Port Charlotte, Florida. And for right now, it's somewhat calm. Again, you'll notice the water's not really that high yet, but it is going to go up quite a bit today. And Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall later today, or I should say tonight, right around high tide.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's not necessarily a good thing. When we have landfall at high tide, that's going to, lead to higher storm surge as well. We do have a new tornado warning for Lee and Charlotte counties in Florida, so that's again going to be in the Cape Coral area, which again, I do expect several tornado warnings throughout the day today. Bunch of different areas of rotation near the Suncoast Estates and Fort Myers. So if you are anywhere in this area, make sure that you are seeking shelter. There's your tornado warning, the pink polygon. And that does include areas in Fort Myers, well as Babcock Ranch, Huron's Glen Country, or Golf and Country Club and Suncoast Estates, all included in this warning. And moving to the northwest right now. We still have that confirmed tornado near Marcy and Zana, again in western Martin County. It's going to be moving into southwestern St. Lucie County. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning as well. Alright. I'm gonna have to fix that. The camera looks like it's just down for right now. There's too much site traffic. We're gonna get Storm Intermediate up on here too. St. Augustine. I think St. Augustine's gonna be the biggest concern there will be storm surge, especially along the coastline. Storm surge up to 3 to 5 feet is expected there. So I think storm surge will be the biggest concern for that area. Thank you, James, for becoming a member. Yeah, this is your rotation again in Fort Myers. We don't have any confirmed tornado on the ground, but there's plenty of rotation right over Fort Myers, moving towards Interstate 75. So again, if you are anywhere in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. There are a couple of cameras here. I'm trying to see if there's any view of anything here. Fort Myers. It's very low visibility right now. I'll tell you that. It is very low visibility. This is one live shot right now on this tornado warning. Very low visibility. Wind hasn't picked up quite yet here, but it is going to here soon. Thank you, Avalon, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Avalon. Appreciate the generosity. There are no tornado warnings in Orlando. No, the only tornado warnings that we have are currently in southern parts of Florida. The one that we have in Okeechobee, Martin, and St. Lucie County, that one's still pretty far down to the south of there, and then Highlands County and Lee and Charlotte County. Tornado threat for like central Florida, like Tampa and like Orlando, that's not going to ramp up until later today. So we'll see that tornado threat really increase later today. There may be a full-blown power outage in Cape Coral. I'm not sure because the cameras are just not loading anymore. They might be out. Hey, JP, appreciate that. We need to get Max some coffee and food. I need food. So I woke up at 10 a.m. this morning, and that's about 2.5 hours ago. Woke up at 10 a.m. Immediately saw that there's a tornado on the ground. Run out of bed, get a couple of, munchkins or whatever, eat those, and then I'm set up to go live, and I go live like basically 15 minutes after I woke up. So, yeah. It's been one interesting morning already. Wow. This is about to be on the ground. We're about to have a tornado on the ground just east of Placid Lakes. And we might have one dropping right now near Placid Lakes. That rotation is very strong, though, right now. Near 621, moving to the northwest.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground that is going to be for Lee and Charlotte counties in Florida. This is a very populated area. This is not the one that we're talking about. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Charlotte and Lee counties in Florida. You need to be in your safe place immediately if you're in this warning. This is over 300,000 people in this warning. And there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. Lee and Charlotte counties. That's Fort Myers, Suncoast Estates. You've got to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground in the Fort Myers area of Florida. This is a reportedly large tornado by broadcast media confirming this tornado. This is a really bad situation because there are a lot of people in this warning. If you know any friends or family in Fort Myers, Huron's Glen Golf Club and Estate area, or Suncoast Estates, please make sure that those people are aware of this. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. And is right now, again, near Fort Myers, Florida. It's been reported by broadcast media. Not a good situation. I don't see a clear CC drop, but the velocity is very tight. It looks like it's right over Suncoast Estates and Bay Shore. Need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Very dangerous situation right now in a very populated area. This is actually a live shot. It's not a shot of the tornado, but you can see how strong the wind is right now. Look at the ground. It's on the roadway. This is on the bridge near Fort Myers. Wind's actually pretty strong right now. I'm trying to find and see if we have anything further up the road. That tornado would be right over Suncoast Estates. This is, again, a very populated area on the north side of Fort Myers. This is moving north-northwest at about 25 miles per hour. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. That's only issued when we have large and strong tornadoes that are on the ground. And this is a situation where we do have a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Again, for Fort Myers, Huron's Glen Golf and Country Club near I-75. And there are a lot of people also that are, you know, traveling right now on this road, either evacuating or doing whatever else they might be doing. Makes the situation even that more dangerous. Strongest rotation, though, again, right over Slater and Suncoast Estates, moving north-northwest. This is confirmed by broadcast media. We don't have any sort of visual yet. I'm trying to see if we can get visual, but we don't have any definitive visual yet of a tornado. If and when we get that, we'll show you. I'm still trying to get these traffic cams to load, but they're not. Technology is failing me right now, but again, that tornado will be going right pretty much into I-75. And then, again, north side of Fort Myers, Florida. And if you have any friends or family in this warning, feel free to share this stream with them. If they have power, hopefully they do. Hopefully power stays on. This is back over in Port Charlotte, Florida. Breeze are swaying right now. There is a little bit of rotation just off the coast of Port Charlotte. So we're going to keep a close eye on that as well. Check out the latest radar scan here. This is as of 11:45, so about a minute ago on the latest radar scan. Or sorry, 12:45. Rotation is still located right over near Slater and Suncoast Estates. So if this tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be right near Slater and Suncoast Estates. That's currently moving north-northwest. And we also have a tornado now in progress back over near Lorida. Lorida going towards Istokpoga in Florida. There's also another tornado on the ground. This one's going to get upgraded for sure. That is going to be heading in the direction of 98. This is another populated community here in central southern Florida. If you know anybody in that warning as well, hopefully you can give them a call or text, make sure that they're in their safe place. It does appear as if we do have another tornado that's in progress. Give me 1 second. The screen's coming back. All right. Connor right now is... I think he's on the map. Maybe. Maybe not. He was on the map. He's back over south of Lakeland. He's kind of like the Wauchula area. So he's currently trying to find storms that are rotating. We do have Brandon Kopic that's going to be coming out on this supercell, so we're going to have a close view on that here pretty soon. And this one's producing a tornado. This one has produced several tornadoes now. And we have a debris signature that's moving right towards Lorida. This thing has produced several tornadoes at this point. The one near Placid Lakes looks like it's about to be on the ground if it isn't already. This one's still observed going into southwestern St. Lucie County. If you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That one is still an observed tornado as of right now. Let's go back to the PDS tornado warning near Fort Myers. Looks like if this tornado is still on the ground, it just crossed I-75 and is moving to the north. And it will be moving into a much more rural part here of Lee and Charlotte County. But again, it is still a large tornado. There could still be debris up in the atmosphere. So take this seriously. Continue to stay, again, in your safe place. away from windows, lowest floor possible. I do think that the cameras in this part of I-75 have gone down because of this tornado. I don't think there's like any power left in this particular area, which is why we don't have any cameras. I think a lot of them got knocked out by this tornado.
A new tornado.
So that's probably why we don't have that anymore. All right, we have a new tornado warning for Collier County, Florida. That is all the way back over in Naples and Marco Island. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. I do expect several tornado warnings throughout the rest of this afternoon in areas like Naples and Marco Island, and even back through Cape Coral, Florida, and Fort Myers. So if you're in any of these, again, tornado warnings, you need to take this seriously. But we're going to continue to see several different tornadoes in these outer bands as they move here into southwestern Florida this afternoon. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Very dangerous situation that's unfolding in Florida. We've had several tornadoes already, and there are going to be many more to come. This could be one of the biggest tornado outbreaks that we've seen from a hurricane in Florida in a while. We've already had a half a dozen to a dozen. And we still have a tornado on the ground right over the Lauderdale area of Florida. So that tornado is still in progress moving to the northwest. That is still in progress moving northwest. This one's not officially been upgraded to observe, but it is on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be east of Okeechobee. This is in Okeechobee, Martin, and St. Lucie counties. This is still an observed tornado. This has been on the ground for over half an hour, it seems like now. Going towards Highway 70. We'll eventually be going towards the east side of Okeechobee. Hilloo and Eagle Island will be in the track of this. So seek shelter again if you are in that warning. There is a Tampa Bay, Florida just had an emergency alert sent out, and it was urgent. Expect Milton impact soon. Find shelter, and they put a link there. So if you're in Tampa, you probably got an emergency alert a few minutes ago.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, and that is on this storm in the Fort Myers area. This is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently moving north. This has been confirmed by broadcast media yet again. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that was spotted near the Babcock Ranch, moving north, and it's going to be going towards Road 74 and 31. It is more than likely a rain-wrapped tornado. So that means you're probably not going to be able to see it. So if you are in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's a very dangerous situation as this continues to move off to the north. I got electricity in North Cape. Hopefully your power stays on. The problem is, guys, if you lose power from one of these tornadoes this afternoon, it might not come back even today, because a lot of these power crews are waiting for tomorrow more than anything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Lee County, Florida. That is Fort Myers and Arborwood near I-75. You are in this warning. Also make sure that you're seeking shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Fort Myers is going to be under a lot of tornado warnings today. They've already been under several, and I would expect more to come. Still got a tornado in progress near Lauderdale on the north side. It's going to be approaching Moranthia Village in Florida, and kind of going through rural areas towards Avon Park. Brandon Kopic, again, en route. You can watch him on the Radar Omega app and on YouTube. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. He is quickly approaching that tornado warning cell. Same thing with Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen. He'll be approaching it relatively soon as well. So we are going to have some live shots here. More than likely some of the tornadoes here. Very, very soon. And the large tornado that is still in progress, again, it's in that circle that I just outlined here. Again, just to the east of I-75 is where this is located. There's a lot of linemen out there. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm just saying, like, you know, hurricane impacts are going to be felt here not far from now. And so, you know, there's a pretty solid chance
a new tornado warning has been issued.
If you end up losing power here soon, and the hurricane is getting much closer to landfall, you might not get it back until after this hurricane's over, and it might take a while even then. We do have a new tornado warning for Highlands in Polk counties, Florida. It is radar indicated. I don't know why this is still radar indicated. It is on the ground. We've had a debris signature, but this is going to be going to the north. Again, for Highlands and Polk counties in Florida. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is moving to the north right now. So you need to be in your safe place. And this is currently moving due north. And apparently there is major structural damage in the Cape Coral, Florida area, from what I'm hearing. There's major structural damage in parts of Cape Coral. Mainly down in here near Fort Myers Beach, just north of Fort Myers Beach from a tornado that just happened. That's what I'm hearing right now. There's major structural damage due to a tornado that just happened there. And there is still actively a large tornado. It's kind of in a field now, but it's moving north towards 74. You guys can check out Aaron in the Radar Omega app. He has damage. I'm not able to show him, but check him out in the app. Apparently there's major structural damage. Well, NATOcast has come out with a stunning outlook for today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
NATOcast, look at the bottom right of your screen. NATOcast has now again, NATOcast is an experimental tool. It's not an official forecast, but they have a 45% tornado risk in place across central and eastern Florida, back over just south and east of Orlando. So if that doesn't tell you much about today, I don't know what will. Today's environment obviously is extremely favorable for tornadoes. We have 10 tornado warnings right now. Like, I can't even fathom how we even have that many right now, but there is just a lot of rotation. Literally with any supercell out there, every single one of them are rotating. Even if one's not warned, like, there's a ton of tornado warnings rotating, or tornadic supercells rotating right now. We have another tornado warning now for Lake Placid, Sebring, and Avon Park. So if you're in this tornado warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. These tornado warnings, again, are just non-stop right now. They are non-stop. We have now 10 different tornado warnings. And, I mean, this one's been on the ground back over in east of Sebring. The one west of Port St. Lucie has been on the ground for a while. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado north of Fort Myers. We got another tornado warning right behind that one for Fort Myers. It's a different storm. We got another one back down near Naples, Florida. I mean, like, it's crazy. But the SPC has a 10% hatch risk for Florida, which is already pretty high for a tropical system. We don't usually see that very often. And, yeah, this is just wild. This is pretty crazy what we're seeing, guys. I mean, you know, we're not even covering Milton's landfall right now. We're covering something that's happening 12 hours before this is even going to make landfall, which Milton, by the way, looks really impressive right now. But, like, I'm telling you guys, like, this is still forevers away from actually making landfall. We still have 133 miles to go until landfall in Florida, and this is all just from the outer bands of Milton, the tornado threat that we're seeing right now. It's quite literally unbelievable. NATO Cat Gray for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you to anybody that's super chatted or become a member. Again, I'll try to read them as much as possible. I'm also going to be answering questions, by the way, so if you have questions, I'll try to answer them. But again, no guarantees. There's a lot of you and only one of me. But whenever we have time in between there being tornadoes on the ground, we'll try to talk about some other stuff. Connor Croft on the bottom right of your screen, he is quickly approaching the tornado warnings in the Lake Placid area of Florida. Same thing with Brandon Kopic. Yeah, this is Brandon Kopic right now. He's quickly approaching that activity. He's near Avon Park right now. He's about to be on the northern side of that tornado warning. So we will be going full cam to him once he gets closer. For sure. We almost undoubtedly still have a tornado on the ground east of Sebring, Florida. Very strong couplet right now, moving to the north-northwest. Thank you, Matt, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate it. Milton is a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds, last time I looked, were at 145. Has that updated? The next National Hurricane Center update, I think, is at 1. That just came out. The new update from the National Hurricane Center is that the pressure of Hurricane Milton is currently sitting at 935 millibars of pressure, and the maximum sustained winds are at 145 miles per hour. So it is still actively a Category 4 hurricane. With that said, the eye wall and everything, it looks very impressive offshore. Looks very intense. And obviously the tornado threat has been nothing short of just wild so far today. And we are very early into today. Tornado threat will continue basically all day today. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be at 2 o'clock, by the way. So the next update is 1 hour from now. That is their latest update. They have Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying through Milton as we speak. Again, the pressure continues to increase. The winds continue to, for the most part, decrease. But it is still a very intense Category 4 hurricane. Has not weakened enough to the point where this will not be a major hurricane upon landfall. So we are expecting still a major hurricane. All right. So again, we still have a tornado on the ground in western St. Lucie County, Florida. All right, so that's still in progress. That is still on the ground. So continue to stay in your safe place. West of Port St. Lucie, it's near Okeechobee County. We still have tornado warnings as well here in parts of central southern Florida. Brandon Kopic now entering into a tornado warning, and we still have a more than likely tornado east of Sebring, Florida. So that's still in progress. And then we have tornado warnings near Fort Myers, Florida. And again, it's a PDS tornado warning. What that means is that this is a particularly dangerous situation. We still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground north of Suncoast Estates in Fort Myers. It is moving north, and it'll be eventually going towards 17. Arcadia, you should have your tornado action plan ready to go. And then back over in Fort Myers, we have a different tornado warning for a different storm. And then back over in Naples and Marco Island, we have a tornado warning down there as well. So, any of these areas, you got to make sure you're in your safe place. There are still 7 different tornado warnings across the state of Florida. It is going to be a very active next several hours in Florida. All right, with that said, let's go over to Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is approaching the tornado warning cell in central Florida near Sebring. With that said, I need a piece. I'm going to be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned, listen in, and we'll be back in just a moment.
We might not have time to freaking get the PTZ camera running, but latest scan has the possible tornado about to the base now. So we're probably just gonna have to do this with the camcorder. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it with the roof camera. I can try. I don't know where any of my remotes went for the roof camera, so that's unfortunate.
All right. We are back. And it looks like Brandon Kopic is approaching a lowering already. Middle of your screen, that looks like a lowering. Or at least the storm itself. Might be the wall cloud coming up your head. I need to go fill up my water thing, so I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Well, this looks like a lowered base in front of us.
Alright. Tornado warning in Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties, Florida is still observed.
We got a lowered base.
Let's go back to the map here. This tornado warning back over west of Fort Pierce. This is still an observed tornado warning. This has been on the ground for like an hour. So if you are anywhere in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We are also getting reports of significant structural damage in north of Fort Myers, Florida, after a large tornado moved through, per spotters. So, significant structural damage being reported on the north side of Fort Myers due to a large tornado that just happened. Unfortunately. Thank you classically for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. How large? We don't know yet, but it apparently was a large tornado, and what we've been hearing is that there is major structural damage. So, it does not sound good from what we've heard. And whenever we get photos or video, we'll let you know. We'll at least retweet it on Twitter. If not, we'll show it on stream. If you guys do see any damaged photos or video on Twitter, please at me at MaxVelocityWX. And we'll try to give you a visual. Thank you, Eyeball, for the generous $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Eyeball. Riding it out in Naples. Thank you for reporting. Stay safe. Hopefully this tornado threat starts to wind down a little bit. The worst of the outer band's now moving inland. I think we're going to get another outer band ring going later this afternoon. So, like, this might be the first of multiple rounds of tornadic activity that we see in, like, the Cape Coral area. So. Probably going to get very interesting. Still got strong rotation east of Sebring. Again, could be on the ground at any time. They have issued a new tornado watch as well. So a new tornado watch has been issued in Florida, I believe. There's a new tornado watch. We'll have the graphic in a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you, Eyeball, for the 50 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Eyeball. Appreciate the generosity. Got to get to member. Make sure to thank Eyeball in the chat. Really appreciate that. New tornado warning for Lee and Charlotte counties in Florida. That is going to be a radar indicated tornado warning. So that'll pop up on the map here in a second. And here it is. Again, pretty much the same area we've been talking about for the last, like, hour. This is going to be for River Hall, Arborwood, Miomar Lakes, east of Shadow Wood, near Lehigh Acres, are all included in this brand new tornado warning. If you are anywhere in this warning, you need to seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We have 8 tornado warnings now. Rotation's back down here. It's moving to the north towards 82 and 80. Yeah, there's serious damage in Fort Myers. Getting mentioned in a lot of it right now on Twitter. And at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter, if you see any photos or videos, I'll try to at least retweet some of it. Thank you, James, to the super chat. Where is that? What tornado? Is there another tornado on the ground somewhere? Unless we're still talking about this one that's north of Suncoast Estates. We could have another one on the ground right now going towards 82. We could have literally another tornado on the ground going towards 82 right now. Oops, did not mean to do that. Go to the 3-cam mode here. Thank you, Katie, also for the $11 Venmo. Appreciate that. Okay. We are probably going to change the bottom left camera to something else. We have other storm chasers, but Connor's the main one. Brandon's actually, all right, Brandon's about to approach, we're going to go to Brandon Kopic in a moment. He is approaching the tornado warning cell that is likely been on the ground. It might still be on the ground. Approaching this road here. That is, I don't know what the road name is, but it's 64. So it's east of Avon Park. This is Brandon Kopic. He's going to be approaching this here very shortly. We're going to go to him full screen in a moment. But he's probably going to be intercepting a tornado in a moment. All right, let's go full cam to Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic's quickly approaching this. And he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Thank you, Pamela, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Megan, also for the $25 super chat. I got you. I will. Don't worry. I know Sebring's very populated. We're keeping a close eye on it. I know Storm Chaser Connor Croft is in that area right now. I don't think he sees anything. Well, let's listen into him, because he's actually looking at that. Let's go to Connor.
Could be
He's right on this storm in Sebring, Florida right now.
I mean,
a little bit more on the horizon is where we're looking for this tornado.
So hard to see. I mean, they could literally be torn down and you wouldn't see it right now, just because if it's not condensed.
I feel like it might be the right side there. It's just so hard to say.
Thank you, Pamela, for another $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Alexandria, or Alexandra, for this
these don't
$20
have any
Venmo.
supercell structure, so it's hard.
It's gonna hop off for just a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where is it?
It's got on the right side.
Yeah, could be over there.
Yeah, just a large,
I don't see any motion.
low-hanging cloud base, basically, right now.
I know.
Looking for something to kind of drop down in between in this cloud base.
Dead center.
Dead center?
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the $50 super chat. W's in the chat from Michael.
Is that it?
I don't know what happened to the bottom right. We do have a new tornado warning. We know we have the PDS tornado warning for 2 more minutes, but we have a new tornado warning for Arcadia. So if you're in Arcadia, Florida, you need to be in your safe place. This is back down to radar indicated. It is no longer a particularly dangerous situation, but you still need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, as this will continue to move to the north over the next several minutes. It's near 32, or 31, excuse me, and it'll be going towards 17, east of Interstate 75. And wind's starting to pick up here on the coastline of Florida, back over in Englewood Beach. Things are starting to ramp up there right now. Let's go back to Connor, who still has a view here in Sebring, Florida, of this tornado warning cell.
I do see that bowl type thing.
Zooming in there to the middle. Maybe there's something rain-wrapped. It's hard to tell.
Could just be rain wrapped.
Put some W's in the chat for Ron with the $100 donation through the donation link. Thank you also Canada for the donation as well through that, and Gordon and Princess. Appreciate you guys all the donations. And Babson Park, Florida. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's there, I can't see it because of rain.
there's
Such a
still
weird
very strong
structure. You'd think
rotation
it'd
on
be
this
up
storm.
there.
There has to be some sort of like wall
They could be
cloud.
wrapped in that occlusion.
Hard to tell.
Not there. And
There has to be something. Still very strong
I think this would
rotation
just
on
be
the
an
radar.
inflow tail and to be back there, but it's clearly
There's
not.
two different couplets. The one that we're looking at the very bottom right of your screen, that one right there, that's the one that Connor's
Hang
looking
on,
at.
guys.
And the other one is the one that Brandon is going towards. So we're going to go back to Brandon once he's closer.
Share the stream.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody said share the stream. Do not rebroadcast as your own. Yeah, if that happens.
The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be in about
It'll
40
be
minutes.
a lot of money, guys. I don't think you want to. I mean, you guys can do it. I like money, but I don't think you want to do that. Dude, that's such a strong couplet. It's
It's
going.
just west. We gotta
Yeah,
go west.
we're going. Yeah, we gotta get back west.
We
It's
gotta
about to
get
cross
back
that road.
They are repositioning. This is back to Brandon Kopic. Again, he's still driving through the rain, but he's getting pretty close to that couplet.
Dated off.
This is Brandon right here, and then this right here would be
So we
the
gotta go further west.
rotation that he's currently approaching.
Right when we were so close to it. It's okay.
Connor's audio is coming through. Is it? Is this not Brandon's audio?
I don't think we're gonna be able to.
I think this is Brandon. You can hear Brandon, right? This is Brandon. You can hear Brandon. All right. We're gonna go back to Connor though, so you'll end up hearing Connor again because Connor still has a pretty good view here of the other tornado warning cell just to the west of where Connor is. And near Sebring, Florida is where this is at.
I got something right there.
That might be, yeah, that might be it right there. That might be a lowering right there in the middle. See it hang down a little bit. That's the one near Sebring, Florida. Looks like there's a lowering. Hey, Christopher for the $50 super chat.
See what I'm talking about, Freddie?
Appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for Christopher.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
Hey, get back in the car.
It looks like right there, though, a little nub that's trying to come down.
It's green.
A couple different places though. Look like this broad.
We're gonna have a view again here in
Hard
a
to find
second.
like a specific spot.
I know.
Sebring, gotcha.
For a second, it looks like a little bully.
Sebring, Florida. They are getting closer to this.
Just to the south, yeah. Definitely nice lowering there though. Just gotta get a little bit west. Then after this, I think we just shoot after the freaking PDS thing.
Yeah.
Coming up from the south. Where is it?
I don't know, man.
Where is this thing,
Where is
dude?
this thing, dude? Like,
Let's go to Storm Runner Media.
It's
I don't know which button that is. Storm Runner Media also has a view of this right now. That's their view.
I mean, it's very much could be
Near Sebring, Florida, or Sebring, Florida.
It should be inside that little preset park.
Thank you, Lean, for the generous $50 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. A hurricane is still 12 hours from landfall. This is the precursor, essentially, but this is the tornado threat this afternoon that's going to last for several hours for sure.
Spin is going to be up here. So it looks like it's just north of our road.
You Jonah for the super chat.
But I mean, I could.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So it's just not now. So it's just So it's up It's up here now.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Highlands, Polk, and Hardee counties in Florida. So brand new tornado warning. It's going to be for Highlands, Polk, and Hardee's County in Florida. I think it's going to be an extension to one of these two warnings, and it is. So that's Sebring, Avon Park, south of Frostproof, Florida, near Charlie Creek. And Pittsburgh. If you're anywhere in this pink polygon, again, get to your safe place. We've had strong rotation for quite some time. That is just to the south of Sebring, and it is moving currently to the northwest.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have yet again another tornado warning for Hendry and Collier counties in Florida. So that is going to now be, I believe, an extension to this warning, maybe? Or it's down here to the south. Oh, that's far. Okay. Far down to the south near Everglades City. Tight couplet, actually, near Everglades City. Moving to the north. We will have cameras on I-75, so we're going to have a view of that probably when it gets closer. But strong couplet. Probably going to be a tornado here in a moment. Moving to the north. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows. Lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. This is another strong couplet moving to the north. And it looks like Brandon Kopic may have turned around. I think he's actually going to go for this storm instead now, because the other one has been falling apart. So he's changing his position. Okay, we got 7 tornado warnings. All those pink polygons that you see, those are tornado warnings. We got one west of Port St. Lucie. That one's been observed several times. Might still be on the ground. The rotation's still tight. Like, this thing's been on the ground for over an hour from what we know. So this thing's been on the ground forever. Approaching 68. And it's going to eventually go towards Yeehaw Junction. It's actually going to be approaching the turnpike. And then we still have strong rotation back over near Lake Arbuckle. And then that'll be moving off to the north towards Indian Lake Estates. This will eventually be going towards more populated areas southeast of Winter Haven. That's another concern there. Shout out to Daver with the $10 super chat. Stay safe there in Cape Coral. Stay safe in Cape Coral. Again, this is a look at Hurricane Milton. All the outer bands this morning and obviously now into the afternoon have been continuing to produce tornadoes in central and southern Florida. Hurricane Milton is now just under 12 hours away from landfall in the state of Florida as a expected to be catastrophic hurricane. There are tons of live cameras, again, on the Radar Omega app on the Project Mesovorts. If you are a subscriber, you're able to check them out. If you download it with the top link in the description below. This is one of the live shots that we have right along the beach right now in Port Charlotte. We are expecting that water that you see there to be well over that wood stick on the right side of your screen. So the wood pole or wood stick, whatever you want to call it, this water is probably going to be over that easily later today with the storm surge that's forecasted. And then right now along the beach, I'm not seeing anybody on the beach, which is good news. Nobody right now on the beach here, and this is back over in Venice, Florida. Water is becoming more choppy. And then back over in Englewood Beach, Florida, wind is continue to stay strong. Waves are obviously also getting higher, and we are expecting later this afternoon for that water to be way up here. It's already quite a ways up there on the beach, and it's probably going to continue to get much higher throughout the afternoon. And then flooding has already begun in Siesta Key, Florida, at least some minor flooding on the roadways. Actually, there's flooding down here on the road already. And we haven't even seen hurricane make anywhere close to a landfall yet. So, looks like we're already starting to see flooding in Siesta Key, Florida. All that debris there on your screen is from Hurricane Helene a couple of weeks ago. And they've been trying to clean up from Hurricane Helene, but this is also a live shot right along the beach. That's over at Anna Marie Island. Water is getting more choppy. We're going to see storm surge again really ramp up later this afternoon. And then this is another view over in Mitchell Beach, Florida. Water is also starting to get more choppy here. Earlier today, it was not choppy at all. It was very calm. So that was the calm before the storm, and now it's starting to get a little bit crazier. Shout out to Dana with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. High tide is going to be right around landfall tonight for many areas. It's going to be like right around 1 to 2 a.m. So, yeah, unfortunately, the worst part about this hurricane is that it's going to be making landfall right around high tide, which is not favorable whatsoever. Not what you want to see.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Wow.
Seek shelter immediately. A new
There's another
tornado
one.
warning has been issued.
This tornado warn cell here has been going for, I think, at least 2 hours now as an observed tornado. It's been going forever. It started all the way back over near Pahokee. It's still going. We still have a confirmed tornado heading towards the Florida Turnpike now, going towards 60. So if you are anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place. There are going to be cameras coming up here. We're going to see if we have a view of anything, but this has been on the ground forever. I mean, I literally mean forever. We've had this on the ground for, like, literally at least an hour. Now heading in the direction of the Turnpike. Once this gets closer to the Turnpike, we'll have a live shot of this, but for now, again, this is quickly going to be approaching the Turnpike as a tornado, again, is still in progress. And then on the flip side of things, we have another tornado warning. This one's a more populated area now in Florida for Highlands Park, Lakeshore, Indian Lake Estates, Hillcrest Heights as well in the track of that. Corey Gherkin's actually going to be approaching this, I think. We have a tight couplet right now heading towards Indian Lake Estates. This could be a big tornado if it does drop. So if you are in this area, you need to make sure you're taking this seriously. I'm not sure where Corey Gherkin's going right now. We'll go full cam to him in a second. Not sure where he's going. It is raining, though. We're going to go probably full cam to him in a moment. We'll put him at the bottom right of your screen for now. He is going to be, I think, going towards this one. I think Connor... I don't know where Connor is. I think he's... Let me double check. I think Connor's on the southern side of the Sebring tornado warning. So, but yeah, this one possibly could produce a large tornado if it does drop. We got a little CC drop, it looks like, already. So, possibly a tornado right now heading towards Indian Lake Estates and Hillcrest Heights. Thank you, DDC, for the $50 super chat. And also, thank you, Hillary, for the super chat. Inching north versus cone of projection or no? I don't think so. I still think landfall is going to be where they have the cone of uncertainty. Like it's hard to predict. Again, you really can't predict where it's going to make landfall like 12 hours out exactly. We still think the highest likelihood is Sarasota and Bradenton, but it could make landfall near Englewood or it can make landfall as far north as St. Petersburg. So because we can see wobbles and stuff that are they're very hard to predict. So, but as of now, it looks very likely that it will probably crash into Sarasota, but it could also change directions. All right, Corey Gherkin is going towards this rotation. But we are going to have a live shot of that here very soon. Probably a tornado on the ground heading toward him. Thank you, Doug, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate that. Looks like Corey has stopped, possibly because he might be concerned about this tornado, like, crossing over him. Storm Intermedia. Storm Intermedia also going through these tornado warning cells. We currently have 8 tornado warnings. Again, all across central southern Florida. The one east of Cape Coral was just canceled. We are retweeting a video of a tornado that just hit Fort Myers, Florida moments ago. At Max Velocity WX on Twitter. You want to check out that video? Did I get any sleep? I got like, I would say 7.5 hours probably of sleep. Alright, I don't know what Corey's doing. He might be turning around, though. He might not be going for the... I mean, this is probably on the ground. He might just be waiting for this thing to pass and then go behind it. That might be what he's waiting for. So Corey Gherkin, he's in position for this tornado that's probably on the ground or about to be on the ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Palm Beach County, Florida. We'll go to that in a second. But the reason why he's waiting is in case this does drop a tornado, which Brandon Kopic is also going towards this now. In case this does end up dropping a tornado, he doesn't want to get hit by it or have trees falling on him while he's driving on the road trying to like get in front of it. So he's playing it safe, which I completely agree with, by the way. So that's probably on the ground, though. If not, it's about to be. That rotation is very strong. We do have a new tornado warning now for Palm Beach County, Florida. This is another area that has had several, or at least a couple of tornado warnings today, but we have a new tornado warning just to the west of Interstate 95. That's west of Clewiston and west of Riviera Beach. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to get to your safe place. Tight rotation, moving to the north towards 710, and it will eventually be going in the direction of Port St. Lucie. Close-up radar site, we'll check that out. Don't see a whole lot of rotation on the close-up, the terminal radar site, but definitely a concerning storm as that continues to move off to the north. Several other storms rotating. Basically, every storm in Florida right now is rotating. It is a full-blown
This is an urgent
tornado
alert.
outbreak
A tornado
that's happening.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have another tornado that is on the ground. That is going to be for Hendry and Collier counties in Florida. That is the southern tornado warning down here south of Interstate 75. That is now officially a confirmed tornado that is going to be going towards I-75. If you are in this warning, you need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place. And if you're, I mean, most people on this in this warning are going to be on the interstate. Avoid this area, like pull over before the tornado warning, because this is on the ground. We are going to have live shots of this one as well once it gets a little bit closer. But we do have a tight couplet moving right towards I-75. It's going to be near this bend east of Miles City. We'll have a camera view of that here pretty soon. Going to the 3-cam view here until our next radar scan comes in. Thank you, John, for the $5 Venmo. Thank you, Jim, for the $25 Venmo. And thank you, Doug, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity, guys. Thank you. I'll probably be ordering DoorDash with this money, because I'm starving.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Brand new tornado warning. That is going to be for St. Lucie County and Martin County. It's going towards I-75. Indian Town's included in this. You got the edge of North River Shores in this, and you also got the south side of Port St. Lucie included in this new tornado warning. Rotation, again, still relatively far away from those locations, but you should begin to get to your safe place if you're back up in those areas, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is unbelievable, to say the least, what we're seeing right now. It is unbelievable. How this has escalated all morning long and all afternoon now. It's bonkers. People, I mean, again, it was... This tornado risk is going to be going on pretty much all day, too. There are just non-stop tornadoes happening. And we do have a tornado on the ground now near Corey. So Corey Gherkin, he's close to this. We're going to go to him once he has a view of it. But there's a tornado on the ground heading towards 630. And it will be moving towards Hillcrest Heights, Florida, Highland Park, and Lakeshore, and just west and southwest of Indian Lake Estates. Again, both Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin are waiting for this tornado to pass the road. And then they'll go behind it, because otherwise you're just going to run into debris. Shout out to Debbie and Marissa. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you for the super chat. Any reports of damage from tornadoes? We've had a lot already. We already had reports of damage back over near Cape Coral. There's been a ton of damage reported in this part of Florida, near Fort Myers and Cape Coral from previous tornadoes. So there's already been damage reported. I don't think this will go back to a Cat 5, but the impacts are still going to be major, and they already have been. I mean, if this doesn't give you an idea of how the impacts are going to be later today, I don't know what will. You read chat? I do read chat. Thank you, Ashley, also for the $20 Venmo. All right. I'm going to go back through the tornado warnings again in just a moment. We've at least had I would say at this point, we've probably had a dozen tornadoes all separately. The V shorts for the super chat. Going to Corey Gherkin real quick. Let's go full screen to him. Corey Gherkin, again, currently on the tornado that just dropped near 6:30. We're going to see if we can see anything. There is a debris signature that is about a mile to his east, and that's where he's looking right now. We'll see if we can see anything. Hey, Dylan for the $20 super chat. That tornado's going to be crossing right over the highway here in a moment. He's now turning around. He's going to lose a little bit of signal here momentarily. He's be crossing right over your 6:30 here in a moment. Here's the latest scan. And so the debris signature is not large, but it is going right over that roadway there. So they're both right next to it. And we'll pull both of them. We'll pull either Brandon or Corey up when they're next or near that tornado. But it looks like there's a tornado again approaching very populated areas in Florida. Highland Park, Lakeshore, Indian Lake Estates, Hillcrest Heights. This is eventually going to be on track for Winter Haven, Florida. I know there are people watching right now from Winter Haven. You don't have to go to your safe place right now, but you should be at least ready to go to your safe place.
A new tornado
have that
warning
tornado
has been
action
issued.
plan ready to go. We have another tornado warning for Glades County, Florida, which will pop up on the map in a moment. Thank you, DX, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. From Hawaii. Sheesh. After this hurricane, I might have to go to Hawaii. Not gonna lie. V shorts for the super chat. All right, here's that tornado warning. This is going to be right over where we had a large tornado earlier. This is near 27, northwest of Moore Haven, moving northwest. Lake Placid and Placid Lakes, be ready. You're probably going to end up being under another tornado warning later, probably in the next like 10 minutes, as this storm does move to the northwest. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in that area. Thank you, AJ and Jessica, for the Venmo as well. Thank you, Tom, for the super chat. All right, let me go back up to this storm that Brandon is now approaching. Let's go full screen of Brandon and see what he's looking at. Assuming he has connection, which I'm not sure if he does yet. He does, okay. Let's see if Brandon's looking at anything right now in terms of damage. If there is a tornado, he would basically be right on top of it. He's in that hook.
The couplet is virtually on top of us.
You what?
The couplet is.
Thank you, Eric, also for the $10 Venmo.
I think it's on the ground to the west. Son of a pup.
Just a second ago.
So waiting to see if we see anything. It's right in the hook. Might be that right there on the right. There's some sort of lowering. Can you see the tornado on the turnpike? You can?
Yeah, it's on the ground right in front of me, Cross, and hit that stop sign.
Oh man, we got a crazy view on the turnpike. This is a view on the turnpike right now of that lowering. Look at that lowering, guys. This is the one over near west of Port St. Lucie on the turnpike. That is a huge lowering right there. Does anybody know what camera it is for the tornado? Anybody knows what number it is? Let me know. It's a huge lowering, though. It's the one west of Port St. Lucie. Trying to get the camera for you guys. I'm trying to pull it up. Number 494. All right, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what 494 is. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find 494. 494, 499. Not easy to search up these numbers. That's the problem. Oh, okay. We got a view. We got a view. I'm just gonna stay on this. Bottom right of your screen. That's a view of it partially. Oh, it's not popping up. All right, let me go back to here. Further up the turnpike. That's several different cameras. This is the tornado at the very top of your screen. You can see it. Cloud's fastly moving right there. I don't see 504 either. I don't know why I can't find the numbers. There's a tornado right at the top of your top or right side of your screen. This is a better one. Let me go to this. Sorry, we're going back and forth. Trying to get you guys the best shot here. This is the tornado crossing the turnpike right now. Very ominous and dark. There's a tornado somewhere in here. That is really fast. That's moving so fast, too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, along the turnpike right now. Tornado is going to be somewhere on the left side of your screen, if it is on the ground. Do we think it might be? There's a camera down here that they're using to zoom in on this. This camera right here is zooming in on it as well. I mean, somewhere in the middle of your screen, bottom left of your screen is that camera we're just looking at. Right there. There it is. That's a wall cloud right there that they're zoomed in on now. They have a wall cloud visible on this camera. Possibly a non-condensed tornado. Approaching the Florida Turnpike. This is back over west of Port St. Lucie. It's west of Port St. Lucie, Florida. Thank you, BB, for the super chat. Camera numbers go by mile marker? Oh, do they? Okay. What's 494 then? Where is 494 a different part of Florida? Is that not like the turnpike? So 494 would not be the turnpike. If it is, it's like really far up. This thing's still trying to drop a tornado right now. Lowering on the I-75 camera? Okay. That one was on the ground. I'll try to see if I can find one that has that. Still got a big lowering on this.
A
I
new
don't see any
tornado
lowering on
warning
any of
has
the
been issued.
I-75 cameras right now. All right, let's get back to radar. We got a lot of stuff happening. So Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic are still behind a possible tornado right now. I mean, there's nonstop tornado warnings, but we have a possible tornado heading towards Highland Park, Florida. All right, so that's one of the things that we have happening. On the flip side of things, further down to the south, we have a new tornado warning for Okeechobee, Florida. That's a populated area. So if you live in Okeechobee, you need to seek shelter. All right, that's moving to the north. It's a storm that's probably producing a water spout that'll be moving into Okeechobee in just a few minutes. All right, so that's a big one. We still have a tornado warning going towards Port St. Lucie. Broader rotation on the last few scans, but still a storm that is concerning. And then we still have this storm near the turnpike that is trying to produce a tornado if it isn't already. And that's the one that we've been looking at. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that warning, and avoid that roadway if you can. And then we have tornado warning back over near I-75, which you guys will see here in a second. Tight rotation. It will be approaching I-75 soon. We will have a live camera probably that sees that tornado or lowering. So this one has been observed, and it's back to radar indicated for the time being. So that's the latest there. We have a ton of different tornado warnings. Again, if you are under any of them, you need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Okay, let's go back to the 3-cam view. I want to go ahead and change bottom right to the, actually,
a new tornado warning
Islands
has been
County,
issued.
Florida, new tornado warning. That's this right here, going towards Lake Placid and Placid Lakes. So seek shelter if you're in that warning, all right? Let's go back to that other live cam on the turnpike. Still has a large lowering, huge lowering right now on the right side of your screen. Going towards the turnpike, west of Port St. Lucie. Possibility for a tornado is very possible right now. Left side of your screen is also a lowering. Huge shout out to Miles with the $50 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Go to cam 174. Oh, yeah, look at this. We're going off this camera. We're going to pop up this one. Huge lowering over the field. This is a perfect view of it right now. Large lowering over this field near the turnpike. And again, this is live. It's a big lowering. Not many people on the turnpike right now. There's only a few. You see one car right there. Again, this camera is a little bit pixelated. We can go full screen to this too. I might be dropping a tornado here. That lowering's pretty close to the ground. How long will I be live today? No clue. We'll be live for landfall. I know that. This live stream is not going to be our quote-unquote landfall stream. We will be live here for several hours with the tornado threat, but our landfall stream will be at it will start probably around like 7 or so. So this stream will at least go, I think, until like 5. That's the current thinking. It could be live. We could be live longer. I don't know. But I'm going to take like a 1 or 2 hour break at some point later today before we start to see the major impacts from Milton. So if this tornado threat, for whatever reason, starts to die down at some point, that would be probably when we take the break. But we're still far from that. We've had 8+ tornado warnings for like 2 hours now. Still lowering right here. There is some like dust or something being kicked up, it looks like, right here. Possibly a non-condensed tornado, but not really definitive. And this is just around, this is near the turnpike west of Port St. Lucie. Got a lot of cars on the turnpike still.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another tornado warning for DeSoto and Hardy counties in Florida. Let's go back to the radar. We also got a view, it looks like, of a lowering on Brandon Kopic's feed.
A new tornado
Possible tornado right now trying to
issued.
drop near Lakeshore. I'm gonna go to Brandon because it looks like he has a view of maybe the lowering. Look at this. Like, you can't see it, but like it looks like there's a lowering behind the trees. This is back up near Lakeshore in Highland Park, Florida.
That is a huge lowering back there, guys. Yeah, that is definitely it southwest of me. I can't see if it's on the ground still or not.
So we are going to keep a close eye on that. We do have a new tornado warning in several different areas. I mean, look at this, guys. We got tornado warnings like covering 50% of this white circle I just drew. It's crazy. We got another tornado warning back over in Wauchula, northeast of Arcadia. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. We also got a new tornado warning back over southwest of Port St. Lucie, right near the Lake Okeechobee area. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. We also have a massive lowering near the turnpike. This lowering is huge. On the right side of your screen. Can't really tell what that is. It might just be dust. It also could be something. It might even be the tornado. That's a massive lowering on the right side of your screen. Yeah, I think it's just rain. It's hard to tell. It's a blurry camera.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have 11 tornado warnings. It just keeps going. Got another one for Clewiston, which just had a tornado literally like an hour and a half ago. Moorhaven's in the track of this. Montura's in the track of this. Get to your safe place if you're anywhere in the pink polygon. Another tornado warning. Near Clewiston, Florida. Deep CC east of Lake Okeechobee? Or west? Yeah, I think we got a tornado on the ground here southeast of Lake Placid. Yeah, alright, we have a tornado now on the ground heading towards Lake Placid. Connor Croft is inside of this tornado warning. We really need to go to 3 cameras at the bottom of your screen, honestly. I think we have to do that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, we're going 3 cam mode. And we're gonna get 2 storm chasers up in here. Alright, we got Connor Croft bottom right. We're bringing Corey over here. Because why not? We're on 3 camera mode because we got a tornado on the ground that's going to be heading right towards Connor. Connor Croft is right here on 27, so he's going to be intercepting that. This is definitely still on the ground. Big debris signature right now heading towards him. I mean, we got another tornado warning. This is the one on the bottom left of your screen. This one's near the turnpike. That's moving north towards 60, and it will eventually go towards the west side of Fellsmere. That's another tornado warning heading towards the west side there. That's for those in, I'll be honest, I don't know. I think it's Indian River, Brevard, and Okeechobee counties. That's for this tornado warning here. We also have another tornado warning somewhere else. I can't even keep up. Okeechobee, Brevard, and Indian River County. That's the one we just looked at. Hendry County and Glades County is the new tornado warning. It might be this. So I don't even know. It might be. We got 12 tornado warnings. I mean, it's taken up pretty much the entire state of Florida right now. So, seek shelter. If you're in any of these pink polygons, it is going ham right now here in Florida. And Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic, they are both on this area of rotation, up near Highland Park and Lakeshore. That's why I have them on the bottom of the screen. And then you got Connor Croft on an actual tornado. He doesn't have a view of it yet, but there is a tornado heading right towards them right now. We are going to go to him and like...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Stop. 13 tornado warnings. We got one for Highlands, DeSoto, Lee, and Charlotte counties in Florida. That's this right here. Northwest of LaBelle, east of Port Charlotte. Yeah, seek shelter if you are in the pink polygon. It looks like Corey Gherkin has a view of this. Let's go back to Corey. Corey Gherkin has a view of it. Looks like a lowering on that northern storm. Okay, saying big lowering, so there's a big lowering on this. Right beyond the trees, you're going to see it in a moment. This is the tornado warning back up near Highland Park, Florida, for reference. Look at the bottom right of your screen, guys. I mean, this is absurd how many tornado warnings we have.
See if we can get this bigger. You guys see it in there? It's on the left side of the screen, guys. Big lowering.
We got a lowering on this storm.
Another spot up in there too.
By the way, if you want to retweet my latest tweet on Twitter to get the word out, you can share it or retweet on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you have any friends or family in Florida that are in the track of this, feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook, Twitter, whatever,
I see
email,
a lot of motion up here. I think it's
Skype,
a little handoff here.
MySpace, any of those platforms.
Yeah, that original lowering is falling apart, but there's a lot of motion right up here.
There's a lowering right there. And then there's a tornado heading right towards Connor. Big tornado heading right towards Connor right now. Connor's on Route 27. Big tornado heading right towards 27. That could go PDS. They are about to be right in the track of that tornado. We are going to go full screen to them in a moment. He's looking at radar. But they're going to get... That tornado's about to hit him. Okay, so here's what's going on. All right, so again, we got a large tornado on the ground heading right towards 27 in Arkbold and Childs. And Connor is right here somewhere. So bottom right of your screen, that's where they're at. It's very calm right now, but we're expecting a tornado there in a moment. We also had a tornado, or we have a tornado that is, I think, just dropped. If not, it's about to. Heading towards I-75 east of Naples. So that's happening. And then we have a radar-indicated area of rotation heading towards Port St. Lucie. Rotation's intensifying. It's heading right towards I-95. It'll be hitting the southwest side of Port St. Lucie if there is a tornado, which it's very possible. Still have rotation north of the Turnpike, heading towards Fellsmere. That's going to continue to move to the north. And then also back over where Corey Gherkin is, we've had a lowering there over the last several minutes. All right, so there's a lot of stuff happening right now. Yeah. All right. I mean, this is a big debris signature. Let's go over to... That's Corey Gherkin first. Corey Gherkin's on a lowering still. He's, again, back up near Hillcrest Heights in Highland Park, Florida. Still has a lowering. You can also watch Corey Gherkin on the Radar Omega app. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. We may have a tornado on the ground as well, heading into the southwest side of Okeechobee. We've at least had 7 or 8 tornadoes today. I think we've had at least a dozen, though. It's hard to know an exact number. Oh, man. Look at this debris signature, guys. Going back to radar. Big time debris signature heading right towards Childs. Let's line this up. I need to make sure this is actually debris signature. They still haven't upgraded this warning. Yeah, that's a tornado. I mean, we got a big time tornado. They haven't upgraded the warning. But big time tornado right now heading towards 27. You need to be underground if you can. If not, be in a storm shelter, a closet, a bathroom, whatever the lowest floor is. This is just south of Lake Placid, and it is going to be moving towards Placid Lakes and Lake Placid. Big time tornado right now. Again, Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen. He's like just a mile or so to the west of this. And the tornado is moving west, so... if they do end up seeing anything, we are going to go to them. This is a big time tornado. And it's possible that we have another tornado trying to drop near Okeechobee. Taking off the radar for a second, you can see all the different tornado warnings in Florida. They're everywhere. All those pink polygons are tornado warnings. Currently have 11. Shout out to Chuck with the $50 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Chuck. Thank you, as well as Ataya for the 10 gifted members. Thank you, Veronica, for the $10 Venmo. Deborah for the $20 Venmo. Thank you, Michael, for the $50 Venmo. And John, Lindsay, for the Venmos. Jared, thank you all for the Venmo donations. Appreciate the generosity. All right, new radar scans coming in. We're going to see where this tornado's at near Placid Lakes. It's a big-time tornado about to hit 27. We do have a new update. Hurricane Milton is still a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour. So it is weakening actually relatively quickly, but it is still a major hurricane, Category 4 status at 130 miles per hour. The minimum central pressure is at 944 millibars. So that is currently what Hurricane Milton is looking like. It is still expected to cause major impacts no matter how much it weakens. It is still a very intense hurricane and is expected to create lots of impacts, including all these different tornadoes that we've seen today. So here's the latest radar scan. Still got a tornado heading towards Arkbold. I mean, look at that debris signature. This is as of 4 minutes ago. We're going to get another radar scan in a moment. Just waiting for Connor to have a view of it. Dakota, not right now. Next stream. Brandon's in the thick of it. What's he looking at? Go to Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic's on that northern tornado warning cell. Looks like that rotation's been broadening out, but he's on that one. Again, you can watch Brandon Kopic on YouTube and also on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. He's on the tornado warning cell near Highland Park.
A new tornado warning has been issued
In Florida. And that one has just gotten a new tornado warning. So we have a brand new tornado warning. This is for those near Winter Haven, Poinciana, going towards Interstate 4, east of Lakeland, Florida, all included in this brand new tornado warning. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This tornado still remains on the ground back over near Placid Lakes. Debris signature is just crossing over 27. This is a live shot of that with Connor Croft. We don't have any view of any wind or anything yet. I'm not sure.
It's gonna skirt because it's
They
gonna
have
have
a view of it, but they're
good
just
whack.
south of that
It's
big debris
it's a
signature.
skirter.
It's a skirter.
Yeah, just
Freddie
skirter.
McKinney is
How
also
the stupid trees right
with
where it should
Connor
be.
Croft. They're in the same
Can't
car.
really see it.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I like to scan it. It's either weakening or it's coming right at us.
It's a sketch, bro. Might have to just wait. I think we have to hold our ground. Easy escape route south. But I think
Or
it's gonna
north.
go just north. We can turn around on this road and then
As a reminder, if you are
Look
new
at
to the
south
channel,
end
make
of
sure to hit the red button down below
It's
and
hard to tell
subscribe.
because
Also click the
just
bell
the
icon
radar
down
thing,
below
you know?
so you're notified with the latest
I think
updates.
all
Again, it'll
these
be
things
your
are probably
one-stop shop
dropping weak
for
tornadoes right
Hurricane
now. At
and
least
Milton
at the
coverage
minimum
today.
weak tornadoes. Some of them could
Still got
be
a full,
strong.
still got a half tank. Oh, maybe Arcadia has gas. I don't know.
Doubt.
I don't know, man.
You pull up the gas buddy app and see if there's any gas down there.
I mean, what we do is if once this passes us, we drop south to Arcadia, go on 70, intercept these two couple, and 70 takes
Still not
us
seeing
back to
anything on their end. I
Sarasota.
mean, again, there's a big debris signature that's been on radar for a while.
This is perfect.
So, all right, we'll go back to live radar.
This is an
And
urgent
there's a new
alert.
observed
A
tornado warning
tornado is on the ground.
Highlands
Seek
County,
shelter
Florida.
immediately.
All right, I have made a mistake. I did not realize. I think Connor's actually on the other tornado warning over here. I don't know how I didn't notice that. His location tracker isn't on Radar Omega, so I wasn't aware of that. He's actually on the other tornado warning. So we don't have anybody on this warning, but this is a confirmed tornado on Route 27 moving northwest. My apologies. That is moving northwest towards Placid Lakes. It is on the ground, for the record. A lot of stuff happening, so sorry about that. But that is moving to the northwest. It is on the ground, but they are not on that storm.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is
Okay.
on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
It has now officially gone PDS, so this is now a particularly dangerous situation for Lake Placid and Placid Lakes.
A new tornado warning.
If you
has
are
been
in this
issued.
warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is absolutely insane. We have 14 tornado warnings now covering a massive chunk of southern central Florida. There is now another one for another very populated area. That is Port St. Lucie is in this warning. That's White City, south of Fort Pierce, west of North River Shores. All of these areas are included now in another tornado warning. Rotation is strong, approaching I-95, and it is moving north towards Port St. Lucie. If you are in this warning, you also need to get in your safe place. This is unfreaking believable. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we have 14 different tornado warnings. Every single storm that is on radar right now is rotating. Every single storm. I'm not trying to be dramatic, but like that's the case. I've never seen this happen with a tropical system before. Even Beryl wasn't this bad. This is unbelievable. So if you're in any tornado warning right now, you need to be in your safe place. We got 14 across the board. Holy crap. And this one's probably going to be on the ground. It's going to be like over I-95. I'm trying to see if we have a live view on I-95 of this. There are cameras right here.
A new tornado
15
warning has
now.
been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's for Monroe and Collier County, Florida. That is all the way down here in the Everglades. That one's going to probably drop too. Tight rotation moving towards 41. Be in your safe place if you are in that warning. That is another storm that is probably about to drop a tornado. I mean, guys, look at this map. I don't know how else to describe this. It is literally insane. And we also have a lowering on one of the traffic cams at I-75. I'm trying to see if we can get a better view, but on this one right here, that one has a lowering. Has a wall cloud. I'm not sure if we're going to get a view of it, but did have a view of it. We have a tornado on the ground now near Okeechobee. Guys, we have at least, I think, 3 or 4 different tornadoes on the ground right now. We got another one on the ground northwest of Okeechobee that just hit Basswood Estates, and that's moving north. We have a tornado in progress here. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. All right. There is now a tornado in progress moving north. It is northwest of Okeechobee. That is a deep CC drop. This will probably also go PDS. That is a large tornado. Huge tornado going towards Dixie Ranch Acres. Moving to the northwest towards Route 68, another big tornado in progress, moving north-northwest. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Dixie Ranch Acres is about to take a direct hit from another large tornado that is in progress. This is absolutely insane. That is a big tornado. Tucker, post this, by the way. Post that. It's mind-boggling. I'm making another post on Twitter if you guys want to retweet it at MaxVelocityWX to try to help get the word out of this. I mean, there are so many people being impacted by these tornado warnings right now. We have 15 different ones, and again, a lot of them have been on the ground. I've just tweeted that on Twitter. I did not tweet it right, though. All right. Just tweet it on Twitter if you want to retweet it at MaxVelocityWX. Let's go through all the storms again. I mean, again, there's a lot of stuff happening right now. So we still have our tornado warning near Winter Haven, Florida. So we're going to go north to south. Still have the tornado warning near Winter Haven, Florida, moving to the northwest. It's going towards the Point Seneca area. Again, that one is not on the ground, but has at least been briefly on the ground at times. We still have a tornado warning back over near the Wauchula area in Zolfo Springs. That's where Connor is. That one's moving to the northwest. That rotation looks strong as of right now. Let's check out the other radar site. That's a rotation, actually. So it's not super strong, but strong enough to produce a tornado. So that's near Zolfo Springs. Lake Placid, you are under a tornado warning, and this is a PDS tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is located right now over Lake Placid, Florida, and that is moving right along Route 27. So that is a dangerous tornado moving northwest, and it is still in progress. We also have a tornado on the ground that is also large and extremely dangerous near Dixie Ranch Acres. This one has not been upgraded yet, but is an ongoing large tornado. You need to be underground if you can. If not, get to a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We also have a tornado warning back over near Port St. Lucie, near Interstate 95. Tight rotation right along I-95, moving due north. You need to be in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. It's moving up I-95. I think we have a live shot somewhere, so I'm trying to pull it up. It is, there is a tornado. There has to be. Look at this. Look at this. There is a tornado. We have debris. There is a tornado active in progress on I-95 west of Port St. Lucie. There is debris that just flew across the screen. It is very windy. It's very blurry, but there was a tornado that just went across the screen. Lots of debris. Cars are very slow. This is on I-95, just west of Port St. Lucie. This is on the ground. And for whatever reason, these cars are tailing right behind it. But there is a tornado in progress on I-95. So this is an active tornado moving up I-95 west of Port St. Lucie. And all these cars are still tailing this, which is crazy to me.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong
We're having another
tornado
view here
is
in a
on the
moment. I don't know
ground.
why there's
Seek
words on the
shelter
screen.
Immediately.
We have another PDS tornado warning. Another large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. That's near Okeechobee. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. We've been talking about this one, but this is on the ground as well. Large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress near Lake Okeechobee. This is another view of that tornado just to the west of Port St. Lucie. There's a police officer going on the wrong way because of an emergency. There's debris on the road, it looks like, in some spots. I have no clue what's even happening here. We got, like, cars backwards, it looks like. I'm not sure what's going on. These cars are going the wrong way, it looks like, or something. Or these are. I don't even know what's happening. But a tornado just hit here on I-95. Some weird stuff happening. Further up the road. It's really calm on, like, a mile north, but I'm not sure where this tornado is anymore. This is the one near Lake Okeechobee, near Dixie Ranch Acres. Huge tornado in progress. Moving to the northwest, and we still have another large tornado near Lake Placid.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this is the tornado that we've been talking about, the one near Port St. Lucie. This is on I-95. It's going towards Port St. Lucie West. Port St. Lucie West is in the track of this tornado. It is a very populated area, which is why I cannot urge you enough to get to your safe place if you are in the tornado warning. And the I-95 corridor here also looks flooded. Like, there's some flooding. And the winds are picking up yet again. This is where this tornado is located. It's hard to see anything, but the winds are picking up again. This is where the tornado is located. Debris is flying across the screen right now. Cars are looking the wrong... I don't know what's going on. There were cars exiting, like, the wrong way or something. There's some branches flying out of the sky, too. I just saw a branch fly across the screen. This is on I-95, again, just south of Port St. Lucie West. Further up the road, that's southbound on that road. This is probably the next spot where we're going to see this tornado. This is looking southbound. Got scud clouds at the top right of your screen. I mean, there's literally a tornado right behind these people. I'm surprised we don't have, like, a definitive CC drop yet on this. To be honest, like, that should be... With what we've been seeing out, you would think. I'm checking on these other warnings real quick. We're gonna go back to that camera in a moment. Still have very strong rotation over Lake Placid. Perhaps a large tornado still on the ground there. There's definitely a large tornado traveling up 98 right now, going towards Best Singer. And then we're still looking at this one near Port St. Lucie that has been at least on the ground from what we've seen. This is a live shot of it now. We're gonna see if anything else happens here. This is on I-95 southbound, north of Becker Road. A lot of scud cloud right now at the top of your screen. See if we can see anything here. This particular area that we're just looking at has cleared up. But that is where the tornado just was. I'm gonna go back up to the north again. Hey, if there's still a tornado, it would be on this camera here. This is looking southbound. So if we still have a tornado, it would be on this camera. It might be on the right side, though. I haven't seen anything at North Becker Road yet. Thank you, Allison and Joe, for the $20 and $10 Venmo. This camera is looking at northbound traffic, but is looking southbound.
This is an emergency alert.
Oh, man.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Another PDS tornado warning. It's on this storm north of Okeechobee. This is for Okeechobee, Osceola, and Indian River counties in Florida. So if you are in this pink polygon, you need to be underground if you can, if not be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving to the north-northwest. There is a huge debris signature right over 98, and it is moving towards Prairie Ridge, Florida. We also have tightening rotation back up near Blue Cypress Lake. That is west of Palm Bay. We are going to have another tornado almost undoubtedly on this storm here in a few minutes. That is going to drop a tornado. I almost can guarantee you that. Back over near Winter Haven, still strong rotation. Stay in your safe place. The Port St. Lucie camera that we were looking at, there's still debris in the air. You can see debris right there. So that there is still a tornado, or at least very strong winds here. This is now an observed tornado.
A tornado is on the
So
ground.
this is now officially an observed tornado, and the wind is picking up. Tornado on the right side of your screen. This is on the ground in Martin and St. Lucie counties in Florida on I-95. This is looking southbound. Wind is now picking up. Debris was just flying on the screen. There is a tornado on the right somewhere. But I-95, that is where a tornado is. You can see the debris flying. Winds are the winds are changing directions. This is just west of Port St. Lucie. It is going to be approaching Port St. Lucie west. People are slowing down on the roadway. The tornado might be behind this camera. Wind is picking up. Water is picking up on the roadways as well. Trees are going crazy. You cannot see anything now. Cars are all stopped. There is a tornado here. We don't know where, but it's on the screens. It's going to be somewhere within like half a mile of this camera. Winds are becoming very strong. That white car at the bottom of your screen looks like he's deciding to back up. You can barely see him. There is a tornado, though, somewhere right here on I-95. Just to the west of Port St. Lucie. This is officially, again, a confirmed tornado. And now they're moving forward. So the tornado just cleared their area. Further up the road, there's another camera coming up that we're going to probably see some similar stuff to. This is going to be a little bit further up. We're going to go back to that camera for now. See if we can see anything. You can tell when there's a tornado when every single car on the interstate stops. Like everybody just stopped. And now they're all going again. Is there something more to the east here that we can see it on? I don't see it on anything on the east cameras. I'm gonna go back to here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're about to have a tornado again drop here. This is for Osceola, Brevard, and Indian River counties. Another tornado about to drop going towards the west side of Palm Bay, Florida. We have a new again, this is the tornado that has been confirmed. This is the one over in Port St. Lucie. That is a confirmed tornado. You need to be in your safe place. We've been watching this tornado for the last like 15 minutes here. This has been on the ground and is on the ground. So if you are in this warning, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. This is traveling right up I-95, and it is going to be approaching the west side of Port St. Lucie. This is a very populated area, so if you know any friends or family here, give them a call or text, make sure that they're in their safe place. Feel free to share the stream with them. We are going to be covering this throughout the entire duration of this, tornado outbreak that we are seeing here in Florida. That new tornado warning is west of Palm Bay. Very strong rotation. Again, that's going to drop a tornado here in a moment. We still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress back over near 98.
Tornado warning has been issued.
That is near 98, moving northwest towards Prairie Ridge in Florida. In Okeechobee County, you need to seek shelter if you are in that warning. We have another tornado warning back over in Hendry and Palm Beach counties in Florida. That is very far western Palm Beach County. This is over south of Montura, moving to the northeast. That is probably going to drop a tornado. We have another pocket of rotation north of 75. That is not tornado warned, but that will probably get a tornado warning at any moment.
Warning has been issued.
And then we also probably are about to have a large tornado on the ground north of 41, moving towards Interstate 75. That is going to be going towards that, again, I-75 corridor between Coral Springs and Naples, Florida. We have another tornado warning. Can you believe it? Back over in Highlands, DeSoto, Polk, and Hardee counties in Florida. Wherever that is, it's basically a huge tornado warning. That's for Avon Park and Sebring. Back to Port St. Lucie. On the live camera, this is where a tornado is currently located. The visibility has dropped substantially. Wind is starting to pick up. We are probably about to see something on this live cam. The visibility is like 0 now, but this is where that tornado is located, just west of Port St. Lucie. Or on the west side of Port St. Lucie. Wind, look at this. Wind's going left. All right, so the tornado's on the left somewhere. Rain is going right to left. The tornado's on the left somewhere. There are cars still driving here. The roadways are actually puddling, so there's flooding here. The wind is picking up, though, so the tornado's going to be on the left side of your screen. And the wind has now stopped. So where is it? Now it's clear. What just happened? This storm is so weird. Now you can perfectly see everything on this roadway.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, further to the north. We're going to have to start going further north. On the flip side of things, we have another tornado warning. I'm going to take off radar, guys. Look at this. We have tornado warnings anywhere in the pink. We have a new one for Monroe in Collier County, Florida. And we have another one.
Warning has been issued
for Glades County, Florida. This is unfreaking believable. We have 16 tornado warnings in Florida. We have one now for Glades County. The smallest tornado warning of the day goes to this one. That's for Route 27. Moving to the north-northwest, it's eventually going to go towards Placid City. We have 17 tornado warnings. This one's going to be for Placid Lakes and Lake Placid, which has been under, like, they're under 4 different tornado warnings right now. Lake Placid has 3 different tornado warnings right now, or 4, I can't even count. There's so many tornado warnings just for that town. There are so many areas of rotation. Every single storm here in southern Florida is rotating. We are at 17 active tornado warnings in Florida. We got 1 up near Winter Haven. We got 2 back over near Melbourne, Florida. This is insane. We are tweeting this out on Twitter if you want to retweet it, at MaxVelocityWX to get the word out. This is insane. We have 17 different tornado warnings in Florida. You need to be in your safe place if you are in any of these tornado warnings. We have several of them on the ground. We still have particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings, which means large and strong tornadoes. One of which is back over south of Prairie Ridge. By the way, my Twitter is linked in the description if you want to retweet it, at MaxVelocityWX. We still have a large tornado heading towards Prairie Ridge. This is a debris signature, meaning that debris is being lofted up into the atmosphere as we speak. We also have a large tornado that has just dropped east of this one. We have 2 different tornadoes in this warning near Prairie Ridge, Florida. So, again, there are 2 different tornadoes now on the ground with this storm. We got one near 68. We got the other one south of Prairie Ridge. So 2 different tornadoes currently driving to the north. This is a new one that has just dropped, moving northbound. I don't know what's going on here in Port St. Lucie. We don't have any sort of definitive rotation on radar, but we've had debris and wind really pick up on this area on the live cameras that we've had. So there could be a tornado still along I-95. It's unknown right now. This is a live cam just to the west here of Port St. Lucie.
A new tornado warning
18 tornado warnings. Wind is picking up, though, in Port St. Lucie a little bit. But I do think that there's still at least some sort of either RFD surge or maybe even a tornado. We have now an 18th tornado warning. That is going to be for I-75 near Broward and Collier counties in Florida. I don't know what the record is for tornado warnings, but we are getting very close to it. Like, we are about to hit a record, I think, for tornado warnings. This is insane. I can barely zoom out enough for you to see all the tornado warnings. We currently have 18 different tornado warnings. The record is 16. I don't think it's 16. Might be the Florida record. The Florida record might be 16. Here's a quick time lapse from live Cam Chaser on Twitter of that tornado that crossed here on the camera, in the middle of your screen. Really, really windy right there. I'll be retweeting that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. All right. Yes, this is still a Category 4 hurricane as of right now. It's still actively a Category 4 hurricane. All right. Let's go back to the confirmed tornadoes. Again, we got 2 different tornadoes on the ground right now in Okeechobee County, just north of Okeechobee, moving towards Prairie Ridge. Again, these are 2 separate tornadoes. We'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Again, those are currently moving north. We also still have other areas of rotation elsewhere. We still have several pockets of rotation. We got one near 66, one near Sebring. We got some other rotation as well back down near 27, moving towards Placid Lakes, Florida. And then back over on Lake Okeechobee, we have a tight area of rotation that could be moving inland here momentarily, going towards 78, and that is also going to be capable of producing a tornado. We have a lot of different areas of rotation that are all capable of tornadoes, anywhere between the Everglades back through Clewiston, Florida. It's a large area, but there are several areas of rotation. I'm surprised we don't have a tornado yet on the ground with this one, moving towards I-75, but it's probably going to be on the ground here in a moment. We're going to get more tornado warnings here in a moment, and I'll tell you why. We got a new storm, low top supercell rotating, moving north. We also got this one west of Delray Beach. That one's not really rotating yet, but the one just northwest of this terminal radar site has some rotation. Not seeing anything on the terminal radar site yet, but we're probably going to get another tornado warning here going towards Indiantown. So that's another thing we're going to be looking at. All right, I'm about to show you guys a lot of different things that have just happened over the next few minutes. We've missed a lot of stuff. Because there's just so many tornado warnings. We are back down to 11. Let's get some W's in the chat. We are now down to almost being into the single digits for tornado warnings again. But we've missed a few things. So this is a time lapse from I-95 in Port St. Lucie. I'm going to show you guys again because I didn't show the entire thing. This is one of those views of a tornado that went through, a little time lapse. So again, crazy stuff here. Very strong winds just west of Port St. Lucie moments ago. Again, this is within the last 5 minutes. This is another one. This is a different camera. Moments ago. Very strong winds. You can see the debris being lofted up. This is a live video, or this was a video, so this isn't like a time lapse. You can see all the debris flying across the screen. That person in the middle still driving for whatever reason on the road. Got caught off guard probably. Power flash. Debris flying across the screen. So, absolutely crazy stuff there. And then here's another one. There's the time lapse again. So, yeah, crazy stuff from Live Cam Chaser on Twitter. PDS tornado means particularly dangerous situation. That's what we have ongoing right now near Prairie Ridge and Yeehaw Junction in Florida. Turnpike 144.6. Where's Turnpike 144.6? Apparently we have something on Turnpike 144. I'm not seeing anything right now. Maybe further up. Up here, this is near Port St. Lucie. Getting word that there's something happening here. This is where there's a tornado warning. Wind's picking up right now. I think there still might be a tornado here. There was a power truck too. The linemen are out there. Keep me posted with the cam number. It passed. If you see another one, let me know.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have another PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation for Glades County in Florida. This is a large and extremely dangerous situation. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where Glades County is, but we'll find it in a second. I think it's up here, near Lake Okeechobee or something. There it is. Alright, we have a new, large, and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground, that is near Highway 78, moving to the north-northwest. If you are in this tornado warning, this is an area that already had a large tornado. You need to be in your safe place. That's going towards Sarasota Colony, that is moving north towards 721. This is, again, another large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to be moving right over this is not very populated, but it's like the only area here that has population. There's homes here near Loop Road in Sarasota Colony. This is coming off the water. It is a large water spout, probably. That's going to be a large tornado. It's a radar-confirmed tornado, though, that is going to be moving inland. We still have 2 different tornadoes that are large on the ground right now in Okeechobee County. This is near Prairie Ridge and near 441. 2 different large tornadoes moving north. This is going to be going towards the Turnpike of Florida. We should have a live shot of one of those here in a moment, near the Turnpike, but there is a large tornado actively heading in that direction. This is an extremely dangerous situation because there are 2, not 1, but 2 different large tornadoes on the ground in this particular tornado warning. They are both moving to the north-northwest, and they are both producing significant damage across this part of Florida in Okeechobee County. Again, Yeehaw Junction will be in the eventual track of this, going towards the Turnpike of Florida. We are going to pull up cameras with the Turnpike here in a moment once this gets a little bit closer. We don't have anything yet. We should hear in a moment, though. There is going to be a view of something here, for sure. This is a view on the Turnpike. What is going on here? I think it's just bugging out. Okay. 150, showing fast clouds. Oh, we actually got a lowering. This is over in Port St. Lucie. Can barely see at top of your screen, though. There is a lowering up here. It's hard to see. Something down near 150. This is 150. Very fast-moving clouds in Port St. Lucie, top of your screen. This is where that tornado warning is right now. Thank you, Lori, Aubrey, James, Marcy, for all the Venmos. Thank you, Marcy, for the $50 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Man, oh man. There are so many different tornadoes that are happening right now. This is a zoomed out look of all the tornado warnings that we have. And all those pink polygons are active tornadoes. This seems serious? It is. Guys, I have never had 18 tornado warnings at one moment in our live streams ever. Like, it's never happened. It's never happened. So, the most we've ever had at once, I think, was 14 or 13. And we got to 18. And there are still several tornadoes on the ground. We got a large tornado heading right towards Fort Drum right now. Like, Fort Drum. There's a large tornado right now heading towards the Turnpike, but it's over Fort Drum right now. And we're probably going to get a live shot of this here in a moment at the Turnpike, because there are cameras there. We're just waiting to see if we get a view of anything there. We don't have a view yet, but we should. There is going to be a tornado heading in that direction. Anything in this blue that you're seeing here, again, these are both tornadoes. That's debris signatures on radar. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised this hasn't dropped yet, but I think it's about to. This tornado is gonna be heading towards the west side here of Melbourne, Florida, near Deer Park. This is a concern, because this will be heading, again, this is a populated area too. It's moving mostly to the north-northwest, so it shouldn't be going towards Melbourne or Palm Bay, but it is heading towards 192, and I do think that this will be on the ground here momentarily. And back over in Port St. Lucie, rotation is currently located over I-95, northwest side of Port St. Lucie. There's also at least some rotation developing on the south side of the storm. It is included in the tornado warning. That's heading over
a new tornado warning has
the
been
Port St.
issued.
Lucie area. And as we mentioned before, I kind of expected a tornado warning here in West Palm Beach area, and this is for Palm Beach County. A brand new tornado warning that is going to be near 98, near just west of Westlake. So this is going to be heading towards 700. And eventually heading in the direction of Indiantown. So if you are anywhere in this pink polygon, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a historic situation right now that we are dealing with here in Florida. This is unbelievable. What did I just join to? You've joined a madness in Florida. Like, this is the craziest thing that I think I've ever covered. We've been live for about 4.5 hours. We've had tornado warnings at every single given point in this live stream. And by far, this has obviously been the peak of it so far. And it's unbelievable how many tornadoes that we've had. Turnpike 150 camera. Okay, 150.3. Let me find that. 150.3. This is 150.3 on the Turnpike. This is over in Port St. Lucie. We still have a lowering. So this one is still tornado warning in Port St. Lucie. That's somebody saying 131 as well. 131. This is on the south side of Port St. Lucie. Looks like we got a lowering as well on the top right of your screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another live shot there. We have another tornado warning, and that is going to be for a Indian County or Indian River County and St. Lucie County in Florida. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That is moving north-northwest. That is a strong couplet of rotation. We are going to get another tornado, I think, heading towards the Vero Beach area, just west of Fort Pierce. That rotation's intensifying relatively quickly. We still have a large tornado in progress that is approaching the Turnpike of Florida. We have a large, it looks like, funnel on like the south side of all of this, back over near Port St. Lucie. We have a funnel, I think, dropping. This is near Port St. Lucie. It's rain wrapped, but we still have that lowering right there. So this is just to the south of Port St. Lucie. The tornado warning that just got issued is for a different area of rotation that's further north. This one's further south. That is near Port St. Lucie, and there is rotation here. .185.4 looks pretty crazy. Okay. Keep going back and forth. I don't see anything up there. If anybody sees any numbers in terms of cameras that have anything, just let me know. I'm going back and forth here. We're about to have a tornado probably dropping again west of Palm Bay, Florida. Strong rotation moving north that is approaching 192. We still have a large tornado on the ground approaching the Turnpike of Florida near the Ossawa Junction and Fort Drum. I-95 110. I don't know where that is. I'm gonna go back to that lowering on 131.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That's for Polk County, Florida. All right, Polk County, Florida, now under a tornado warning. That's back over near Lakeland, Florida. That is also just southwest of Four Corners. Tight rotation near Winter Haven, moving to the northwest. That's going to be going towards Interstate 4. It is also on track to go towards Lakeland, just northeast of Lakeland. Polk City in the track of this. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. That is a very populated area there. And that large tornado is approaching currently the Turnpike. I have yet to see anything on the Turnpike with this. Where is this? This is the Turnpike. Let me see if there's any view. I haven't seen anything yet. I've not seen anything for the Turnpike, but we clearly have a tornado here. That tornado is going to be like literally right over the Turnpike. That cameras actually might go out because of that. But we have a huge tornado going right over the Turnpike right now. There are people driving on the Turnpike that are probably right now in this tornado. Anybody have any numbers for... I don't know if anybody's seeing anything. I'm trying to pull up the 150 camera. There's crazy stuff happening on the northwest side of Port St. Lucie as well. I think we may have a tornado dropping on the northwest side of Port St. Lucie, right here on I-95. Winds are really picking up. Probably a tornado right now on the ground heading towards Route 70. Yeah, if you are in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. That's going to be traveling right up I-95, going towards Lakewood, Vero Beach, and Indian River. West of Fort Pierce right now is where the strongest couplet is. We still have rotation as well over Port St. Lucie. And this is all currently traveling to the north. The CC radar hasn't updated. Guys, we still got a huge tornado on the ground as well near Sarasota Colony. That's still happening. We also, I think, may have a tornado on the ground near Placid Lakes in Florida. So that might be on the ground too. I need to go to a different radar site to check in on that. Yeah, I think we have another tornado on the ground going towards Placid Lakes. This is another one. So we have another tornado going towards Placid Lakes, Florida. We still have a tornado in progress near the Sarasota Colony. There's no warning on this right now, but they need a warning. This is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado in near Sarasota Colony. The warning just expired. There's going to be a new one hopefully issued at any second. And we also have potentially a tornado going over I-75 right now. I'm going to see if we have a camera on this one. There might be a tornado on I-75. It's a very tight couplet.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
There is a new PDS tornado warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous situation back over near 721 south of Brighton, Florida. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress. Moving towards 721. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Every single storm, again, on radar right now is rotating. Literally. Every single storm in Florida is rotating.
This is an urgent alert.
We have an observed tornado in Port St. Lucie now.
Ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we now have a confirmed tornado on the northwest side of Port St. Lucie. This is going to be approaching. This is right along I-95.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so we have a tornado now in progress. This is in this hook echo right here. That is currently moving off to the north. And this currently is near White City. It's going towards areas like Lakewood Park. So that's currently in the track of this tornado. All right, so that's a confirmed tornado. We have a new particularly dangerous situation tornado back over near the Turnpike. The Turnpike has just taken a hit from this tornado. And we're not sure of the extent of the damage or anything like that, or if cars were hit, but there was a tornado that just crossed this the Turnpike, and it is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress. Anybody have any camera numbers? This one just crossed the Turnpike southeast of Yeehaw Junction, moving to the north.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning for Highlands and Polk County in Florida. Pretty much all of central, at least this part of central southern Florida, is under a tornado warning. That's to the point that we've gotten to now. So if you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. It's a very dangerous situation. This is near where the tornado is. This is where the tornado is in Port St. Lucie. It is whiteout conditions right now. We can't even see. There's a car right there in the middle. That's all we can see right now. There is a tornado, though, somewhere in this area on this camera. We don't know, but there's something in here. It's completely whiteout conditions, though, here. Where that tornado is near Port St. Lucie. And that tornado right there is right near the Turnpike. We actually will probably have a live view in a moment of that tornado. We got 158 coming up, so we're going to keep a close eye on that.
A new tornado
another one.
warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. We're going to go to it in a second. There's a camera, though, that has a view, I think, of this other tornado, maybe. Got like a fort. We got Fort Drum. So we're going to have a view from Fort Drum. We have another tornado warning for Hendry, Broward, Palm Beach, and Collier counties in Florida.
A new tornado warning has been
another
issued.
one. So this one's right here. This one's moving north, going towards 833. We have another tornado warning as well, going up towards just west of Palm Bay. This is going to include east of Harmony and southwest of Cape Canaveral, Florida. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Strong rotation heading towards 192, moving to the north-northwest. All right, so that is currently an ongoing active tornado warning there. We still probably have a tornado here near Ottawa Junction. This is near the Fort Drum, I think. There's a service plaza right here. I think that's the one that we're looking at. There are cameras here. None of them have a view of anything right now, but that right there would be where your tornado is located. So again, this is currently located northeast of Ottawa Junction, moving to the north-northwest. And we still have a likely tornado in progress near 70 near the Turnpike, just west of Fort Pierce, Florida. So that's still possibly ongoing. And we also possibly have a tornado right now north of Port St. Lucie. Port St. Lucie, at least the southeast side and the south side, no longer in a tornado warning. So congratulations, for once in like 2 hours, there's no tornado warning. We'll probably get another one at some point. I mean, actually, you might get one here in a moment. There's a rotation south of Port St. Lucie, so I take that back. We might get another tornado warning here for Port St. Lucie in a moment. We do have rotation. That is moving to the north. That could also drop a tornado as that continues its way to the north. I'm just going to zoom out again. I'm trying to find a camera here in Port St. Lucie because I think we might have a lowering or something. Yeah, if you see any camera numbers, just put them in the chat. Turnpike CC drop. We've had a CC drop on this storm in the past. Like this one right here. This one's probably gonna be on the ground again. 137. 137. This is near Port St. Lucie. We do have a lowering. North at the top of your screen, a little bit of a lowering. Not really that far to the ground, but this is an unwarned area of rotation right now. Also, new SPC outlook or discussion.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The threat for a few tornadoes, a few of which may be strong, will continue for the next 2 hours. Greatest potential is going to be on the east coast of Florida. So there's the map. There's the area. Screenshot it if you want. We need to keep going, though. There's another tornado warning. Hendry County and Palm Bay County. That's near Clewiston. Rotation is also strong here. That's going to be approaching 27 west of South Bay. Strong rotation near 98. That's moving north. That is west of West Palm Beach. That is probably going to drop a tornado here in a moment. We still have at least some sort of large tornado near 721 northwest of Sarasota Colony. That's going to eventually go towards Lake Placid and Placid Lakes. So that is still on the ground. We also have a tornado debris signature now near the Fort Drum Service Center in near the Turnpike. That's moving north. So there is a tornado again on the ground here that is moving due north. Or north-northwest. And back over near Lakeland, Florida. We still have strong rotation over Auburndale near Lakeland. That is moving to the northwest. That is, again, just going to be going towards Polk City and north of Lakeland. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are anywhere in these warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There it is. We were just talking about this. New tornado warning now for those in Port St. Lucie. All of Port St. Lucie is included in this warning for another pocket of rotation. So if you're in Port St. Lucie, you need to go to your safe place. This is not an old warning. This is brand new. So Port St. Lucie, 137.2 apparently has a funnel cloud. All right, so this is again near Port St. Lucie. Need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. It's a live shot on 137.2. Somebody just said there was a funnel cloud here. This is the new tornado warning for Port St. Lucie. I'm not really seeing anything. I'm gonna try to go up like another mile. 138.3. Alright, nothing's happened in there yet. We'll go up there further. And that area of rotation, though, is on the south side of Port St. Lucie. Very populated area. Again, there are homes everywhere in here. This is traveling right along the turnpike, essentially. So this is going right up the turnpike. Right through Port St. Lucie. And we are about to have, I think, a huge tornado on the ground again, north of the turnpike. .5 looking north. Where is 134.5? Oh, whoa. I think we might have a tornado. This 131.6 looking north. Look at this. This is the Port St. Lucie one. Huge lowering right here. That might be a tornado. It's very rain wrapped right now. Everybody's saying 141.5. That is near Port St. Lucie. That looks like it's gonna be on the ground if it isn't already. Oh, we do have a tornado on the ground. This is going to be 141.5, or at least a lowering. Possibly a tornado, very top of your screen. Looks like a large lowering on this is mile marker 141.5 on the turnpike. Very ominous. I think there's a tornado back there, though. This is going to be near Jessica. This is like downtown Port St. Lucie. This is a very populated area, guys. Like, I can't stress it enough. This is a very populated area. 142, I think, has a view of it. I'm trying to open it up. I'll give it a second to load. I think there's, like, legitimately a tornado right now on this turnpike, moving northwest. I'm going to pull it up once it comes up. But again, tornado likely on the ground right now, just south of Port St. Lucie. It's going to be basically going into the downtown area of Port St. Lucie. So this tornado will be hitting where the turnpike is, if it is indeed on the ground, which we think it is. It's a very populated area. If you know any friends or family in any of these areas, please give them a call or text. Make sure they're aware of this. Here's a live shot, top right of your screen. Can't really tell, but if there's a tornado, it's up in there. It's on the 142 camera. 141 is going crazy. Look, this is the image. I'm trying to load the video up. It's a little bit slow, but that I think is a tornado right now. It's right over the turnpike, moving north. Waiting for it to load. But it does seem, from what I'm hearing, this is on the ground. Or it's rain wrapped or something like that. This is another live shot. It's top left of your screen. That's what we're looking at. All right, let's go back to live radar 151.9. All right. I'm pulling up 151.9 as we speak.
A new
There's another
tornado
one.
warning
It's
has been
15
issued.
tornado warnings now. New tornado warning for Highlands, DeSoto, Polk, and Hardee counties in Florida. If you're in that warning, you need to be again in your safe place, away from windows, and lowest floor possible. That is that new flashing polygon that you can see on your screen there. Please be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are in that warning. I don't know why. The site is very slow to load, so it's not popping up right now. We have another tornado warning that is for Highlands, DeSoto, Polk, and Hardy County, and we also have a new one for Martin and St. Lucie counties in Florida. That is for Indiantown, which that's the pocket of rotation. We're probably going to get another tornado there going towards 714. You need to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. It sounds like the cameras are currently down because the site's having too much traffic. So we'll pull them back up once they come back. But again, we likely have a tornado moving right over Port St. Lucie. Likely. We at least have a lowering. We know that. Still have a tornado in progress near the Turnpike. That's near Yeehaw Junction. So that's still in progress. That is moving to the north. That is still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. And Brandon Kopic is actually approaching this, which I didn't even know he was getting that close. So Brandon Kopic, who's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube, is actually approaching this particular storm as we speak. So he'll be approaching this very, very soon. We got multiple storm chasers over there. Again, here are all the tornado warnings that we currently have. We have a total of 11. Some of them just expired. So we have a total of 11 right now. We had 18 at one point earlier. It has been absolutely crazy. Thank you, Leslie, for the Venmo. Thank you, Howder, for the Venmo. Thank you, Deborah, also for the $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for Deborah. Thank you to anybody that's super chatted, become a member, or donated. Really appreciate the generosity. Where's the eye? The eye's still over here. It's still pretty far to the... it's getting close. We're getting close to the eye wall hitting Florida. The impacts are going to really start to ramp up here soon. Waves are getting larger. Winds are really picking up on the coastline. It's going to be a very busy evening. Alright, we're just going to run back through every single storm again. We might have twin tornadoes developing right now. We could have twin tornadoes. We have two pockets of rotation near Yeehaw Junction. There's a possibility that we get twin tornadoes near Yeehaw Junction, Florida. They are next to each other. Moving north-northwest. Twin tornadoes are possible right now in that storm. We don't have a CC update yet, but once that comes in, we might be able to verify that. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest all day today with Hurricane Milton coverage. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat as well. Appreciate that. I think the cameras are coming back. Nope, never mind. The website's down. The website's actually down entirely. Never mind. Okay, so again, we got a lot of... Every single supercell right now is rotating. We still got rotation north of 833. We have two unwarned areas of rotation near Interstate 75. I could see both of those getting warned again here in a moment. Those are moving north. We also have strong rotation near Clewiston in Florida. That's going to be going over Lake Okeechobee. We also have strong rotation south of Indiantown. That rotation's strong, moving north towards Indiantown. That is probably going to drop a tornado. We also have another storm rotating. We are going to have another tornadic supercell moving into Port St. Lucie again here in a few minutes. This one is also going to be going right down the turnpike. And we also have strong rotation over downtown Port St. Lucie. And then we have strong rotation, possibly a tornado dropping near Lakewood Park in Florida, just north of Port St. Lucie. All right. We also have strong rotation. We have a tornado that's in progress still east of Yeehaw Junction. And we also have a couplet just south of Yeehaw Junction, so possibly twin tornadoes trying to develop. Broader circulation near 192, that's moving northbound. And back over near Lakeland, Florida, we still have strong rotation northeast of Lakeland. And then other areas right now, relatively broad rotation. Man, this is crazy. All right.
A new
another
tornado
one.
warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Broward and Collier counties in Florida. This is the one we were just talking about. Now tornado warned. It's heading towards Interstate 75, moving north-northeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. It's going towards the interstate. And the Osceola, Brevard, and Indian River County tornado warning is still PDS. So this is still a PDS tornado warning cell. That is near Yeehaw Junction, near 441, moving to the north-northwest. This is still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So just east of Yeehaw Junction, moving north-northwest, it'll be heading towards 441. Make sure, again, that you are in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building if you're in that warning. There's so much site traffic on the Florida cameras that is now down. That website has gone down. That's crazy. Have the Cape weather cameras come back? Yeah, check in on those. Because we're going to have storm surge ramping up here pretty soon on the coastline. I mean, there's a lot of things happening, but, you know, storm surge is going to ramp up here pretty soon. You can see on the right side of your screen, that water and the waves are obviously getting higher than they were a few hours ago. The wind's getting stronger too, and this is right along the beach in Englewood Beach, Florida, where 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is in the forecast. Things are going to start ramping up here pretty soon. And West Palm Beach getting really windy right now. Now that this hurricane's getting closer and closer to landfall. We are within about 8 or 9 hours from landfall. So we're gonna start seeing those major impacts really ramping up here over the next 60 minutes. All right, the FDOT cameras are back up and running. So again, if you do see any numbers or anything like that you want to call out, just put it in the chat for cameras. You say FDOT's back up, but when I try to load it, it is swirling. Brandon's stream looks crazy. Let me check.
3, 2, 1.
That is not Brandon. This is Brandon Kopic. He's driving on the turnpike right now near that PDS tornado warning cell. He's in the PDS tornado warning. For my knowledge, he is the closest person to this PDS tornado warning cell. To my knowledge, he's the closest person to this right now. We're gonna go back to him once he gets a little bit closer. Yeah, he's like literally right on this. This is where Brandon Kopic is. Again, he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can watch him inside the app with the top link in the description below. He's approaching that very quickly. Huge shout out to Aline Douglas for the $50 Venmos, as well as Deborah with the $50 PayPal. Appreciate that. W's in the chat for all three of them. Looks like the Florida website came back for like a minute and now it's down again. It is being overloaded. Still have rotation going towards Indiantown. Again, if you're in Indiantown, you gotta be in your safe place. There's a brand new area of rotation heading towards you. We still have rotation south of Port St. Lucie. We have rotation over Port St. Lucie. And we have rotation north of Port St. Lucie near Lakewood. These are all moving north-northwest. And we still have a tornado on the ground back over northeast of Yeehaw Junction. And broad rotation now near Deer Park and Bull Creek, west of Melbourne, Florida. And then the Lakeland tornado warning is no longer ongoing. We have strong rotation, of at least somewhat strong rotation, heading towards Fort Meade, Homeland, and Altares, eventually going towards Bartow, Florida. So that's continuing to move to the north-northwest. And then we still have strong rotation back over east of Lake Placid. That is moving northwest. It looks like the cameras are actually back up for real this time. Alright, if you guys have any numbers, let me know. Alright, I think the biggest area to look at right now is honestly Port St. Lucie when it comes to these cameras, because, like, we've seen a lot of stuff already there with the lowerings. $64,000 or $64,000 without power in Florida. Yeah, we already have. Yeah, we do. We already have 64,000 without power in Florida. Most of these are going to be from the tornadoes, for the record. So most of these right here in the middle, those are all from the tornadoes that we've seen more than likely. All right, Brandon Kopic is inside of this PDS tornado warning cell. Corey Gherkin is also next to it as well. Let's go to Brandon Kopic. Again, Brandon Kopic is on Radar Omega and on YouTube. We'll see if we can see anything. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Yeehaw Junction.
Well, there's still a little couple of just north south. It may come right across.
This is a little bit blurry, by the way. Just an FYI. It's not you, it's just the quality.
Probably guess like I'm gonna sit here. See if I can.
Thank you, Adam, for the $25 Venmo. Thank you, Lacey also, or Leslie for the $10 Venmo. And Howard for the 25. Deborah with the 50. Jacqueline with the 50. Melanie with the 25, Lori with the 10, Aubrey with the 20, James with the 15. You guys are crazy. Appreciate the generosity. And Tanya also for the $25 Venmo.
It's in the dark and far left, but I don't see anything yet. We're probably gonna feel some strong RFD winds here shortly.
137. Look at 137. 137, nothing's really happening there yet.
Still a tight little.
Thank you, Pete, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Can we keep up the waves on the beach? We probably can. I just gotta kind of rearrange everything here. If we go to this shot, you'll be able to see everything more. We got one of them. We got one of them up. We can put another one up, too. Is that camera looking at? Let me get Englewood Beach up. I have it in caps or in lowercase. I have it Radar Omega reports.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We have a new tornado warning. And guess where? St. Lucie County and Indian River counties in Florida. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. That is near Vero Beach, near Fort Pierce, going towards Fellsmere, right along I-95. Rotation is right over I-95, moving northwest. And if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. It's moving north-northwest. And all the tornado warnings right now either confined to central southern Florida or on the east coast of Florida. We also have a couple back down near I-75. Those are going to continue throughout the day today. The storm surge, by the way, I mean, we're starting to see storm surge now in Port Charlotte, Florida. It is beginning. So landfall again. It's 8 hours out, but we are starting to see the water rise now. This is already above high tide, or it's getting at least close to it. It will be above it here in moments, probably. And back over in Englewood Beach, it is Water's also getting up there right now. Wind is still ramping up. We'll get, obviously, higher as this gets closer to landfall. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $25 donation. Thank you, Rami, also for the Venmo. Yacht Junction is also about to drop another tornado, it looks like. Looks like we're about to get another tornado going to the northeast. Not really any road access. There aren't really many places here, but there is likely going to be another tornado dropping out of that. It did lift, and it looks like it's going to drop another tornado here in a moment. And, okay, this is probably going to drop. We're probably going to have a tornado here going in the direction of Vero Beach, Florida. Just along I-95. Does anybody know if there's any cameras here that have a view of anything? I-95, near Vero Beach. We're probably going to get a tornado here very shortly. And this is back over on the southern storm. The new tornado warning for Port St. Lucie here. We do have a large lowering, top of your screen, large lowering right now, moving into the shot on the southern tornado warning, so just south of Port St. Lucie. Nothing on the ground from what I'm seeing here on this camera, but there is a lowering, so there's definitely something here. Thank you, Pat, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. That's at mile marker 128. Somebody just said 136. (136) also has a view of this storm. Very rain wrap, though. Yeah, we do have that rotation on the south side there again of Port St. Lucie. Nothing on the ground yet. We still have a couplet, too, just southwest of Fort Pierce. And then we also have that couplet back over near Lakewood Park. The Lakewood Park one honestly looks the most concerning. That one is very strong right now. Let's see what the velocity scan shows. (135) on I-95. Uh, 135 is just a picture.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very tight rotation right now over I-95 near Lakewood Park. It's going to be approaching Vero Beach, Florida. Very strong rotation right now, moving northwest. This is actually, we do have a live shot, 138.5. If there's a tornado, it's going to be approaching this camera. Wind is starting to pick up right now. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be on this camera, on I-95. This is mile marker 138.5. Okay, so I have a report. So there's a camera about 2 miles further south. That one was swinging around, is now out because of possibly either a tornado, an RFD surge, or wind. This is on I-95 west of Vero Beach. So there is more than likely either very high winds or a tornado approaching this. We do have at least some wind gusts happening right now. Are we talking about 150.5 on the turnpike or somewhere else? So I'm looking at it on I-95. We do have a new tornado warning for Palm Beach County, Florida.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We're going to go back to that camera once this rotation gets a little bit closer. That's the tight couplet, though. We have a new PDS tornado warning for Broward, I can't speak, and Collier counties in Florida. So a new PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to be approaching I-75. This is a radar-confirmed tornado heading towards I-75, and this is a large and extremely dangerous situation. As a large tornado heading towards the interstate. There is traffic. Are people driving? Hopefully they are not caught off guard by this. There is another large and extremely dangerous tornado that is happening here. And also, it looks like we're about to get 2 different tornadoes. I think we got one right now near Lowski. So we actually have a small tornado on the ground that has just dropped. New CC drop. So new tornado just dropped near Lowski, Florida. That's a big tornado. Brandon Kopic is right here. There is a big tornado that just dropped right where Brandon Kopic is. His signal is not in right now. So hopefully he's alright. I'm guessing he's just in a low signal area. But he is like literally right next to this tornado. And there's a big time debris signature right there. And then we also have a big time tornado probably dropping here. And we have a tornado on the ground. All right, we have a tornado now on the ground. It looks like, let's confirm. Unless that's just a glitch, but that looks like a CC drop to me near Fort Pierce. We don't have another radar site. This is our only one. That looks like a tornado to me. Right over west of Fort Pierce near I-95. Now, Brandon's currently, his stream is like in low signal mode apparently.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I do think there's a tornado. We have very high winds in this area. On one of the cameras. If there's a tornado, it's right here. This is what it looks like. This is a live shot. It's windy, that's for sure. But this is looking at the ground, so we don't really have a great view of anything. This is right where, if there's a tornado, this is where it's at. This is a mile marker 129 on I-95. I think that would be right where, if there is a tornado, that is like right where it'd be. I'm not like 100% convinced on this CC signature because it's very new and the rotation isn't really tight. But I would, again, be in your safe place. There's a lot of stuff happening. We're trying to keep up with everything. We also have a tornado, it looks like, on the ground in Indiantown. Let me double check and see the southern radar site. Hasn't come in yet. I think we have a new tornado on the ground, though, in Indiantown, Florida. There's a CC drop. So we have another tornado now on the ground on the east side of Indiantown, Florida. And Brandon is back, but he's back in low signal. $110 big lowering. $110 is just west of Palm City. This is what we're looking at on that camera. This is ominous. I think that's just a scary looking cloud, though.
A tornado is on the ground.
New tornado warning, confirmed tornado in St. Lucie and Martin County. I don't know what we're looking at now. Just changed. We have a new confirmed tornado warning. This includes all of Port St. Lucie. This is a confirmed tornado east of Indiantown. This is a potentially large tornado that has dropped. It is moving to the north. You need to seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. This is potentially a larger sided tornado that is currently moving to the north. We also have another lowering on the turnpike at mile marker 136. There are several rotating storms, and this is another, at least, cloud-based, perhaps even a lowering there that is developing. But again, we have a tornado on the ground near Indiantown that's going to be moving towards Port St. Lucie. That might be on the larger side of things. This is still a Category 4 hurricane.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that debris signature is growing in size. And right now it's near 726, moving to the north. We have a new tornado warning southeast of Orlando. This is going to be for those in just east of Harmony, east of St. Cloud, near 532, west of Vieira. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. And we have a really tight velocity signature. I mean, almost undoubtedly a tornado just north of Brandon Kopic. Might have two. Again, we have like a basically have meso handoffs happening right now. Like we've had like 3 different tornadoes in this area. Looks like we have another one. This one's going northwest.
A new
That one's
tornado
going
warning
north.
has been issued.
So 2 different areas of rotation right now. Both capable of producing a tornado. .131 things are flying in the air. It's on 131 near Stewart. Not really seeing much. 131 northbound has debris. Turnpike or the other on the interstate? Guessing the interstate. 131. Yeah, all right. So this is where we had a debris signature on radar. The trees are swaying right now. Go full cam back to this. Trees are swaying. Apparently there's been debris here that's been flying around. And there is a little bit of debris. There's like a leaf flying across the screen. Why are people driving? I could not tell you. I'm surprised how many people are out on the roadways. Everybody has their... There's a ton of people with hazards on right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Palm Beach County. This is back down near Clewiston. And there are tornado warnings almost everywhere. .133.8 on the turnpike. There is still a large lowering. This is near Stewart, Florida. Still have a large cloud base at least, but definitely looks like this is going to be capable of producing a tornado. Carlos, we're covering the tornado threat right now. That is way more important right now than the the hurricane's obviously important, but like what's actively happening right now is more important in my opinion. Thank you for the super chat. Hurricane's still expected to make landfall around midnight tonight. Got a big tornado on the ground east of Cannonville. Luckily, this is a rural area, but we have another tornado that is in progress near Cannonsville, Florida. So that is still in progress. We still have a potentially large tornado brewing. It's not on the ground yet, but probably going to get a big tornado going towards Bull Creek, Florida here pretty soon. Okay, that's moving north right now. We still do have a tornado on the ground. This is going to be approaching I-95. That's, again, just to the west of North Shore Rivers, or North River Shores, excuse me. Northeast of Indiantown. That is still a debris signature. So that is still a tornado in progress moving to the north-northeast. 131 northbound. Okay, it is this originally you could see trees, now you can only see lights. There's possibly either a tornado or very high wind here right now. It's on 131, this mile marker 131 on I-95. There were trees here before. There are cars that are still driving, but it is pretty much whiteout conditions here now. I'm gonna try to go up to 132 to see if there's anything different up here. This 132, a little bit easier to see. This is where we do have rotation. Wind is picking up here right now. We might have... If there is a tornado, it's going to be behind the camera, so south. This is looking north. I need to get water. I'll be here. Just give me 1 second. All right. Thank you, Royal, for the super chat. Appreciate that. And this is a live shot. If there's a tornado, it's going to be just behind this camera. The wind is picking up, so we'll see if something happens here. Where is Stormrunner Media? They're not working. I don't know why they're not there. Huh. That's really weird. Whenever you put a camera, by the way, in the chat, just make sure you specify if it's like what camera it is.
This
We
is
now
an
have a
urgent
confirmed
alert.
tornado in
A
Osceola and
tornado is on
Brevard
the
County.
ground.
It's an
Seek
observed
shelter
tornado.
immediately.
I don't know what is going on. Okay, whatever. All right. Oh man, look at this. We are about to have a monster tornado in like the middle of nowhere, Florida. This is like, I think there are a few like farms out here, but there is a big time tornado dropping, which has already begun. I'm pretty sure it's already on the ground, but it is like actively dropping here, east of 441. Right there. That is going to be a big tornado. You're going to see the radar scan come in a second. This thing's going to be huge. Well, it's not huge yet, but that's we got two different tornadoes. They're twin tornadoes, pretty much. You know, they're pretty much in the same area. We got two different tornadoes. We got one right here where Brandon is. Brandon Kopic doesn't have a view yet, but again, when he gets one, we'll go to him. And then that's that's gonna be a huge tornado. It's dropping just east of 441. Yeah, Brandon's really close to it. Let's pop into Brandon real quick. And Brandon Kopic is on Radar Omega and on YouTube. The initial tornado probably just occluded. Again, this is a mezzo handoff, and we are seeing, it looks like a huge tornado dropping. And Brandon's going to be quickly approaching this. $137.2 for tornado in Port St. Lucie. Is that a tornado? This is live in Port St. Lucie. I don't know what that is. Doesn't look like a tornado. That looks like a large lowering, but I can't tell what that is. It looks like a raindrop across the screen. Brandon's not on fire. Wait, what? He's just, those are his lights, I'm pretty sure. This looks like it's about to drop, though. This is just to the west of Port St. Lucie. Looks like a water drop going across the screen. This does look like this looks like it's rotating. I can kind of see the cloud spinning. Definitely a lowering though, just west of Port St. Lucie. It's 137. A little bit further up, we'll keep going up a little bit. This is 139. It's on the top of your screen. I'm not sure if there's a better shot of it. 138's out. 137 was kind of our best shot there. I'll keep a close eye on 139. We'll pull it up if there's something there. It's still lowering. I mean, man, that tornado right here, this thing is going to be a monster. This might be one of the strongest tornadoes I've seen in the state of Florida, and at least our live streams ever. I mean, the velocities are very, very strong. Gate-to-gate shear is over 150 miles per hour. And the Martin County and Port St. Lucie County tornado is still confirmed. We still have a confirmed tornado approaching I-95. So if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place, as pretty much the entire town of Port St. Lucie is included in this warning. All the cameras on this part of I-95, for the most part, have gone down.
Warning has
that is a
been
pretty good
issued.
indication that there is a tornado, or at least something that's knocking out power. Wow. There is a monster tornado. We have a debris signature. This is one of the biggest tornadoes that I've ever seen here in Florida. Huge debris signature right now. Northeast of Cannonsville, Florida. This is a huge tornado. It's near Branicopic, too. I'm posting this on Twitter again if you want to retweet it. At Max Velocity WX. That is a massive debris signature, though. That is a huge tornado. And we still have some sort of debris signature down here. Whatever was left from the first tornado is still there. How is this not PDS? Do we not have any PDSs anymore? This is gonna have to go PDS. There's no shot it doesn't. The big time tornado. And reflectivity is even showing debris. That is not rain. That is debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. It's that significant. What is going on with this thing, dude? Having so many technical issues right now, it's kind of annoying. Alright, just gonna keep Corey on the bottom right. Brandon Kopic does not have a signal right now. Again, whenever he comes back, we'll let you know. He's gonna be really close to this tornado. He's going like right into it right now. Once he comes back, we'll have him on. There's a big time tornado just to his east. Still got lots of rotation along the east coast here of Florida. We got strong rotation on the northwest side of Vero Beach right now. That's moving towards Sebastian. We still have strong rotation as well south of Vero Beach. Back over in Port St. Lucie, we also have strong rotation as of right now near I-95. And we have another tornado warning for Polk County in Florida. That is a large tornado warning for those east of Lakeland. So there's rotation back down near Frost Proof, moving to the north-northwest. We go towards Hillcrest Heights, Winter Haven, and Poncinia will eventually be in the track of that. And then we also, I think, have a tornado on the ground right now, or something nearby. This is on, where was this? I-95, mile marker 112. Wind is really strong here. This is where we have a debris signature. This is a confirmed tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very strong winds right now here. The tornado would be just to the west of the highway, I'm pretty sure. Shout out to Chris with the $40 Venmo. Thank you also Jill for the $25 donation. Thank you Steven for the Venmo. Thank you Kenneth for the $55 Venmo.
A new
Andy,
tornado warning has been issued.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys. And it looks like whatever we just had here is now winding down in that particular area. I have another camera about 2 miles further north, so I'm going to keep a close tab on that, and if something happens, we'll go to it. We have 2 new tornado warnings. We got another one back over east of Avon Park, going towards Indian Lake Estates. Rotations back over west of Prairie Ridge, moving northwest. We also have a new tornado warning near South Bay, as well as the Pahokee area. That is also moving northeast. So if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. But we still have a likely tornado right now riding right along I-95. Like, it's basically going right up I-95 right now. Just staying to the west of Port St. Lucie. And one of the craziest tornadoes I think I've ever seen in Florida, happening now, east of 441. Big time debris signature. It's right near the Bowl Creek Swamp. Huge debris signature. Again, there's a debris ball on radar, and the velocities are also very tight. Kind of crazy. Brandon is back, but he doesn't have a view of anything. I don't know if he's going to be able to get to this tornado. There's very little access roads to it. It's a very rural area, but it is one of the most... really one of the craziest supercells I've ever seen in Florida. Again, I've never seen a supercell like this in Florida. We still have a massive debris signature. Thank you, Lance, for the $20 Venmo. We can go over to Brandon real quick. I mean, I'll show you what he's looking at.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to 190.
He's currently going through some flooded roadways.
It goes east-west, and
then,
go west.
other than that, I mean, there's...
As it crosses, and
it's hard to see this. I mean, he's not even that far from the tornado. He's like, let me measure it. It's about 4 miles to the south of the tornado. The problem is there's like no access roads to it. And again, you can watch Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega, and on YouTube. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description. Thank you, Maggie, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Maggie.
Alright, see ya.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, let's go back to live radar. I think things are starting to pick up on that storm back over near Port St. Lucie. Yeah, if we still have a tornado, it'll be approaching, or it's really just going up I-95 right now, west of Port St. Lucie. Let's go back to 114. So mile marker 114.5. This is north of Becker Road. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be in this area here. Wind is definitely starting to pick up a little bit. Not really much happening there right now. We also got 119, which is going to be closer to where this is going on I-95. We'll go to that in a second. How many tornadoes have touched down? We've at least had a dozen. I mean, do they calculate the reports on here? They don't. We have currently 3 tornado reports there. We have 4 here. That's 7. I mean, we've at least had a dozen tornadoes. Despite the amount of reports that we have, we've at least had a dozen. We've had radar confirmed ones. We've had others as well. And we also have... Oh my goodness. What is going on west of Miami? Look at this. We've got 2 hook geckos just west of Fort Lauderdale. And those 2 are probably going to produce tornadoes down the road. Those are the really definitive hook geckos just west of Fort Lauderdale. Surprised neither of these are tornado warned. We don't have really any rotation, it looks like, that's like imminent for a tornado, but still, that's crazy. Still got a big time tornado east of 441. Brandon's still going up the route to see if he can catch up to it. It looks like it's going to occlude though. And we still have a rotation here near Vero Beach. There's no tornado warning right now, but I don't know. I feel like we should have one. Might get one again here in a moment. The tornado warnings just expired. We're at 2:45, so they expire at, you know, every 15 minutes depending on the warnings, the warning length. Milton has not made landfall. No, Milton is still. It's getting pretty. I mean, this might make landfall sooner than I thought. It might make landfall like 9 o'clock or so tonight. But the storm surge is starting to come up here, and we're gonna be talking all about that when it happens. Water levels are definitely rising quickly. Actually see it happening in real time right now. The water levels are quickly rising here. Right along the coastline. Hey, Sassy, appreciate that. This water's getting up there really quickly, and we are still, you know, ways away from the worst of this happening. I mean, the landfall is still hours away. So, new tornado warning now for those in Vero Beach and Sebastian. And strong rotation on both of these couplets moving towards Sebastian. Barefoot Bay are going to be in the track of this. And if you're in the warning, seek shelter. Both of them moving north-northwest as we speak. Why doesn't this work? I don't understand. There we go. What is going on, dude? This is so frustrating. I don't know why our like overlays and stuff, they decide to break like yesterday, and like everything's been messed up today and yesterday. After all this hurricane coverage is done, we are like doing a full revamp on graphics because they've been, for whatever reason, really messed up the last couple days. All right. Hey Jake for the $20 super chat. Landfall looking like it's gonna be way before projected midnight.
This is an urgent alert.
I think this will be earlier than midnight. Ground.
Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we now have an observed tornado just to the north of 75. This is back over to the west of Fort Lauderdale. It's in Broward and Palm Beach counties. You are in this warning. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. There is a tornado. Look at this. We have a live shot of it. Tornado right there in the middle of your screen. This is the tornado. So that is a tornado in progress just to the west of Fort Lauderdale. It is somewhat rain-wrapped, but it is a huge tornado. The winds are pretty strong here, too. And it's getting very rain wrapped now, but obviously there was a tornado there. And there still is. It's just now getting really rain wrapped. Wind is still very strong here. You're gonna remember this day for the rest of your life? Yeah, I think everybody will. We were just on vacation in Fort Lauderdale. You can't see the tornado anymore. It's gone completely rain wrapped. Just had a large tornado though. This is a large tornado going towards 27. 27 will be in the track of this. Got some cells. I don't know what the cells are. Is this a jail or something? But whatever that is, that's where that's heading towards. We also got really strong rotation on the storm west to 27. Curious to see if we have a view of that. We do. This is a view of this storm. That's not tornado warned right now. Scuddy lowering right now in this one. Hey, Simpaco for the super chat. Appreciate that. Very scuddy right now, but this one will probably end up dropping a tornado here pretty soon. There has a hook echo, has an inflow. Looks pretty organized. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tough for the super chat as well. Gotcha. I'll keep a close eye on it. Thank you, Laura, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Is KFC still open? That's like the most random question I've ever seen. The record, though, I have no clue. Thank you, Clinton, for the very generous $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Put some noise in the chat. All right, we have camera 5. I'm going to change this out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The other one's down. We have a new tornado warning for Orange County. Florida, we're going to go to that here in a second. All right. New tornado warning for Orange County and Osceola County, Florida. West of Melbourne, southeast of Orlando. And that is for this tight area of rotation that has already produced a really incredible tornado, and now it's moving to the northwest. Apparently the St. Lucie Sheriff's Office has damage, by the way. So there has been a tornado, and St. Lucie office has apparently taken damage. There is still strong rotation over the west side and southwest side of Port St. Lucie, moving north, right along I-95 and the Turnpike. We have very tight rotation right over Vero Beach right now. We might have a tornado dropping right over Vero Beach as we speak. So if you're in Vero Beach, you need to make sure that you're in your safe place right now, as this continues to move to the north-northwest. How far is the eye right now from landfall? This eye is about 72 miles away from landfall. The next National Hurricane Center update's at 5 p.m. When do they expect the landfall to be? I feel like this is gonna make landfall way sooner than expected. Moving 16 miles per hour to the northeast. It's supposed to slow down near landfall, but we're technically, if we might be about 4 hours from landfall in Florida. Like, realistically. We might be 4 to 5 hours away from landfall, which would be way ahead of schedule. It has been moving very quickly today. And it's also, it looks like moving more in the direction of Tampa, unless it turns. This could be making landfall way earlier, though, than expected. We are going to be using the 3-cam overlay a lot when the landfall gets closer, especially with all the different cameras that we have. I do want to change out one of these cameras, though, before we go further. What is the Port Charlotte camera? Find which one's Port Charlotte. We're going to change that one out to Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte is already seeing storm surge. Alright, so there's a 3-cam view right now of Hurricane Milton. We're not going to use it a whole lot when the tornado warnings are happening, but I do want to point out that this is still a Category 4 hurricane. It might make landfall way earlier than expected. Because like this is only about 4.5 hours out or so from landfall. I am retweeting a video from a huge tornado that happened in St. Lucie County about 2 hours ago on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And if you want to follow me on at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter, highly recommend it. Posting a lot of stuff on there. But things are going to ramp up really quickly. We are already seeing storm surge there in Port Charlotte. Like, that water is way higher than it should be. It's going to be really crazy here over the next few hours. I kind of expected that we'd be taking a break at some point, but I don't think we're going to. I think we're just going to be going until landfall, and possibly further than that. So, the stream might just be a full-blown 12-hour stream. We're already at 6 hours, so... We, again, have a very strong couplet right now near Vero Beach, Florida. So, potentially a tornado dropping, again, near Vero Beach, Florida, on the north side. Still rotation located over Port St. Lucie. Still have 2 different couplets moving to the north-northwest. We still have rotation northeast of Okeechobee. Rotation still ongoing near Bull Creek. So still many areas rotating. We also got, again, a tornado warning west of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But that one, not nearly as strong of rotation as before. But was on the ground initially when it happened. Still got a couple, or a little hook echo as well, west of Pembroke Pines. That's moving north. So still a tornado risk. But again, the hurricane is hours away from landfall right now. So we are getting very, very close here to landfall in Florida. Thank you, Sarah, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you, Adam, also for the super chat. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, Anna Marie Beach is actually, or Anna Marie Island's actually on the bottom of your screen right now. I mean, conditions are already starting to deteriorate across the entire west coast of Florida. Winds are going to pick up a lot here soon. I think landfall could happen at like 9 o'clock or even 8 o'clock. Like, it could be, we're about to be at 4 o'clock. It might be 4 to 5 hours from now. Again, it could be coming really quickly. This is definitely faster than we anticipated, or at least than I anticipated. Hurricane Milton is now has been downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. So Hurricane Milton has been downgraded a little bit further, now down to 125 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. So it's no longer a Category 4.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I just tweeted that on Twitter at Max Velocity WX. We have a new tornado warning for Port St. Lucie, White City, Fort Pierce, St. Lucie Village, and Lakewood Park. If you're anywhere in this warning, seek shelter. Main area of rotation is right over River Park and Port St. Lucie, the downtown area, moving towards the White City area. Again, brand new tornado warning there. Thank you, Tamara, for the $15 Venmo. Also, Toxic for the super chat. Thank you, Adam, also for the super chat. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a member. Yes, Milton is now a Category 3 hurricane. It's no longer a Cat 4, but it is still a very intense hurricane. And don't get me wrong. You know, Cat 3, Cat 4, it's very small difference. It's 5 miles per hour. It's really, I hate to say when, like, you know, if it's a Cat 3, like, you know, it's a Cat 3 hurricane. I know it's a little bit weaker, but it's still a major hurricane, and 5 miles per hour is not going to make much of a difference. It's still very intense. This is what the hurricane looks like, by the way. We haven't looked at satellite here in a while. This is what it looks like on satellite. See it in real time here. We haven't had an eye in a while. This is still a Cat 4, and we did not have any consolidated eye at all. And this is the infrared imagery. Take a second to load here. That's the infrared imagery. Yeah, Port St. Lucie's been hit really hard over the last several hours. I'm drinking water. This is, again, a water bottle. It's not a vape. Don't vape. It's flooding here badly. It's flooding in a lot of areas already. Already flooding in a lot of areas. And awfully close to landfall in Florida, only a few hours away. Impacts, the worst impacts really are going to start within the next, like, hour and a half. So we're getting pretty close to some of the worst impacts being felt. We'll really see that start to ramp up here over the next several hours. Thank you, Allgla, as well, for the $25 PayPal. I appreciate that. Thank you to anybody that's PayPal or Venmo'd. Thank you, Tamara, as well, for the Venmo. Hot chocolate sounds good. Actually sounds pretty good right now. Still maybe a tornado north of Vero Beach. Still possibly a tornado there. Thank you, Hull, for the $10 super chat. Flooding Bagley and Flagler already. Any idea how much more rain we'll get? There's a lot more rain to come. Yeah, it's raining a lot, but I mean, this is only the beginning of a lot more rain. Like, we're going to see a lot more rain over the next several hours. So, like, you know, buckle up. It's going to be, like, we're probably going to see at least 8 to 12 inches more of rain. The rain that we've already seen is just going to continue to pile up as the eye makes landfall. So, it's going to keep on piling up. Unfortunately. Hey, you Flippo for the super chat. I'm trying to do something, I can't find it. This is this. Trying to change the thumbnail. It's category 3 now. Actually, I'll probably change it. If we do another live stream, we can just change it. All right. Thank you, Natalie, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Marcel, also for the PayPal. Thank you guys again all for the generosity, the super chats, becoming a member. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Man, we're this is, I mean, again, I really wish our stream quality was like a little bit better. We're so close to having really good stream quality where we can have like 3 to 6 cameras at once. Problem is, like, for whatever reason, like yesterday and today, like the overlays just broke. I don't know why. And so like everything's out of order and stuff. So like it's been kind of complicated to fix things. I've been trying to fix things throughout this live stream. We haven't had really time to do it, but I'm basically a one-man person on this side of things. Like I only can do so many things at one time, so. Thank you, Charles, sorry, for the $25 Venmo. I'll help you. It's not easy. Trust me, it's pretty complicated to do everything at once, but it is what it is. Where's the landfall? Landfall's still expected to be somewhere near Tampa Bay or just south of Tampa Bay. And that'll be happening in the next probably 5 to 6 hours. We're getting closer. Thank you, Laura, for the $20 super chat. It is a Category 3 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 125. No longer a Cat 4. Oops, wrong button. Which also means I have to change this overlay if we do use it tonight. We're back to a Cat 3. That graphic is also broken. What is going on? That's the wrong graphic, that's why. There we go. Alright. What radar app am I using? I'm using Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Also, if you need a storm shelter, today might make you reconsider, do we need a storm shelter in Florida? You can get an above-ground storm shelter from ESP Shelters. It is the second top link in the description below. Definitely recommend checking them out. And why is the live button, dude? It's just unbelievable. Why is everything so messed up? Thank you, Patty, for the super chat as well. And Chasey, appreciate that. Thank you, Justin, also for the super chat. Are these tornado warnings likely to continue through Orange County? We will probably continue to see on and off tornado warnings. The only one that really has a big concern, in my opinion, is this one, which is going in that direction towards like Kissimmee and whatnot, just east of Kissimmee, near Harmony. So I think this one, in my opinion, is like the most concerning, and it will be going in that direction. Let's hope it occludes before that happens. But for right now, like, yes, it won't be like as widespread, I think, as what we've been seeing so far, but there will definitely be more tornadoes for the rest of this evening. Thank you, Tim, for the $20 super chat. Will they rate these tornadoes on the EF scale in the future? Yeah, they will. They'll do surveys. It's gonna take some time. I mean, you know, comparing hurricane damage to tornado damage is not easy. So yeah, it's gonna take some time, but they will definitely be rated. Man, you guys are way too generous. Thank you, Panday, for the $50
A new tornado
PayPal,
warning has
and
been
Angie
issued.
for the $40 Venmo. Appreciate it. All right, we have a new tornado warning. Martin and St. Lucie counties are under this one. This is near Stuart, Florida, near the North River shores, moving northwest. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. So again, moving to the northwest right now. Again, we still have several tornadoes on the east coast of Florida. Still got several storms rotating inland a little bit further, which those are going to be capable of producing tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we're having a tornado warning for Orange County, Florida. There you go. East side of Orange County now under a tornado warning. That is going to be just east of Orlando, near Bithlo and Wedgefield. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter. Grillo, we have throughout the day, throughout our stream. We've had I think 3 or 4 different tornadoes popped up on the stream. Yeah, Wedgefield is a concerning name for how this storm looks on radar right now. Thank you, Cat. Appreciate that. Put some W's in the chat for Cat. Thank you, Emily, also for the donation. You guys are way too kind. Someone is streaming me on TikTok. Well, if you're watching me on TikTok, you should be watching me on YouTube, first off. It's max velocity on YouTube. Second off, whoever's stealing my stream, you will get banned. So, better take it down. Thank you. I'm not live on TikTok. They are just stealing my content. So come on over to max velocity on YouTube. Watch this stream. Hey, Ryan. Appreciate that. Is there a storm surge yet? Bottom of your screen, we're already starting to see it. We are already starting to see that water is already higher than it should be. That's over 2 or 3 feet. That's already probably about 2 feet of storm surge on the Port Charlotte camera. But it's going to continue to ramp up here over the next few hours. How many tornadoes right now? We have 7 tornado warnings. From what I know, I don't think any of them are confirmed right now. Yeah, we don't have any confirmed. All of them are radar indicated. So, nothing confirmed and on the ground. The one that's back up near Harmony going towards Orange County, that's the one that might drop at some point soon as it moves to the northeast, or northwest, I mean. That one's been the strongest in terms of rotation. How many tornadoes have there been? Again, over a dozen. We won't know the exact number until probably at least tomorrow. It's going to take some time for these surveys to fully happen, but it's going to take some time. But we'll probably know by tomorrow for the surveys. What's the current movement? It's moving northeast at 16 miles per hour. That means it should be making landfall around 9 or 10 o'clock if it keeps at its current speed. It will slow down a little bit once it approaches Florida, but it's going to really ramp up here soon. Like, we're within an hour or two of the craziest of the impacts really starting to ramp up. So, I think with that said, I think here's my plan. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to redirect you to our next stream. So, this is my plan, because I want to be live through landfall. We're probably going to be live for like 8 more hours after this, and I need to eat. So, I think what we're going to do is take a quick, like, 45-minute, maybe hour break. That way I can also...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
as we
is
get
on
an
the
observed
ground.
Tornado. But
Seek
I think what I'm going to do is take a
immediately.
quick, like, 45-minute break and eat, fix the stream because we have so many issues for some reason, and then
tornado
be live
has been
again.
Issued.
As I said that, we do have a confirmed tornado now near Stewart and North River Shores. So continue to, if you're in tornado warnings, continue to stay in those places, your safe place away from windows. But we are going to be back in about 45 minutes. That way I can eat, re-energize, my voice doesn't die, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. So if you are new to the channel, again, subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. We'll be live again in about 45 minutes. All right, 45 minutes to an hour, depending on how fast I eat. Again, you're going to be redirected to our next stream, so stay here and click the bell icon on that stream so you're notified with that stream, all right? We'll be back in 45 minutes. It's going to be crazy in the next few hours. Trust me, you're going to want to be here. We're going to have some really crazy stuff happening. It's getting crazy already, but it's going to be crazy in an hour. So stay tuned, subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live, and we'll see you guys all again in approximately 45 minutes to an hour, all right? Again, you'll be redirected to that new stream, so stay here. That way you are able to get notified and whatnot. All right. We'll see you guys all again here in a few minutes.